every stream tonight. I said I was getting on here because I got to. So anyway, first and foremost, welcome. Every time I look up and I'm like we just started streaming. It said 6,000. I was like 6,000. I know we got like 1,500 on Kick. Kick been going up. And but we got like 4,000 on Rumble, and I was like, what the fuck? But I looked over. Shout out to Rumble, they front paged us. Okay, shout out to Rumble. I talked to the CEO a few days ago, so shout out to my man Chris over there too. Okay, great. What's y'all? Oh shit, let me just read the chat real quick. My bad. I got to get back into streaming. You know how that go. I'm getting back into the streaming. We should have a great. Somebody said, "What the fuck was that 305 podcast?" You watch that? Yeah, no, they had like a whole different program going on there. Oh, Skills on the Beat. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate you, my boy. Thank you so much. K Block coming crazy. I see y'all. K Block is coming crazy. Holy. Hey, listen. Thank y'all. And by the way, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is how I feel like we've kind of been growing with consistency. When's the last time I streamed? I took 3 days off, or was it 4? Tell me. When's the last time I streamed? Yo, y'all were, by the way, I love this too. Y'all were harassing the shit out of me. Y'all ain't want to see me at no game. Y'all ain't want to see me do nothing. Y'all was on my ass. Act, man, get on stream, nigga. Like, y'all was screenshotting other niggas. Y'all were forced to watch. I'm like, oh, man. I'm not being panned, right? Okay, cool. So, nah, it's all good. Somebody said, Act, you got to talk about Pusha T. Holy. Holy. I thought it was Pusha TMZ. Now it's Pusha T. Anyway, welcome everybody on King Academics and the Academy. Welcome to you guys as well. Y'all can let me know how y'all want the stream to go. As per usual, you guys are the boss. I'm just here to do whatever y'all want within reason. Okay. But okay, yeah, all right, we're good everywhere. So you guys tell me what you want. I do have a bunch of topics that we got to get to. By the way, I have been home for like, a couple of days. Yo, let me tell you this. I got back to Jersey. Oh, Star Status Chris, thank you for the 10 memberships. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you guys. Damn. Number one, I got back to Jersey. And me getting back to Jersey, I'm not going to lie. I thought, because when I was leaving, there was about to be a snowstorm. Man, the snow has not melted. It is horrible out here. It's below 20 degrees every day. It's like atrocious. If you're wondering what I've been doing, again, y'all know I have 4 Rottweilers, my babies, my loves. Okay, I can't do the Aspen Cartier or whatever her name is. Okay, I love my dogs, and it's criminally too cold for them to be outside. But I can't just have them all frolicking in the house. So they like their outdoor time. They usually have outdoor time. So I got all type of I don't know if you ever been to like Top Golf, one of these places where like you're outdoor, but it's mad cold, but they have the heat lamps. So like I've been building a bunch of like heat lamps and stuff like that. So my dogs could, kind of kick it on their, they have a little outdoor area, but they could kick it there without like freezing. You know what I mean? Like, again, we love the dogs over here. You know what I mean? For all the dogs, and we love the dogs. All right, bet. But anyway, I'm back, and I don't know what people did. I clickbait chat? Y'all gotta let me know first. Again, we have a bunch of topics. I'll tell you what the topics are that we got lined up. We got a Dirk topic. We're gonna cover extensively the Epstein Files. That might take 2 to 3 hours. I'll let you know right now. We got to really do the breakdown. Okay, we're pulling all type of documents. The files are out. We're gonna decode the files. The PDFs will get exposed. Okay, I wonder if Kendrick's gonna rap about this, but we'll get to that. NLE Choppa, he's declared war on his baby moms. Baby moms don't really want to give him, his kids. It's gotten to a real messy situation. Recently, they accused NBA YoungBoy of, fucking his bitches. And, not only did I talk about that and other things, we'll get to more. J. Cole's lyrics breakdown. I know I promised I was going to go live a couple days ago and do the breakdown, but we're going to get to that tonight. Okay? As well, we must give you the update on what is the current status of the fight with LIL BABY. Okay? Listen, I don't know what's going on in the world chat. I called LIL BABY out to a fade. He supposedly agreed. And I look up on Instagram, and it looked like he just did raid my room with Jada Waiter. He's posting with a purse. I don't know what the fuck is going on, chat. I call the man out to a fight. He says he's down to fight, and he posted up a purse. I don't know what to make of this shit, okay? You know what I mean? I don't know, chat. I did tell y'all, the niggas who are a little zesty might fuck you up or walk you down. Like, the zesty niggas, they're the niggas with the shit. So who's that? Sky High Grad Tomorrow, thank you for the 5 gifted membership. I don't know if I should be scared of LIL BABY. He posted up a purse. I think that's a Birkin, okay? Okay, so I don't know if I should be scared or I should feel comforted, because look like this guy has turned from full-on gangster to now a metrosexual. So I don't know which one it is, but we're gonna figure it out. Okay, I'll give you the latest update on what's going on with the fight, but there is some happening news with that. Okay, I'll give you the update of the LIL BABY situation in general. Also, Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner, they're kind of getting into it. Also. What do I have? YB. Oh, there's some YB stuff. We could talk about. Javante Davis getting arrested. He got arrested because, well, first of all, he started beefing with me while he was on the run. That was the stupidest thing ever, right? It's like beefing. Imagine beefing with TMZ while you're trying to avoid the police. Like, you're going to beef with the media while you're. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Oh, I'll talk about my experience courtside. Knicks is happening, okay? And what else? Fabio Foreign versus 21 Savage and Ruga. And also, I'm talking about Jay Prince throwing shots. Jay Prince, not the son, the daddy. He's throwing shots, and we got an interview to talk about. There's a bunch of other things that's still percolating within the atmosphere. Obviously, we've missed a couple days, so we are going to have to do our best at catching up today, but obviously, you know, people are trying to say, yo, just save the stream for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a Monday. People love when you stream on Monday. That's when all things happen. But I believe we do have so many things to talk about that I absolutely had to get on here tonight. So hope you guys appreciate my effort. But what do y'all want? The announcement, somebody hit me like industry-wise. I think they thought I was going to like announce the fight date. Yo, niggas really want to see me and LIL BABY squabble. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, it was a nigga he run one of them labels. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna write out my man. So like, I'm not like LIL BABY best friend. But yeah, like, they hit me. They're like, yo, tell me the announcement you're making tonight is when you're fighting this nigga. We want to see if he's like that. I told him I'm trying to see if he's like that too. You know what I mean? Like, yo, the man's posing with a purse. I don't know if he's really like that, but we'll get to it. So the announcement wasn't that. I didn't mean to make it like an announcement like that. It's an announcement for my stream. If it was an announcement for everybody else, I would have posted it to my main page. I think you guys kind of know how we work here, right? Kind of communicate on my personal page with like people who watch the stream, chat niggas, and on my main page I communicate with hip hop, right? I think y'all kind of get that, but whatever. Okay, I will give y'all the announcement. So here's the announcement, right? And I'm going to judge this announcement by the W or L's I see in the goddamn comments section. So y'all gonna have to let me know if you're fucking with it. However, the announcement is that based on, really, I didn't like how January went completely, even though I still think media personality wise, I think we're number one right now. I think we've done, right? Chat, is there any other media personality in hip hop that's really challenging us for winning January? I think we won January. The A$AP Rocky interview, Fabio Foreign. We have some epic streams, epic moments. I think we're kind of rocking already. Everybody took their vacations. They're fucking their bitches on yachts. These niggas have gone on vacations. They're just trying to sign deals. Good for them. But we're here, right? I think we got a W for January. Got to keep it up. We got 11 more months to go. The announcement is, and this is why really I'm streaming today. Starting tomorrow, we're doing the first 28. Yes, we're doing every day in February. I'll be trying to do what I did in December. I kind of like that cadence. It kind of grounded me. So every day in February it's the shortest month of the year. So maybe I'm pussy for that. But still, I'm streaming every day in February, some way, somehow, IRL, catch me somewhere. I don't care where I'm at. February is going down. So today is the first day before our daily stream. Chat, I know y'all gonna say cap, but no, it's happening. So every day in February, we're gonna be doing at least some type of stream. Obviously, if you guys know it's an IRL or something like that, it'll be a little bit shorter, but we'll complete the day. But for me, I realize that consistency and our community really works with that. So again, I'm trying to get back to that. And so February, we're going to be doing every day. And yes, I haven't gone on vacation yet, but I don't think February is the time anyway. Okay. I'm single. I ain't got no girlfriend. Ain't nobody I got to go take on no dates for no, what's that day coming up? Valentine's Day. I'm good. I'm going to spend it with the chat. Let's kick it and let's make some good content here. Right. So that's really the announcement. So I'm calling it the first 28. I didn't have a cooler name, but for every day in February, we will be streaming, and today doesn't count, even though we'll just say 29 because we're streaming today and 28 days afterwards. All right. So that's really the announcement. And I hope you guys, have something to look forward to, but also you guys are happy. So I'll count those days I missed before as took a little time off, right? Whatever, right? I'll count it as that. But we're back on our grind. Okay. All right. Somebody said no nut February. I don't think it works like that, brother. I think it's no nut November. Somebody said, W, if it's true, we're going to get through 28 consecutive days. That's a fact. Okay. I have a few things planned. With me announcing this, I'm going to plan around it. Right. And by the way, keep in mind with the 30 or 30, at first, I kind of just said I was going to do it. And I waited till the last month. Right. So December, I had to do it in December. I think this time around we could, I'm saying February, so if I break the streak, you broke the streak, it's not every day in February anymore. So we should be good. All right, let's get into some of these things. And by the way, thank you guys for all the support and donations and everything else you guys always do. All right, we have a bunch of topics to get to. Like per usual, I want to give you guys the opportunity to tell me what topic you want first. I'll kind of do a little monologue before we get into this. And you guys tell me what you want to get into Smirk? Yeah, I do have some Smirk stuff. Okay. Before then, I will say YB sales breakdown. Pusha T's innocent. I need to talk about the files. Address said. Is that full PF said? Said needs to tell his man, LIL BABY, or I fucked up, LIL BABY. Ooh, who sent through $20? The podcast is sold. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for the 20, bro. What needs to happen? Oh, we got to talk about 52. Yo, Sean G, if you're around, man, I would love for you to have you on. 50 Cent, he went at Christian Combs. And he's also commented on this Jay-Z thing as well. So, yo, we're so booked up on topics. By the way, let's get into it. We have so much to do. I will say, chat, me and so tell me, obviously everybody has been reeling, right? Thanks to the concerned parties who reached out, and everybody's like, yo, what happened? Did something happen to you? Who did what? What's up? Oh, we got to slide. And I'm not going to lie, chat. My voice, I'm not going to lie. I was kind of impressed by like some of the people who reached out. I was kind of I like these guys. You know what I mean? Again, some good people, they reached out and be like, yo, bro, you my nigga. What's up? What's going on? Niggas fucking with you? And I appreciated those people. If you guys don't know the whole thing, around a year ago in March, essentially, actually a year ago in February. No, actually, let me go back. I got to just give the whole story. In December 2024, Lil Baby's boss calls me, yo, Ak, what's up, bro? And I said, what's up? He said, I have a really good relationship with P. I don't know if I ever told you guys. I have a really good relationship with P. Me and P, we actually talk about, and I hope he doesn't mind if I say this, we talk about like once a month, right? So it was always kind of weird because, like, remember I was going at the City Girls, and then I don't really like Baby for a little bit. So it was kind of like I'm going at his artist, but me and him, we're kind of chummy on the phone. Like, like he loves my content. He says he watches my videos. He plays it in the office. And a lot of times he'll call me, and I hate to put this out there now, but I've alluded to this with many people. This happens. P will call me and be like, yo, we were in the office, the QC office, and we're watching your videos, and while other people might not like you or whatever, or they see like you're hating, we see the validity in what you're saying, and let's rap about it in a sense. Okay, no pun to the podcast. And me, we talk a lot. Like, we talk about industry stuff. We don't talk gossip. We talk industry stuff. Like, what's the new trends? What's like where the hottest artists are coming from? What's the state of the game? What strategy should look like in a rollout? Me and him talk a lot. And, this is why I also love our platform, because there's a lot of really important people that kind of watch our stream, and, they're industry people. So, of course, we do all the, the jokes and all whatever, and, I'll be roasting people, but there's really important people that really watch what we do. By the way, also shout out to my man, Steven Victor. I saw him at courtside yesterday. I don't know if we took a picture, but like we were chopping it up and shit like that. He told me, he was like, yo, could you lay off Baby? I got a record coming with him. I told him flat out. I said, that record ain't gonna work. That record ain't gonna work. Okay. That record, but it's okay. Anyway, the point is this. So P calls me December 2024, and P says, Ak, listen, man, and the only people I really do feel I have a relationship with in the industry is the ones that respect me as men. This is why me and Meek, and again, no disrespect to Meek because we haven't really got back into it. I talked to him when I was at the Cardi concert on the phone for like the 8th time. So me and Meek are not like dissing each other, but we haven't ever seen each other or hung out. So I'm learning with this Baby situation, when a nigga needs you, he'll play nice. You can't tell the energy. So anyway, I'll get to that part. P calls me, and P says, yo, Ak, man, I'm in a tough spot. So apparently P been behind the scenes. Like, and I guess he's not like a host, so he's not like fucking hiding that he talks to me, right? Baby been, just like how he called up Rod Wave, and I'll get to that part of the story. He was pretty much telling P, how you cool with Ak? I can't put out music. It's not really working. The shit ain't working because Ak has a narrative about me. He's talking shit about me. It's stepping on my records. People not hearing me the same. P calls me. P says, and by the way, I hope I clear up the people who think I was like bought, because I get it. Hearing isn't the operative thing, and understanding. And people, there's so many people who dislike me, and I understand that. That's why I'm not trying to fight narratives here. So like, you're going to get to a part of the story. Like, you have people saying, yo, Ak, you got slapped. I'm like, I didn't get touched. But they're going to be like, no, you got slapped. Fuck it. You can't fight a narrative, bro. Anyway, so P calls me, and P says, Ak, bro, we've talked for like a year and a half. I remember he wanted me to come to like birthday bash one time. It was Baby's like thing in Atlanta. And he was like, I just want to show you like how he's getting down, blah, blah, blah. We pay for that. It's label shit. They kind of want to get you like to kind of see from bird's eye view what the fuck they got going on. Me and Baby wasn't on the best of terms. Not like we've known each other. So I didn't want to go to Atlanta to watch Baby just like, burn out. Who donated? Yo, y'all know the vibe. Thank you for the 20. So, Ak, you better not pull a J. Cole and back out of this Come on, just listen to me, brother. We're not back in. Do you want me to skip I don't want to skip to the end of the story. Lil Baby's trying to back out of this. I'm telling you everything. Just keep tuning in. So P calls me. P says, Ak, Lil Baby, again, I don't know what their relationship is. I always thought it was contractually, but looked like they weren't on the same speaking terms. They weren't. But when P calls me in December 2024, he says, yo, we're putting out this Wham album. I remember even telling them, I said, remember the same thing I said to 21 Savage? Or not, I said about 21 Savage. And I said, it's the A Boogie method. I said, because they felt I stepped on Baby's shit ever since he dissed me on the song. They felt like I've been literally stepping on his product to the point that he was battling falling off rumors. They all blame me like it's me. Like, this is why I'm like so like I'm confused because I'm like, if I have this power, which I don't think I have, but if I have this power, I don't know if I'm the nigga to fuck with. But okay, let's see if I do. So anyway, so he drops, ever since he dissed me on that album, I've been on his ass. I'm getting at him. They're saying that they were dropping snippets. They're doing this. Every time it comes out, niggas is clowning him because he look retarded. He do, but like, you know, they're going hard. The double reverse Oreo hug. They're telling me that everybody looks at LIL BABY like a joke, right? So P says, Baby's, you know, he's like, yo, act, man, I'm in a tough spot because I'm cool with you, but this is my artist, right? And he's like, yo, listen, I want to ask you a favor. And he says the favor is, you know, truthfully, he wanted to send me some records because he's like, nah, I know you're not a hater. And if you heard some good shit, because at that time I was saying, if I heard some good shit, I'll say it. But he was really dropping garbage. He's like, yo, I really want to send you some shit, but they don't want you to have anything. But he got some good shit coming out. And I said, oh, word, all right, we'll see. And it said, act. So I was telling them to drop, I said, Wham, whatever the album was called. I said, y'all should drop the last weekend before December, if y'all care about numbers, because it turned to a numbers thing. So now they're looking at it like, remember, Baby been dropping a lot of trash. The only thing could save it is like this perception of the number. So I said, y'all need to drop the last Friday before the industry shut down. He'll get the number one that week, the week after, and the week after, just off perception. And again, even though I don't like the nigga, like, I'm giving valid advice. I think I'm giving fucking valid advice. Anyway, I forgot why they tell me the album wasn't coming out then. So they tell me it's coming out like January 16th or something. But P asks me, and P says, yo, Ack, you know, we've always said eventually I'm going to assist fixing what's up with you and Baby because I understand your side, but I understand his side. You're your own man. He dissed you on the record. I want to get y'all cool, but, you know, whatever. So he asked me in December 2024, he says, could you give the record a chance to live on its own? Because people listen to you. Give it a chance to live on its own. Don't, like, go crazy on it before you even hear real songs, right? Let the fans decide. And I ain't gonna lie to you, P's a really good guy. He's a really good guy. I told P, I said, P, bro, my beef, I've always said my beef with Baby is not that deep because I met Baby once at Everyday Show. It was never that deep. I was just like, he dissed me on a song. You see how your song is popular? Well, I got a stream and I got a lot of time that might do the same, you know? And I told P, I said, P, you know what? I'm not going to talk about the album, good or bad. I won't say nothing about it. Essentially, I cleared the way for over a month of no academics saying nothing until his album dropped. And if y'all look at it, the first time I did any type of review on it was after the first week sales were in. That was me doing a solid for Lil Baby's boss who runs QC. Not Lil Baby, for Lil Baby's boss. He's been a good guy to me. We've had a good relationship and we still have a good relationship. That was a favor, okay? Now, if people are mad at me that I did a favor, I do favors all the time. If 6ix9ine got out of jail today and be like, Ack, I need a favor, it's my guy, I probably would do the favor. So, out of a favor to his boss, I fell back. The album comes out. I forgot what it sells. Let's figure it out. Wham first week sales. By the way, chat, order some food right now. Roll up some weed. Call your girl over or tell her don't come over. We're gonna be in here for a couple of hours. You're probably gonna have to, you're gonna have to be in here for a long time. Okay, we got a lot of shit to get to. By the way, I'm gonna get this knocked out in 20 minutes or so. We have a bunch of topics, so we got to just keep rocking for the whole night, all right? So please, get comfortable. So yeah, the album came out January 8th. It sold 140. Now, keep in mind, this last one sold like damn near 300 or close to it, right? What was it called? It's Only Me? It's Only Me album first week sales. This is the one he dissed me on, right? So this one did 216. I said, fine, I ain't going to talk about it. I gave him probably about 7 weeks of lead time. No academic shitting on the album. The album comes out, the Wham album, and it does 140 first week. Okay? which low-key was 50,000 sales, and we might talk about that at a different time. But it did 140,000. I get what's going on. Like, I can see it. At that point, Baby's low-key washed. Not gonna lie to you, okay? Now, you gotta realize, like, Lil Baby's, Lil Baby is a product. He's like a mush mouth rapper. He was always a product of, he had, like, this, like he was one of them niggas who, like, he talk in cursive, right? And it kind of worked until we realized that he only had one melody to offer, and he used it 30 times, and we're like, yeah, I think this is over, right? But the album comes out, and the first week sales give people some, it gives people some type of, it gives people some, like, hope, like, it's not over for Baby. So the album comes out, gives some hope that it's not over for him. And I don't really speak on the album, right? I give my opinion afterwards. The album wasn't all that good. To be honest, yeah, it wasn't trash. It was just middle of the road. It was just middle of the road. It was an average album, and it's not what we think it would be. And if you guys remember, he announced he was going to drop 2 projects. He says, I'm going to drop Wham! And I'm going to drop Dominique. The album really went into a tailspin midweek. I could tell you how I know that later. And remember, I told you 140. We'll get to that. But if y'all notice, the second album never really came. Right? Remember, he said, I'm about to drop another album. Now, keep in mind, there's other things going on in the background, which, again, I know, but keep in mind, and for all y'all Clipper pages and even Lil Baby pages, Lil Baby at this point, which I've pointed out for the longest, and this is why when y'all say, why are you interested in a boxing match with Lil Baby? I'm actually really don't think the nigga like that. I'm not saying he don't got people around him that might be like that. Not a nigga that try to do whatever. But I really don't think Lil Baby like that. So he gonna have to prove to me. Lil Baby, while doing a promo for this, and I remember asking P, I said, P, he not dissing me on this album again, right? He say, Lil Baby learned his lesson. That's what they told me. He learned his lesson. He's not dissing you. All right. Yeah, yo, this little mush mouth retarded nigga better not try to diss me again. That was the worst mistake of his career, nigga. So I said, I bet. I laid off. The album sales come out. I'm like, cool. Keep in mind what's really happening, and one of the things that nobody wants to talk about Lil Baby when it comes to why his music has declined, not only does he have one particular flow that was being reused and we've seen him make the same song over and over again, what was happening is that Lil Baby was actively trying to dodge a RICO charge. Yes. Fonnie Willis was investigating some of the people that is associated with him, not him, but you know how it goes. If you're the leader of Faux PF, you're going to go down with Faux PF, right? Even though they're doing the shootings, they're doing the robbings, they're doing whatever. So Lil Baby, because he's terrified, he doesn't want to go down in a Faux PF RICO. And by the way, you could go back to, like, I don't want to keep dragging this out. There was 2 people that were being heavily investigated. I have really good sources and intel on this. They were investigating Dirk. It wasn't an OTF RICO. It was Dirk in Atlanta. They were investigating. And they were investigating Baby. Both of them. They declined to indict Dirk. The feds picked it up. We see where Dirk is at. Lil Baby had the intel. Here's the thing how people have the intel. As we seen from the YSL case, everybody is fucking the clerks. Didn't we see one of the clerks posing with Woody with her ass out? The lawyers is fucking the criminals. The judges is winking at the defendants. It's a shit show. It's Love and Hip Hop courtroom edition when you go down to Fulton County. Everybody fucking. The bailiff sucking off this guy. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. I'm female bailiff, of course. So, Lil Baby knew that there was an indictment pending of potential 4PF indictment pending. And if the indictment came down, the likelihood that the guy who's a self-proclaimed boss of 4PF was most likely going to be indicted. What did Lil Baby do? Lil Baby disavowed. He dropped his flag, basically. He did the hocus pocus. He dropped his flag. He's no longer faux PF. He changed his Twitter name. There's no more 4PF raps. He comes up with basically some, like, I don't know, whatever the hell. He just makes some shit up that he probably just seen, like, I don't know, in a bathroom stall. He just said, we're a CBFW. We can't be fucked with. That was the only thing to get away from the niggas actually doing the crimes. Okay? Now, y'all might be like, nah, Ak, you're doing... No. I'll give you even further proof. During the time, Lil Baby did an interview with Charlamagne the God. This is the interview in question right here. The interview was out for 32 hours, then it was pulled. I know you're saying, why was it pulled? Because the conversation in this interview, and yes, you can't find it anywhere. Charlamagne did the interview, and if you look on his page, you will not even find the full interview. The full interview was pulled by Lil Baby's camp because of conversation about 4PF. He's trying his best to run away from 4PF. Got you. Okay? I'm going slowly with the story, but let me get to it, and we're gonna get to some other stuff. I'm talkative tonight. Let me chill. So that happens, and why do I bring up like this idea that the reason why Baby music sucks is that he's trying to dodge a RICO? I'm not saying a man should go to jail or whatever the case is, but even though, you know, he's basically dropped all street affiliation. Okay, that's the point. So in his music, he's also just rapping about a bunch of tricking. That's what I'm trying to say. Lil Baby was never like the super gangster rapper, but he was always like the gangster that he was like always a rapper that kind of rap about cool shit, but seemed like he was super tough too. He basically just turned to a trick rapper. So like he's rapping about bags he's buying, titties he's buying, yo, I'll take you on a trip. He's basically like an infomercial for Saks Fifth. Like seriously. So that's why his music, and I only tell you that because that's why his music sounds differently. Some of the songs you may have known, he's actively, you know how people said his last Lil Durk album didn't hit? Yeah, because all the shit that Durk was saying on the real album had to get taken off. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, if you think the police are, no rapper could make a good song if they're thinking the police is the fucking engineer. So essentially, that's why, and I'm only bringing this stuff up because that's why his music deteriorated. Because so people like to blame it that I could just start narratives. No, he was ducking a RICO and start making bullshit music about buying bags and crap and cars. Like, how much times could you rap about SRT, nigga? Him rapping about like SRTs is like Meek Mill rapping about Rollies, right? Like, it was just like repetitive, monotonous. So that's why his music really declined. Everybody keeps saying that I killed this shit. It wasn't me, but whatever. That happens. Around like I believe February, I go to Houston, I believe. I go to Houston with Rod Wave. Okay. Here's a vlog. You can see it. Let me be accurate. No. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, actually, this is my timing is wrong. So the convo with P happens in December. I go in November to Houston, right? I don't know why it took so long, but right after his album comes out, right? Or actually, is it before his album come out? I can't remember. Rod Wave calls me and says, yo, you know, Wham called me, was saying why I was hanging with you. And I'm like, yo, who gives a fuck what Lil Baby got to say? But whatever, these rappers are friends. You know, I can't knock it. And I saluted Rod Wave because Rod Wave was real. Rod Wave could have tucked his tail because he's like, well, I could get a Lil Baby feature for free. I don't know. But he actually told Lil Baby, man, I rock with Ak. Ak has always supported me in my career. He's a really good guy. Like, he's a good guy to me. And he even further went on to say, baby, if you and him don't get along, it's probably just disagreement. He's not like a guy who's like really like hatred, like a hater like that. Anyway, He offers to put us on the phone. I guess Lil Baby fucks with him enough that Lil Baby was like, I don't want to talk to this pussy ass nigga, but fine, I will. Rod Wave calls me up and said, Act, I don't really know the full situation with y'all, but, I could tell y'all don't get along. And, I'm cool with you. I'm cool with him. Could I put y'all on the phone? I said, of course. I don't have no personal thing against him. I just responded to him dissing me on a song. When you diss me on a song, you diss me. You think you diss me for one time. I'm going to diss you for a year. Straight up. Like a whole year. Like every day. Like the next 28 days. The whole year. You feel me? So we get on the phone, whatever. He's telling me all this 4PF. No, he wasn't talking 4PF stuff. He was just like, We did have some disagreements that was kind of like, it really was really no beef. So he was explaining why he dissed me on the song. And I was explaining why I said certain things. And, no apologies, but we just, we kind of like exchanged numbers, realized this bullshit. And what I give Rod Wave credit for, and this is why, like, I'm always open to, like, kind of patching things up. Well, not this, not this one. But because at the end of the day, usually nothing violent happens, and usually it doesn't go too far. It's just like words. So, yeah, so we got off the phone, and he got my number. I got his number. He even texted me like 2 days after because No Jumper ran some story that they were interpreting what I said. And we got on the phone back again. And for me, I thought that was cool because I was like, all right, I remember him telling me one thing in particular. And I remember saying in my head, but it was an intrusive thought. I couldn't say it out loud. He was like, yo, he's like, I don't know if this nigga mouth is wired on some Kanye shit, but he can't. Like, he cannot pronounce them. Twin, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? I feel like I'm like on the BT red carpet again with Takeoff. God rest his soul. What the fuck is this mush mouth retarded? So he says one thing, and I had an intrusive thought. I never said it. He says this to me. He said, I'm like, the whole time I'm like, I need Gunna to translate. What is this nigga? And he'll just like throw up some random shit. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? So he says this. He says, I ain't gonna, I mean, I'm a straight nigga like this. I'm in shock to tell you that I'm just like a twin. Like, he was like randomly throw a twin in there. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's twin. I mean, it's like, yo, because I'm explaining to him clickbait. So again, remember, Lil Baby's beef with me is over clickbait. The nigga say he saw some titles. He said like his son showed him some shit because apparently his son watched me or some shit. And then his son shows him some shit. And it's like, Daddy, what's this? So he says he rapped that he got more money than me because his son, like, think about his son came to him and said, Daddy, this academics got more money than you? He goes in the booth, fuck academics, I got more money. Whatever. I'm like, is this serious? So anyway, he's like, I mean, it's like, so I'm gonna translate it because like that like level of like retardation, like, vernacular, I can't really like, I can't repeat because you won't get it. But he was basically saying, you got to realize I'm like a real street nigga. I don't know how to use the internet. And I remember thinking, this was the intrusive thought. It's not because you're a real street nigga. You're fucking retarded, nigga. What do you mean you don't know how to use the fucking internet? Like, the nigga was basically, because when I'm explaining him shit, he would be like, you guys realize, I'm be on the internet, I'm a real street nigga. Like, and it also, the second, so the first intrusive thought was, niggas, it's not because you a real street nigga, bro. It's because you're fucking retarded. The second intrusive thought was, I remember on one of the songs I do like from him, he proudly raps, it's like, real street nigga, I don't even know how to work a Cash App. And I was like, yeah, I think that's just retardation, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Look, Lil Baby don't know how to work a Cash App. And I'm like, yo, nigga confidently said that. Yeah, he said on Bad Bad Bad. He said, real dope boy. He said, beep, beep, next man, get back. Real dope boy don't even know how to work a Cash App. And I knew back then, I'm like, I don't think this is a flex he think it is, but whatever, okay? I blame it on retardation. So anyway, that's how we kind of got, like, I don't want to say cool, but we got on speaking terms, which means, and for me, that's truce level, right? So truce level means, because I ain't gonna lie. And I told him straight up. I said, yo, yeah, when me and somebody getting into it, nigga, I'm clowning you straight up. Like, nigga, I start looking up. I'm the nigga at school. Like, I start looking you up and down. And when I see one thing, that little smidge on your shirt, I'm on it all day. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, you sharted on yourself that one day. I got mad jokes about that. So, he was just saying, man, I'm in train, like, you know what I mean? I'm just restricting, like, I'm really not working the internet, man. It's like, yo. And then he say, yo, he's like, yo, if it wasn't for rap, I wouldn't be on the internet. He kept saying that. If it wasn't for rap, I wouldn't be on the internet. I'm like, and this is what I hate about piecing up with rappers. They're always trying to still act tough during the piece up. So he's telling me how tough he is. So, you know, I'm a real straight nigga, so I really wouldn't be on the internet. All right, bet, cool. So we get off the phone for the second time. So the first time, Rod Wave. The second time he calls me, he says, Adam22 said something. He's seen a title. And he's like, yo, twin, man, it's twin. I told you, pitch down, twin. Yo, we're good, bro. He's clickbaiting. I never said that. It's cool. It's all good. All right, bet. So that happens. You know, I don't even think I told P. Because I only told P. I spoke to P like when all this stuff came out recently, like a couple days ago. That's when I told P. I'm like, yo, I never told you that we pieced it up. Because at that time, also, I remember when Rod Wave got us on the phone, I told him, I said, yo, bro, I thought P was eventually going to put us on the phone. He always promised that. And this was like alluding to, I guess, whatever issues they had going on. He said, yo, P not the type of nigga that I would ever let put me on the phone with nobody. I'm like, okay, tough guy. All right, so that happens, and so we got a fast track, right? Because I am wasting time. So that happens. Then in March, I go to Aiden's event. The event went down without a hitch, and then we go to the club, and then some random guy who we find out is his cameraman, basically somehow through a backdoor scheme, like I like to call it, finagled his way past like a bunch, like felt like it was like maybe like 4 to 6 or 4 to 7 people, and got to my window. He's talking to me, which, by the way, I'll also, you know, it's so funny where people are like, yo, Act got smacked. I'm like, yo, there's zero video of this, right? Like, it's happening outside of a club. There's zero video of this. I could have just lied and denied it, that no one swung on me. But the truth is, somebody swung on me. I don't care. Like I don't know if people think that I'm supposed to have like some tough guy image. Like, the tough guy comes on here and says nothing happened and just flat out lies. No, a dude tried to have a conversation with me and eventually swung when we were driving off. And, you know, in hindsight, you know, lessons learned. First time I've been swung on when it comes to this type of stuff, I'll be honest, right? But because that's another thing I was hearing people say, like, you know, I could just, like, there's zero video, right? There's not even a video of the guy talking to me, right? I could have just easily lied and said it didn't happen. But, bro, I don't give a fuck, and my reputation is not a tough guy. I don't care. So if I did get slapped, actually, I would have just, like, declared war on Baby. Or, I ain't gonna lie to you, I would have probably no, let me not say it. But anyway, who cares? If people believe it or not, who cares? So that happens, right? That happens, and I hit Baby up next morning. Baby's, you know, train. I just woke up train. Not train. You gotta know, I like, yo, I wouldn't do no shit like that. Train, like, straight line. You know, like, you know, I'm realizing Atlanta's the home of the snakes and rats. Like, these guys, you can't take them for their word. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, it's really sticky out here. So, you know, he's lying between his, I think he's lying. I know, you know, the more I think about this, I kind of feel like, you know, like I'm starting to change my opinion. I was just like, nah, this is just all coincidences. I'm like, no, you're just green, nigga. Like, what the fuck you mean it's all coincidences? There's no coincidence. What are you talking about, right? Also, another thing, lesson learned with this too. So when homie, who I didn't know, like, comes up by the window, he knocks on the window because the window's closed. I put it down a little bit, and this should have been warning sign number 1 for me, but I didn't, right? He said, yo. So I put it down a little bit, like, you know, the police pull that, you could put that license through. Yo, what up, bro? He's like, yo, bro, put the window down, bro. And I hate to be Hollywood. So I'm like, and also I'm not scared like that. So I'm like, whatever. So I put the window all the way down. Bad move. But whatever. Yeah. Luckily I was kind of like this and it didn't connect. But shit, you know, I don't think he would have swung at all at a glass window. So fuck it. Anyway, the point is this. Talk to Baby. He's like, nah, you know, he's like, you got no twin, like, you know what I mean? Like, not everybody would know we talked this and third. And I ain't gonna lie, I think I felt like a sucker. I felt as a sucker for what he said to me. Just because, like, I'm like, why the fuck would he lie? Right? Even though, why the fuck would he tell the truth, right? So he tells me not everybody would know. And the reason I'm saying in hindsight, when I think about it more, I'm like, this nigga definitely lied. The nigga who supposedly approached me is the guy who packs his drawers. Is the guy who gets the condoms. It's like, it's literally like the guy who holds his jockstrap. Like, this is literally his assistant with him everywhere. Right? Like, if you look up multiple videos, you'll see this guy fetching him a sandwich. You'll see this guy, you know what I mean, carrying Jada Waiter's bra. Like, you know, like, this guy's, yeah, he's an assistant. And that should have been already to me, like, if I have this issue with a guy that I'm over here calling other people, like, him and Rod Wave can't be that cool. If he's calling Rod Wave, like, man, why are you hanging with Ack? He's calling his boss. He's calling, like, Lil Baby just been calling, he playing telephone. Yo, why y'all hanging with Ack? Yo, man, he's stepping on my career. Whatever. If that's happening and we eventually talk, how come the guy that's with him everywhere don't know? Of course he knows. Like, come on. I'm a little green at the time. Well, not green, but it's just like, you know, a little naive. But, yeah. So he tells me, yo, nah, yeah, we squashed it. Nah, we cool, twin. We cool, twin. You know what I mean, twin. Like, his George doing like this, like, little perch. We cool, twin. I'm like, all right, whatever, man. And he essentially says to me, yo, bro, like, that shit probably, he first asked me, which was another sucker move by me. He said, he was like, yo, he said, if something happened, you got hurt? Like, he asked me if I got hurt. And I said, nah, I said, they swung on me. They didn't miss though, but like, they swung on me and it was like mentioning like 4 PF. And he was like, nah, twin, Choppa, that police shit. He's in the bed while he's saying this. Cool. But of course, my green ass, I'm like, well, he can't be behind this. He's asking if I'm good. Like, yo, he's checking up on me at this point. Yo, you good? You get hurt? Nah, I ain't get hurt. But like, yo, why would somebody swing on me? So, of course, my green ass, I'm like, he's definitely not behind this. And then he gives me the lamest excuse, which I believe in a moment. He's like, twin, you got to realize, like, you know what I mean, it's a lot of people who fuck with me, you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean, twin, like, you know what I mean, like, it's a lot of emotion over here, like, you know what I mean, like, people love me for real, like, you know what I mean, like, I'm really from my city, you know. It's like, yo, man, here's the thing, man. When we talk, like, you know, I ain't really tell everybody that we talk. It was just really us. We talk, like, nobody, a lot of people don't really know. And I ain't gonna lie, I fell for that bullshit. I was like, that makes sense. He didn't put out a press release to the gang. Like, you know, I don't know if there's a gang group chat. Hey, gang, me and academics are now cool. So, remember the 40,000 I gave y'all to kill him? Don't do it no more, okay? Hell nah. Like, yo, that's how I took it. Like, oh, okay, he just didn't, like, let the guys know. Chat, I'm green, I know. So, okay. Of course I believe that bullshit. Later that day, same day, remember I talked to him in the morning. Later that day, we're about to end up at the club. I told you, my plan was to, like, just go dap him up, and if I saw the dude, that the dude could look stupid, and also I could check his energy, because I was just like, something about this stinks, because I was kind of, like, overthinking it. He walks in the club. He's right in front of me. Like, he kind of sees people this and third. There's a bunch of people around him. And instead of going to a section that was going to be right next to me right there, like, he just leaves. Not thinking nothing of it. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe these motherfuckers promised him 100,000 to be in the club, and they don't got 100,000. So I don't know. He walks in, kind of sees what's going on, and walks out. I don't know. We haven't spoken since then. Now, I'm going to get to some current day stuff now. So obviously the whole Kai and, you know, Gigi stuff happened, and this dude gets involved because he secretly recorded Kai's girlfriend. And when he secretly recorded Kai's girlfriend, it was supposed to, like, help Ty Lil get a gift, which later Ty Lil backdoored him. It's some really other shit, right? But that's how we kind of got into it, right? I communicated, I covered the story. And yeah, of course, when I was talking about him, I was definitely kind of roasted him. Regardless, his response was saying, yo, matter of fact, I slapped shit out of academics, right? And I think because I went so hard with roasting him. Now, cool. Now, everybody's a little bit confused how we get to a boxing match, and I'm going to get to the status of the boxing match, but everybody's like, how did we get from there to here? Okay. For the people who say, well, Ak, you should just be mad at the guy. Well, listen, I've been green before. I'm not green anymore. Or I'm still green, but like I was born at night, just not last night, right? So for the people who say, and by the way, LIL BABY, I've gotten the Atlanta calls. I've because I guess a couple people talked to him, and this is the word officially from LIL BABY, because yes, it looks very snaky, it looks scummy, but keep in mind when me and him were going back and forth, this and what people don't know, and when y'all talk about keeping things off the internet. Until he had said something about me, me and Lil Baby DM'd each other to plan to meet up and fight one-on-one. We already did that. It was over a year ago. I showed y'all the DM. He sent me a random address. I said, yo, I'm going to be here 3 o'clock. I show up there because I'm like, I got to see if Lil Baby's going to show up to really squat. This might be the realest rapper in history. He never shows up. I hit him back. He's like, yo, like I've said some bullshit. So that already happened before any of this, before we even got cool, or allegedly cool. So for the people who are saying, how do I get from this guy to him? Number one, I've always suggested to Baby, whatever issue we have, if it's not on a speaking term of solving our issues, I think issues could be mostly, so I don't know these guys like that. We could solve it by speaking to each other. If that's not the case, I'll give you a one-on-one fade. What's up? Let's do it. Like if it's that serious, he declined the first time. And then this particular incident happened, but here's a story he's feeding all around Atlanta because Lil Baby's on the phone. This is what LIL BABY is telling people. You want to hear it? Y'all got to hear this. So LIL BABY is trying to do a tailspin that I started this, that I randomly picked on his cameraman to try to get this out that I could go against him again. Now, I know he's stupid, but he ain't that stupid. Actually, he is that stupid. I don't know. Anyway, so that's the first thing. He's telling everybody that Axe started it. It's clear that Axe started it. This cameraman brought something that I never mentioned to light. And he also lied about it. That's another story. The second thing is now, and I think this is him trying to spin out of this fight situation, or maybe his peers or street niggas are looking at him like, yeah, dude kind of look like you a bitch ass nigga. Like, I don't know which one it is, but his new explanation is this. Because my thing was, the reason why I'm going at Lil Baby, even if he didn't send the guy, which I'm really kind of like thinking now, I'm like, how the nigga with you every day don't know who you don't like? Or who you just talk to and piece it up with. If your whole label is calling, your label is calling, this guy is calling. Everybody's calling, saying you're calling around about me. Yo, why y'all hanging with Ack? Why? I don't like him. He's fucking up my music career. So you're telling me you get cool with the guy you're calling, playing telephone, you're calling Rod Wave, you're calling P. You get cool or you squash it with it, but your assistant doesn't know? We could play dumb. Cool. So the new word I heard is that LIL BABY is going with the thing saying, nah, this is just Ack trying to find a reason. According to what I'm hearing now, they're saying that LIL BABY, when that happened, because, you know, and I spoke to a bunch of people. The reason why I'm acting like I'm acting is that, yeah, Lil Baby didn't do nothing. But I didn't bring it online, and I said, you know what? Whatever the issue is with that situation, I'm going to keep it with that nigga. Whatever it is, I'm going to keep it with that nigga. Because you have disavowed it. You said, that's my man. He agreed that's his man. But he said, I didn't co-sign that, and I didn't send it. I'm not with that. And I'm taking you as your word. Otherwise, I just think you a bitch for getting on the phone with me because you didn't have to. You could have just leave it up in the air with speculation. Don't get on the phone. It's like shaking a man's hand, saying like, yeah, nah, yo, I'm over it, but you're really not. So, with that being said, when it comes to light, I get at him because whether you sent it or not, you didn't do what's the man situation or the man thing to do in that situation. In reality, he should have grabbed the little nigga, put us all on the phone, and say, yo, bro, this shit was a mistake. Me and you, we trying to repair whatever we got going on. We trying to keep it here. Yo, if my man try to do some shit, that shit's a dub. Like, yo, listen, it's nothing, okay? Everybody on the phone. If you're the boss. But again, these guys lack integrity. They lack integrity, and this is why I'm out here openly calling them out to fights. So that never happened, right? But me and him, we're not friends like that. I assumed if he valued the fact that I'm chilling back, not going at it, I'm not bringing it online, and I'm not gonna blame him for it, he's gonna speak with that nigga and say, yo, bro, you're fucking up some shit that I had another nigga vouch for me to even get handled. So if he didn't send it, I then blame him for the supposed street niggas bringing it online when the internet nigga, me, didn't. That's the whole situation, okay? And you could use whatever, thing to make it make sense to y'all, but you're not gonna pacify me while you're either sending hits or passively co-signing or not checking your man about doing some shit. So I'll send it up on all y'all. Who cares? Now I'll give y'all the reason to do it. So that's the point. This is what Lil Baby, while calling around in the last couple days, this is his word. LIL Baby is saying, I did check the nigga when it first happened. Remember, I never knew, but after the conversation, I expected him to. But so he's now telling people he checked the nigga, saying, yo, bro, me and yo, bro, like, you can't be doing, because you gotta remember, I know people keep saying, Act, that's you and that guy's issue. The guy didn't walk up to me saying, Act, I watch your content, I don't like you. He came up to me talking about faux PF. He says, something, wham. He kept saying wham, faux PF, wham, faux PF, wham. So he's approaching me for another man. He's not approaching me for himself. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. So cool. But he's now, so Lil Baby's saying, I checked the nigga after it happened. And then I hear another thing. Oh, even after the nigga went online recently, I also checked him too. Now, I could tell it from a mile away when somebody's trying to pacify me. And to both of those things, I say, fuck y'all. I'm going to tell you why. Either you're lying that you checked the nigga, or your checking ain't good enough, and all that faux PF bullshit ain't worth nothing. Because if you can't put your assistant in check, what type of boss are you? You get what I'm saying? So, like, bro, so all those calls, and it came back to me, it was like, Act, now I look like you're doing the most. No, I'm doing the most because now there's a boxing match on the line. It's no more time to get on the phone. We don't want to get on the phone no more. Let's get in the ring, and that's where we are now. So, the latest on the boxing match, and I know we do got to move on, and we got to get to other things. The latest on the boxing match is I'm hearing Lil Baby only said it out of not trying to look pussy. He got no intention to get in that ring, and it will be a situation where he says he can't do it at no matter what the time, and he won't do it for no matter what the price. He's going to say his price is higher. He got this, he got that. That's currently the thing. Okay? I'm trying to push the fight forward. I do believe in hip hop. We got to set better examples, right? Lil Baby's trying to duck a RICO. 4PF was a bunch of niggas who did a bunch of shootings. He don't want to be a part of it no more. He's claiming some other goofy shit. So let's do the honorable thing and show people how you don't get a RICO, because that's the dumb shit that YFN Lucci and also Young Thug did, and they both asses was in jail. How about we do the man thing and just get in the ring? It's entertainment, whether you beat me up or I knock you the fuck out. It's entertainment. Everybody goes home. We could shake hands and let bygones be bygones. Even though I don't think it's that serious. Real, right? You know what I mean? Well, it is kind of that serious now. But, I think his thing to fight me for is for he thinks I'm the only thing stopping his music career. Because in his mind, he thinks like he Drake. I ain't gonna lie to you. He think like he was on like about to be up there with Drake, and I stepped on his shit, and like his shit started going down. So I'm like, I don't know, like shit, we could put it in the contract. I'll never speak his name again. I'm down for that. But I am trying to proceed with hopefully getting the fight. He hasn't officially turned down the fight yet. I'm still waiting on Aiden to, facilitate certain things. I will say this. This is also another announcement. In anticipation that Lil Baby is not a purebred bitch. And that Lil Baby and all the gangster shit that he has rapped and all the niggas he sent on hits and all the street shit he's been talking about, he wouldn't be scared of a blogger in a situation where nobody could go to jail, only a little bit bruised ego, and maybe a black eye. I'm thinking he's not a fucking bitch and that he will represent Atlanta because Atlanta hasn't had the best reputation recently. And I don't think one of their guys that talk the craziest on records will be ducking a fade from a blogger who everybody considers soft. And especially one that his man, even though falsely, is claiming that he slapped. So I believe that this fight will eventually happen. I rather sooner than later. But in preparation for it, I have taken steps and I'd be starting training, boxing training that is, right after the Super Bowl. So I'll be, and I'm going to stream some of those as well. So I'll be doing some, a full on, it's not a actual training camp at this point, but at least, some pre-shit as if we think we're going to be fighting in about 3 or 4 months. My request to Lil Baby, please. If you was pussy and you didn't want to do it, you should just tell Aiden you didn't want to do it. But you did a verbal agreement, but we've seen what happens when you've given your word. Your word is shit. Right? Just like you gave me your word, and then we've seen what happened. So you gave Aiden your word, and you still act like you want to do it, but we're starting to see some cold feet. Please, wherever you're from in Atlanta, for all the hood niggas who have rolled for you, y'all can't be riding for the nigga if he's scared of a simple fight. This fight, and speaking with Aiden and even hearing other people who are kind of like try to field it and being invested in it, it is $1 million fight. I don't mean worth 1 million, but it's in the 7 figures. So again, I think it's worth the time. I think it's worth the energy for him and for me, even if he up 100, 200 million. This should be free cash for a street nigga. Okay? So we will see if he accepts it, but I plan in anticipation of this actually going through that in about a week, I think it's about like 10 or 11 days. Yeah, we will be starting some preemptive, not necessarily training camp, but some sessions to kind of get me, again, with all due respect to Adam 22, Lil Baby's damn well too pussy for him to beat me up like how Jason Love beat him up. I'm not gonna lie to you. To me, I would feel like I just got boxed down by Jake Future, and I can't do it. Respect to Jake Future, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Even everybody who I know from Jamaica, they said if you lose to this mental midget, LIL BABY, please don't ever claim Spin Tone again. Don't ever claim Clarendon again. Just stay your ass wherever the fuck you're from. And I agree. Trust and believe. I agree. So the latest update is that, I'm hoping that this fight could take, after a while, like, we're not professional boxers here, people. Like, we're not professional boxers. But I'm hoping this fight could happen before, summertime. Yeah, after about like 4 or 5 months, like, people are going to move on. But like, if we get something, and that's why I'm on 8, I'm like, yo, let's get everything like papered up and contracted up. And then we could have a little waiting period where we could supposed to be training or whatever. And let's get in the ring. Let's see what's up. Okay. I don't want, in terms of, I've told you I'll take half of what he gets, but one of my stipulations here is that I don't know, and I hope this is not a hiccup for the fight, is I want no headgear. Now, I've been informed that because Lil Baby, might actually be technically sped. He might have one of those hard helmets with the joint that you know what I mean? And that he might have to wear that in physical combat. I'm pushing for no headgear, but if he has to wear, his little like the crown and like whatever he got going on, I'm going to have to punch through it. It don't matter what it is. If he has to wear, I'll go no headgear, but he can't have he got to wear the short bus helmet. And if that's what, the boxing commission says he got to do, because the nigga half retarded, if I send him full retarded, Trump ain't trying to pay for these people's shit already, these disabilities. Like, no disrespect. I don't want to do that. So that's what's going to happen. Okay? So I'm pushing for no headgear, but I've been kind of told that LIL BABY has some, mental retardation possibilities, and some of those things could probably affect the fight. I'm down for whatever that could get us in the ring. Okay? Even if you got to wear a fucking, you ever seen them helmets? Retarded helmet. Yeah. Whatever you got to wear, LIL BABY. All right, I want to show babies now. I want to show like yeah, right here. If this is how you got to come in, if this is how you got to come trim twin, it's fine. Whatever you got to do. All right? Yo, we'll slap a Chrome Hearts logo on your helmet, nigga. Okay? The only thing you can't bring that purse in there is a shield. We're not doing that. That purse can't come in the ring as a shield. Drop the purse. Matter of fact, return it to Jada Waiter. Jada Waiter, I have a proposition for you too. I got you with a quarter of my purse if you become the ring girl. That nigga done cheated on you with Ari. He paying for all type of street meat. $15,000 for this pussy, $8,000 for that. Jada Waiter, you could go be the ring girl, but you got to be my corner too. If you're in my corner, I don't know if she'll do it. And if she don't want to do it, Ari, come on now, girl. Lil Baby tried to play you recently when he was trying to big up Jada. I don't give a fuck who it is or none of y'all. Anyway, so that's the nearest update. And I'm gonna take this, and this is why I'm kind of keeping like this. I'm gonna take this as just shit talking to promote the fight. Okay. I'm hoping that we could get this papered up in the next couple of weeks. All right. I'll keep you guys updated if he, does any other mental gymnastics trying to get out of this. Okay. All good, people. All good. Oh, I got some more shit. Oh, it's gonna take a while for us to get to Epstein, right? Y'all locked and loaded though. Just stay with me. Y'all tired? If y'all tired, let me know. If y'all tired, let me know. If y'all are tired, let me know. By the way, one of my good friends, after they seen, the devastating potential news, right? Damn. And by the way, I seen this other thing where people are trying to say, I've never claimed to be untouchable, right? I'm certainly not stupid. I try to move safe. And usually, I try to also stay away from niggas. And if that means, you see, people use these things to try to, get you in bad situations, right? I've seen certain people, they're like, no, we're going to repeat that academics got slapped, which is not true, but we're going to repeat it, hoping he crashes out. Come on. I was the smartest in the class, right? Not the dumbest, right? Come on. The next thing is they're like, okay, we're just going to troll him about, no, it's fine. Me, I don't really care about narratives that much because there's really no expectation of me, right? There's no, what do y'all think? Something like, yo, this nigga talk like he was untouchable. No, I did not. Right? Anyway, some of my friends did reach out. And I do want to shout out to all my friends. Shout out to my man, a young boy. Young boy called me that day bright and early. And I thought it was gonna be one of our regular conversations, but he made sure to call me. Said, I started talking about other shit because I guess it was really trending. It's like the young boy got his look on his face, say act. I gotta get the young boy impersonation voice. His shit was just what's that pussy ass shit I'm seeing online, man? You good? I'm like, nah, good. I'm good. And talked about it real quick. It was good. But thank you to young boy. He did check up on me. That's my guy. Even though I was like, bro, this shit happened a year. And I kind of explained it. And he was just like, he said, I like that. You stand on business. I like that. So, yeah. Then, y'all want to hear some tea? This is like tea. Okay. Because he really called to check up on me, but that was it. But I was giving him an update on some other shit. And guess what happened? So chat, y'all watch like these streamers and shit, right? So, hold on. So what happened was, and this is like shocking to me. Like, honestly, like, I'm really shocked. Like, I'm really shocked. Okay, shout out to my man Kai. I think that's still my man. Like, we haven't talked in a while, but again, I really don't have any issues with him, and I hope he doesn't have issues with me. Right? Like, now I've kind of learned a little bit more. Maybe Kai don't fuck with me no more, even though really I had nothing to do with anything that you heard. Like, they said a rumor came out that his girlfriend got fucked by a young boy. I didn't ever say that. That's a fake rumor. I didn't make up the rumor. I didn't even say it. They sourced me. Like, I'm the news guy. But I told y'all that. I told y'all, like, usually if I wanted to, like, reach out to Kai, I probably could. But I did say, yeah, I reached out to him and I didn't, right? And then I told you later on, like, when I talked to Youngboy said he did the same and there's no answer. And it wasn't until, like, recently, bro, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. Kai really thinks that Youngboy fucked his girl. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I thought, like, I'm like, all right, Kai's too smart. So I don't want to. I'm not here clowning him. We've all been through breakups. We've all been with a toxic girl or whatever. And I'm not defending her character or whatever. I've said before, and I've said again. And by the way, I confronted let me not say confronted, because it's not. I did ask Youngboy, and I told him, I said, bro, I know you said you never talked to the girl. But, like, I started hearing so much, I kind of, like, started doing a lot of digging. I was like, I ain't gonna lie, there was this Instagram Finsta page. I even hit up my Spice, who follows the page. And I'm like, who do you think this is? But, like, doing all type of research. And I was just like, Top, I don't really think that you just fucking call me and lie to me, because you really brought it to me in the sense of you weren't happy with it. I really think you're a type of dude to just lie. You know what I mean? Like, you're a pretty straight up guy. Like, if it's about me or anybody else, he's just fucking straight up with shit. But I'm like, just in case, because, like, I was kind of hearing things so much, I'm like, there's a 1% chance maybe Youngboy really did fuck his girl, and maybe Youngboy was really talking to her. Youngboy confirms to me, I haven't got no fence to this and third. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I continue with the info. So this is what I also heard, and this is interesting. So apparently, right? When Youngboy had called and he was trying to talk to Kai turned. So this is not Kai actually said, "No, I'm good. I don't want to talk to him." And his reasoning was, "Why do I want to talk to the guy who fucked my girl?" And I'm I was like super confused. I'm like, wait, Kai thought it was real. So Kai really was just like, nah, I don't want to talk to the guy who fucked my girl. You know what I mean? And I guess that's why Youngboy's mad. He's like, what the fuck? Like, bro, like, why would you? Not only that he doesn't want to talk, but, like, you really think I fucked your girl? Whatever, cool. So, I kind of come online. And, I kind of give, a semblance of what that conversation was with me and Youngboy. And he wasn't that happy. Why? Because I think he felt that he was always solid to Kai, and I know some of y'all, like, some Kai fans, like, people really love Kai. You know what I mean? We all love Kai, right? But I've seen a lot of people say, why does Kai need to talk to Youngboy? Well, here's the thing: when you have a big audience like that, just like if everybody, let me not wish something in existence. Let's say Youngboy's last arrest. If Youngboy, may have said something that had everybody thinking I turned him into the police, and that was far from the truth, right? I would think Youngboy would clear it up. Or I could be able to call him and be like, yo, boy, you know I had nothing to do with that. Like, yo, bro, like, you know, your audience is getting at me, right? You know, YB fans will be on my ass, right? So I guess, like, you know, YB was kind of getting a lot of the Kai fans thinking he did some shit he ain't do. So that's why he was just like, whatever. But then he quickly realized, he was like, it's a little fishy that this guy doesn't want to answer. And I know at first I said this was I think they planted a fake story. Now, I don't want to talk about Kai's team necessarily, but let's just talk about Kai, because there's other people. But let's talk about Kai. I think Kai genuinely just really thought he fucked, like, the girl. I'm gonna advance the story. So Kai literally turns down speaking to him, because in his mind, why will I talk to the guy who fucked my girl, that he could gaslight me about fucking my girl? You know what I mean? So I guess that's his thing. Okay. What also happens, and this is what you don't know, and this is after I learned this, and I don't think he's mad if I say it. I learned this through our recent call. This is when YB called me, check him up after the whole shit, because he was trying to make sure, you know what I mean? Ain't no niggas playing with me type of shit. But I said to him, he said to me, I said to him, I said, yo, I heard you were supposed to do a collab, which this was supposedly true. Now I gotta give y'all some background. So remember when I was supposed to go? It was like a couple months ago. Remember I was supposed to go to Aiden's event, and I kind of missed it. I was at the airport, and Aiden had called me. He said I missed the event or whatever. I missed the flight, and then I remember, like, there was a while he was trying to send me a jet. Like, shout out to Aiden, was trying to send me a jet. The real reason why I missed it, first of all, fuck American Airlines. The real reason, I'm on the way to the airport. I'm not late. But I didn't know, if you don't check into your flight, I think only American Airlines does this. If you don't check into it like 30 minutes before, they could remove you off the flight for maybe somebody on standby or upgrade. I fly first class, whatever it is. So by the time I got there and I'm about to go through, they're like, you're not on the flight. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I have the flight. And they're like, you didn't check in. Here's why I didn't check in. On the way there. And I don't know why I like giving you all the details, but I give y'all mad details because, like, y'all should know I got nothing to lie about. I'm an open book. I didn't check in because I'm in the car. It's bringing me to the airport, and YoungBoy calls me. Oh, everything's going to make sense. And NBA YoungBoy calls me, and NBA YoungBoy says, say, Ak. He says, you fuck with this nigga right here? I don't know how to, I don't really, he said, you fuck with this kid right here? He said, you fuck with that little nigga, whatever? And I was just like, I was like, yeah, nah, he cool. And I think there was a little viral moment. People who watch him, or like people in Kai's universe, will get everything I'm saying. Some of y'all might be lost. I think he was saying some shit like he 4K Trey. So YoungBoy called me and be like, you fuck with him? And YoungBoy says to me, he's like, yo, I fuck with that kid, man. I fuck with him. He cool. He's like, yo, Ak. He's like, I ain't gonna lie. He said, he's like, one of these days, I'm finna pull up on him. Like, I'm gonna pull up on him, like, just something surprise him type shit. But YB told me that. Anyway, I'm on the phone with YB talking about mad other shit. By the time I get to the airport, I didn't check into the phone. I didn't check in. That's why I missed the flight, right? So I didn't check in because I'm on the phone with YB, right? Which my stupid ass should have checked in before. Anyway, all right, leave that there. Let's come back. So now, me and YB were talking, and we get to find out. So Rakai, right, planned a stream. There was a stream planned. I didn't even know about this till now. Rakai and YoungBoy were supposed to do a stream. Rakai goes to Utah. He's finna do a stream with YoungBoy. Here's this. All of the Kai Cenat and Gigi shit happens where Kai's whole team think that YoungBoy fucked his girl. Right? Apparently, they get spooked because I go online and say YB wasn't that happy with Kai not answering the phone. They get Kai the fuck up on out of Utah. He doesn't do the stream. He leaves randomly. Young boy didn't know why. Just left. So he leaves because, like, there was a fear that young boy, like, might do something, which gotta be stupid. Like, you think young boy's gonna do something to a kid, bro? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. All right. So he leaves. Now, I think the reason they gave Youngboy was like, yo, he has I think Youngboy like said, we're going to do it tomorrow. We're supposed to do it one day, so they're going to do it tomorrow. And then essentially, they came back and said, yo, we can't do it tomorrow. Actually, we got to go. We have a photo shoot for like some shit, right? And I think apparently the photo shoot shit was real. But it's Youngboy, my nigga. Like, yo, like, listen, you know when I went to Gravedigger Mountain, nigga, I sat around with the nigga just listening to music and shooting music videos and fucking driving up hills before we did nothing. You know what I mean? You know what it is. It's Gravedigger Mountain, my nigga. You know what I mean? Or whatever. He has another spot in Utah. Anyway. So, Rakai gets the fuck on out of there. The thought, and this is, the only reason I'm saying that Kai really thought this nigga fucked his bitch, because all of their actions is going off of, Youngboy fucked this nigga bitch. Youngboy tried to call him. He doesn't answer. Youngboy's mad. It's Youngboy. We don't know what's going to happen. So, Rakai leaves. So I'm telling, we're kind of like, I don't know what's going on with Kai and his squad, but me and Youngboy has been filling each other with info because we don't know what the fuck and why, like, we've ever been caught. Now, I'm not in this situation with Rakai. That's just him and Youngboy. But, like, whatever info I know, I'm kind of helping him because, like, we're kind of confused, right? Like, I'm kind of telling, like, Youngboy, like, maybe his team did plan a fake story, but Kai really think you did. You really think you did fuck his chick. You know what I mean? Youngboy says this to me. He's like, yo, act. Because he realized, he's like, oh, that's why he left. He didn't know. He didn't know why Rakai left. He says, that's why he left. He said, oh, man. He's like, well, they thought I was going to do something to a kid? What? And I ain't going to lie to you, and I hope they do a collab eventually. Youngboy was disappointed. And for all the Kai fans and Rakai fans, y'all could validate this part because I don't know it, and I guess this is how much Youngboy was tapped in with him. Youngboy says to me, "It's like, yo, academics, why I gotta get a bit of Youngboy voice." He said, I wanted to do a stream with him, and I wanted to surprise him, and I said, oh, okay, yeah, well, you told me that like a couple months ago. He's like, no, act. I wanted to really do something for him. I said, what you mean? He said, act. On one of his streams, he did something with somebody. And when he did something with somebody, he was expecting to get a car. And when he found out, they gave him like a toy car or something like that. I don't want, no disrespect to Rakai. I don't watch his content. And he said, act. I ain't gonna tell you the people he told. He said, I got that boy a Urus. I was gonna surprise him. I got an actual Urus that I was gonna surprise him with. And yeah, that's the end of the story. So I ain't gonna lie, I was like, well, I kind of did tell Kai's team. I'm like, how y'all finesse my young boy out of a Urus? Young boy was gonna give him a fucking car. Somebody said, why are you spoiling? Bro, because Kai's team think young boy want to kill the nigga, bro. Like, bro, it's not that serious. Like, bro, they you get what I'm saying? I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Rakai gift card. It's not spoiling, nigga. Like, bro, like, clearly Rakai and Kai's team are like the same thing. So, like, if they don't want, if Kai don't want to talk to young boy and Rakai don't want to do nothing, or not Rakai, because I didn't hear it was him personally, but, you know, I guess it was just like whatever the team or whoever, they pulled it, right? Okay. Oh, was it this? I don't know. Was it this? Maybe it was this. I don't watch this guy's content. No disrespect. You know, he's like, he's an up and coming Kai, pretty much.
Bro,
is it this?
Yeah, I think it's different. I think it's
Yo,
different.
how old is he? Could he drive and stuff? All right, I don't know. What is it? Oh, yeah! Oh! This is what it was. Oh.
Man, these are not your slides, nigga.
Them ain't mine.
I think it was the Ben the Don thing. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they mine because I took them from.
Oh.
Thank you for this food today,
We're
amen.
not about to eat, bro. Come on, what are you doing, bro? Stay right here. I got you, cuz.
I can't see.
You good? Just follow me.
Okay.
All right. Did Valet bring it around?
I brought it around.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, make sure they
That
stay
makes
on. So I want to do this because you have been working hard, bro. You've been doing your thing. You've been turned. And like, it's no young. You the leader of the young niggas, man. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to do this as like some motivation for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only reason you getting this today, bro. And I hope this is just the beginning of all your. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So you can take off your blind. This mine's right here, right? So you know what I'm saying? You know what they say in Atlanta? Twin gotta come trim. Twin gotta come trim too.
Oh, this is what we're talking about. How the hell did Youngboy see this? Youngboy tapped in. But Youngboy fuck with this nigga. Youngboy fuck with him. Heavy. I kind of told Kai's team too. I was like, yo, bro, how did y'all fuck up this little nigga getting a Urus? Nigga, that would have been the most epic stream. Him and Youngboy Urus. What the fuck? But apparently, because of whatever with Kai, they told that nigga, get the fuck on out of there. Allegedly. I'm just going to say allegedly. But I will say, just let y'all know, Youngboy had the great intentions. He would never do nothing to a kid. He wasn't that upset at Kai that he's like, yo, like, no, like, come on. The guy beefs with street niggas. Like, come on, stop it. Like, Youngboy he's a pretty nice guy. And, yeah, he was trying to, like, he really, I told you, he called me randomly about him. He really rocks this kid. He probably knows this now. And he was trying to surprise him. And, you know, I guess because everybody was, you know, they're kind of on edge. It's like, oh, well, Youngboy's mad. Oh, shit. If Rakai's up there, he might, like, and just to let y'all know, that was the furthest thing from the truth. If in actuality, and he told me, he was like, he told me exactly how he orchestrated the Lambo that he was going to give to him. And he did plan on giving Rakai a real car because he thought this nigga's a real nigga. And if you're going to give him a gift, give him a real fucking Lambo, you know? So, hey, it is what it is. All right. Okay. That's that. All right. I think we're on to topics now, right? We're on to topics. Somebody said that's cap? No, that's not cap. It's not cap. Yo, by the way, I know I got a big mouth pause cause I did tell Kai's team, I'm like, yo, bro, why'd y'all pull the nigga from Gravedigger or pull the nigga from Utah? Bro, Youngboy wasn't gonna fucking do nothing. Nigga, he was gonna get that nigga a car. You know what I told him? I said, bro, do not tell Rakai this, cause if I was Rakai, I'm tight. What? I was gonna get a real car from Youngboy, and y'all told me to leave because he might be on some shit. So I told him, don't tell him because it might, you know, some things better not said. Of course, I came on the internet and said it. I ain't gonna lie. I told the team I was gonna say no. Whatever. Anyway, all right, cool. Let's get on to the next thing, people. Are we at the Epstein breakdown with Pusha T? And also, what? Oh, why didn't I have Nicki Minaj on this? I gotta put Nicki Minaj green card or citizenship, I suppose. I feel like this Epstein thing is a main course. Pause, and maybe we should probably like do one or two other quick topics in between it. I know we're getting a little bit late. A little bit late here. We have a few things to. Wait, what do y'all want to do? Y'all want me to get to Epstein stuff right now? Okay. Okay. Bet. Y'all said yes, or could I cover Dirk real quick? So I have 2 topics. These are about like 10-minute topics. I got 3 topics actually. They're like 10-minute topics. The Dirk, the prosecutors have now kind of highlighted how their case is going to be laid out. They have pushed forth some documents in motions that have shown that they do plan to use some music against Dirk, not necessarily as proof, but it's going to support their theory that Lil Durk is a brazen murderer who not only would pay for murders, but he would brag about paying for murders and also even repeat details that matched up with the murders he paid for. They even detail, and I think we should do this before. Let's do that. Not only that, they're also saying that Lil Durk payment to his hitters and like, the OTF cronies and some of the other guys who were doing murders for him. By the way, they're also alluding to a lot of different murders. Like they're not just saying, they're basically saying this the one, Durk got that one that said, that song that says, I want the nigga that I paid for, right? Or something like that. Yo, they're basically saying Durk paid for mad murders, and they're saying this the one they could only prove. So the feds are playing a really interesting game. They're literally out here saying that Durk is a person that solved his issues, whether in the streets or these other things that could maintain his reputation and also further his name and also advance his music. They're saying he paid for murders, but they have to say it in a certain way because they can't prove those things. So what's going to happen, as pre-trial kind of hedges on, if you guys don't know when he will be going to trial, currently it's set for April. He's going to trial in April. And until then, his lawyer, Drew Finland, is going to have to battle with the legal system to say what can be allowed in court versus what cannot. Now, if you guys watch the YNW Melly trial, it's really important. It's really important that you strike certain things out because those things could prejudice the jury. We saw that in the Diddy case. They didn't want a lot of things get brought in. Actually, one of the main things I think they did an amazing job of doing in the Diddy case, even though there was 1 million lawsuits, any lawsuit that the person was either not testifying, right? So they couldn't use a lawsuit, which is a complaint, a civil complaint, as any material evidence. Now, they could get, say, Lil Rod or whoever and put them on a stand to testify to what their... By the way, y'all hear my dogs crying? Y'all hear him? It's my little babies. I feel for them because I can't have them, usually I would have them, they could be chilling outside right now, but it's too cold. I can't, I can't right now. But I'm going to fire up the heat outside and then put them out there a little bit. Anyway, I feel like I got to do a doggy check now. That Aspen Cartier shit was so crazy. Or I don't know how to say her name. And I think she's like Summer Rae. What's that girl's name? Samaya. That's Samaya's friend. And just because me and Samaya went back and forth, I was like, I don't want to go back. I don't want to be seen that I'm picking on women or, these little 20-year-old girls or whatever. But I didn't see the video yet. And I'm not going to lie. I saw that video. That video was crazy. That video was actually insane. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to play it here, but there's a video of a young woman that is, I guess she's streaming, and her dogs walked in, I guess they got out of their crate or whatever, and she pretty much beat the dog's ass for 45 seconds straight. The dog is howling, crying in excruciating pain. It's not even a big, Pluto weighs 135 pounds. Pluto's a grown ass nigga. Pluto's a man. And even then, you know what I mean? Pluto don't get spankings. Pluto's a real nigga. He gets a look, a serious talking to, and I'll raise my hand. But Pluto, first of all, I ain't gonna lie. I think I hit Pluto, he would take my hand off. But that's my nigga. He don't fuck with me. He don't do like that. But yeah, and I got grown ass dogs. My dogs weigh a lot, and they're big. But bro, it's a dog. You know what I mean? Even now, I have the empathy of realizing they had a little bit more they had a lot more outdoor time when it was warmer, but now it's cold And right now it's like 10 degrees. I'm not putting Pluto out there. So like when I watched that video, and I didn't watch it at first, so I was trying not to watch it because I'm like, it's probably not that bad. People are just gassing it because of the story. When I watched the video, I was utterly appalled. I couldn't believe Shorty was beating a dog like that. Like, that was crazy. And with how easy and on camera that she did it, you could tell she do it all the time. And then afterwards, I know some of y'all like, what am I talking about? Sorry, it's like a quick segue because I heard my dogs like, like they growl in harmony. I think that's how they communicate. I don't know. When I watched her do that, she grabbed the dog up and she recorded another video like, tell him you're okay. And she's shaking the dog. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And I don't know. She got suspended from Twitch, but she got arrested. I'm kind of segueing here. Sorry, I should have just hit the topic, but it's on my mind right now. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but the young woman involved, her name is Aspen. I believe she's from, is she from Chicago? Well, they claim she's from Brookhaven. And she got arrested for cruelty to animals, which is so insane. Apparently, she only got like 2 weeks of she got 2 weeks of suspension from Twitch, which I'm like, yo, what? Like, this chick is going to jail. Whatever, you know how Twitch is. So she got 2 weeks suspension and this, and I don't want to show you the video of her beating the dog. I really think that's too much. And I do want to show you like her after she did it, and people are like, what the fuck? She made a couple other videos, and those videos kind of like even, wait, oh yeah, that's like a picture of her just holding the dog like it was like dead weight. Okay, let me go past this. But she basically, she's like, she does a video where she's like, yo, tell them you're okay. Here we go.
You're fine.
Here we go.
Tell them that you're fine. Tell them right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell the people. Tell them.
Now, I also want to be fair. Like, I don't want to judge her whole character by like a short clip. I see some people saying she was going through some things, maybe frustrated at other things in life. I do want to say, man, this is a very small dog. You know, I'm just concerned. I just want to say that. I'm concerned.
Tell them. You're fine. You're fine and you're for sale. Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
Now the dog is dramatic, okay. And apparently she did another video as well. Yeah.
Faker. I'm a faker. Tell him. I'm a faker. I just like to cry, so mommy can pick me up, so somebody can play with me, so I can lay with somebody, so I can just do something with somebody because I don't like being alone, and nothing really be wrong with me because mommy fed me, mommy gave me water, and mommy let me pee, and mommy cleaned up my pee, and it's really just time for me to go to bed, and I'm just getting whiny. Say it. And I piss shit all over mommy's house, and I eat mommy's corpse. W. Ray. Tell him. Why you being secretive? L. Ray. Oh. I'm gonna give him a sibling. Fuck no.
Hey, I don't want to judge this young woman, and we all do make mistakes. I only want to say, let me tell you this, to anybody who owns a dog, and really, I'm not a dog person like that, just to let you know. I always say I don't like dogs. I like my dogs. Like, my 4 dogs, those are my babies. You know what I mean? Like my mom would be like, yo, don't you think you need to, give away something? Like, fuck no. Hell no. They ruin everything in my house. That's part of the job of, just to let any dog owner knows. When you have a dog, part of the job is cleaning up shit. Part of the job is them pissing maybe when it's gonna happen. They're gonna eat one of your shoes that you like. They're gonna bite the couch. It is what it is. Just don't get a dog if that really bothers you to the point that you're like spazzing out on them. Please don't get a dog. You know what I mean? Listen, I got a dog. They ruin any and everything. They've starting to eat down like one part of the side of my house. Like, hey, it's a dog, my nigga. Like, it is what it is. You take the good and the bad. They're lovely. For my dogs, they're not only lovely, they're protective. They protect me. They are beautiful, but yeah, they're gonna do some shit that maybe you don't like as a human. Yeah, they don't conceptualize you cleaning like today. You know, again, Pluto is created right now, but this nigga Pluto fucking sharded in his goddamn cage this morning. Like, nigga sharded in his cage. He even went outside. And I look at him and he just got that little shameful look on his face. He's like, yeah, nigga, you should have woke up a little bit early. I'm sorry, man. I had to. But yo, it's a dog. Like, that's what it is. Like, you sign up for it. You got to clean up. A dog is like a kid that just won't ever grow up. You got to. So I put him outside, give him a little treat. You know, that little look of disappointment. He knows, you know, you're not supposed to do this, but I guess he's like, motherfucker, I couldn't hold it. Nigga, you was at the Knicks game. Nigga, like, nigga, you should let me just chill. Like, let me rock. You know what I mean? And I don't know what you just gave me. That shit, I had to run. So anyway, yeah, that's how my morning started today. Fuck it. You know what I mean? You don't fucking beat your dog into submission. What the hell you So again, I don't want to be too harsh on this female just because she's like, you know, they tell me when you're 20-year-old as a female, you got to act like they're children. So I don't want to be too harsh on her, but I do want to say if she's really bothered by her dog wanting to defecate or pee or maybe even accidentally, even if they're potty trained, or maybe they don't listen to everything you say because they don't speak English, please just give up the dog. Just give up the dog, okay? Just give up the dog. That's what I would say, right? And if she really doesn't want that dog, this dog is cute. I love protector dogs. I don't like cute cuddly dogs, but I'll take that dog. I'll take that dog, okay? But man, please give up that dog. All right, anyway, let's get back to Dirk. And I seen some people in the chat saying, yo, Ak, you can talk about all these Chirac murders, but you can't, like, watch a video. Brother, animal cruelty is like, come on, bro. It's a dog. The dog can't. It's a dog. It's an animal. It's like beating up a defenseless thing. Like, come on. Anyway. All right, let's get back to this Dirk thing. Right? I forgot where I lost my train of thought. So, back to the Dirk conversation is that his trial is going to be in April. Prosecutors are laying out what they're going to be bringing to trial, and we haven't gotten to the part yet, and I suspect we won't until trial officially starts. And, you know, they're doing their best, and there's so many protective orders around this. We're not going to find out who's a cooperant until April, right? That's the goal, right? In most cases, and definitely federal cases, they're not gonna like just throw out a cooperator there. And we now actually know, and this is based upon my, assumption. So I don't know necessarily for a fact, but I think this kind of goes pretty much close as we can in terms of assumptions and legit proof or facts. That's how we could realize that Fonnie Willis and them probably threw out the interrogation tape of Woody. I think they were realizing Woody was feeding them a little bit of bullshit and also, kind of backpedaling or kind of double dutching on cooperating. And one of the things they did was they threw out that tape because in every other situation, you protect that witness until they get on the stand. Now, granted, we couldn't find Woody for a while, but the interrogation videos clearly made it known that he would be the snitch. And in this particular case, as a Fed case, which is going to be a lot clearer than Fulton County, we don't know who the cooperants are. So they have mentioned a few of those things that they have witnesses and also cooperants, but we don't know who yet. So they're laying out what they're going to do. And in them laying it out, they have now identified that the music is going to be a part of it. So let's kind of read some of these last documents here. In support of dismissal. Here we go. Bingo. All right, perfect. So this is what the government filed because there's another motion to so this is the government response to the defendant's Dirk Banks' supplemental brief in support of his motion to exclude proposed evidence. So remember, they're going to be battling back and forth on what should be allowed in the trial. If we go back to other trials, in the YSL trial, they had to figure out what songs could be played, how it could be played. In the Tory trial, could y'all mention the fact that he has a a gun tattoo here? Could you talk about his, criminal history? And the judge in that case said, if Tory takes the stand, it's fair game. If Tory doesn't take the stand, you can't bring it up. So before, in pretrial, you're going to get rules of engagement. That's kind of what pretrial is for. Hey, listen, don't hit below the belt. Keep your hands up all times. Protect yourself. It's like the boxing match, right? So these are motions that you're going to file to make sure that both parties are clear on what could be allowed. And in pretrial, you usually could get a real sense of the case without cooperants, right? Now, I did tell y'all that this case is going to be mostly about cooperants, but let's kind of go over their brief. And this is, so is this in the appellate court? Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Oh, it's just a supplemental brief. Okay. So it's not, when I hear brief, I usually think, you submit briefs with an appeal, but this is a brief for a motion, right? So the motion is to get some certain stuff out of there, right? And I think Dirk's team is thinking this. They want to lock Dirk up based on what he was saying in raps. It kind of matches certain things. He said no. He said no. He said no, and like go. And people think that song is referring to the death of Lil Pop, where, infamously videoed is Quando Rondo screaming no, right? So they think that the songs match certain stuff, and they think that's not evidence that he did it, but it's kind of evidence how brazen he was and how reckless he was with carrying across these tasks, okay? And, I want the one I want, not the one, get me to kill the nigga I want. That's the one I paid for, or whatever the case is. Anyway, so they're now telling what songs they're going to specifically use. And it's the first time we're now seeing the government lay out their case in what they're going to use. So at the court's discretion, the government provided defendants with additional disclosure related to excerpts of a music video and lyrics the government intends to use at trial. These are the music submissions. So there's something called music submissions. The disclosure set forth specifically and narrowly. And the reason why they're saying narrowly is that you can't broadly just use lyrics. Right? So if Dirk was like, yo, we spin and we spin again, that could be about anybody, or it could be just fake. It could be just hyperbolic. So they're trying to show narrow lyrics and videos. They said the disclosure is going to be 12 songs. So they're trying to use 12 songs, 9 music videos, and 3 audio files. They said they're relevant and they're material to disputed issues in this case. For example, the government intends to introduce a small portion of defendant Banks' Risque music video that premiered 2 months after the murder. Okay? Let's see Lil Durk Risky. Now, let's try to read the lyrics before we actually look at the video, because maybe they're just playing the video for the lyrics. Keep a switch on me in case these niggas hate and try to switch on me. Fuck who you is. You try to play them games. I don't show sympathy. Won't hit none of the bros, hoes, them bitches on tempting me. My fingers hurt, demon on my ops. I don't got energy. But bitch, it's macaroni time. Tell my ops to post they shit and they close friends. They all dying. All my ops the same. Every time they caught, they ass whining. All that shit y'all said in the booth that build careers ain't nothing slime. That's my block. Every gun I keep on me. Oh, okay. Ask the ops every time they see my face. They sugarfoot. Give me props. Gave my block them turkey bangs. Woodawook. How do you say his name? I never... Wood the cook? No, Wooka duck. Just Freesa. You know shorty ass gonna rob. I get you took, nigga. Let your seat up. Hop out the dome. Okay, let your seat up, bro. Hop out. Hit his dome. Hop out. Get him going. Hop out. Do him wrong. Just prepare. You on your feet. You better not drop your phone. Tap that switch. Don't use it fully. You might have to see his bros. Little bro jammed up for a body. He ain't gonna change his clothes. I say, when you chase him, what you see? He said he chases soul. Get on his ass. He ain't gonna be easy. He chasing hoes. Stand over him. That's the last thing he see. That's my favorite pose. Jesus Christ. Dirk was on timing. Why you running? Got your gun. So you let him die? I come from a block. You catch a op. You hit him 20 times. Catch a nigga. Oh, you let to slide? We make a shooter cry. Can't be around my dog. I still risk it. I know Zoo will drive. We tell him bro and them. Chill. Don't gotta speed. It's like an Uber ride. Pull up on my side. Got 2 Drakes. This shit like suicide. Speeding on the E-way off them pills. You don't know who crashed. Backdoor all across the city. You know the guy. You don't know who the guys, nigga. Grab your blick. Okay, all right. I'm not doing lyric read for everything, but I'm just trying to see where the government is trying to go with this, right? Grab your blick, bro. You ain't never gave me shit. You're my big bro. Ask if I'm lying. I gave him Hellcats and pistols. I gave my bitch my heart. Welcome to death row, bitch. Yeah. You ain't gonna die about your dog, but you gonna die about a bitch, man. You better shoot your gun until it's gone, then it click. We gonna get it on. I'm with you right or wrong. That's what it is. You a fraud. What's in your cup? That's melatonin? Ain't no drink. Got my track hard bulletproof and it's supercharged. This ain't no tank. How you gonna vouch for a nigga who ain't never killed shit? His ass ain't got no rank. Catch a op, but you lucky's Ramadan. Hold on, I got a prayer. Oh shit. Okay. Is that? Oh, why did I even read that? So they're saying it contains lyrics where defendant Banks describes catching and shooting an op. All right. Here is some other stuff that so Banks' team is saying it's hyperbole, it's art, and using them is prejudicial. So Banks is saying that the prosecutor is saying, their filing is just admits that the defendants did not credibly dispute the relevance of the omissions or meaningfully address or distinguish any case the government has cited in multiple filings addressing the admissibility of the music submissions, nor could they. The music admissions that the defendants Banks and Wilson have made go to the heart of this trial are admissible under relevant case law. As described below, the lyrics show that defendants and uncharged co-conspirators, oh wow, chat, uncharged co-conspirators. Wow. Uncharged co-conspirators. That's the snitches, but I would think they would be charged, but it would be sealed. Or maybe they could say uncharged. I guess technically they would be lying. Because there's no way they're snitching and they don't have a charge, right? They got to have a charge, right? Whatever. Anyway, uncharged co-conspirators operated as a gang targeting ops. They show defendant Banks was a leader of OTF who uses money for violence. I pay rent. They're my shooters. They show defendant Banks admitting that he's the type to hop on a flight with a warrant, as he tried to do in this case. And they show defendant Banks rewarded alleged hitmans in this case by, among other things, placement and participation in music videos that were released in months following SR's killing. These admissions are relevant and material to the core disputed issues the jury will need to decide on when determining who killed SR, and the reason the hitman stalked and attempted to execute Quando in a busy street in Los Angeles. Moreover, the defendants are moving parties here and bear the burden to show their overbroad relief. Exclusion of all lyrics and music evidence is warranted. They have failed to do so. The government respectfully requests that the court deny the motion and rule that the excerpts of music admissions will be admitted. The music admissions are relevant, material, and admissible for numerous reasons, each of which is well supported by case law. The excerpted admissions show the co-conspirators' criminal relationships and background of development of this murder conspiracy, including Banks and OTF's rivalry with Bowman. Okay. So they're saying the lyrics, repeated assaults, probative given to the defendants, repeated assaults on the credibility of the government's principal witnesses who testified about his control over co-conspirators. They would help. Oh, so they're saying the lyrics will help explain this. They'll help explain the reason defendant Banks and the co-conspirator would kill Quando and show how and why the hitman flew across the country in search for a reward for killing him. Okay. All right. Then it says, contrary to the defendant's claim about admissibility of lyrics and music videos, it's well supported by case law. As discussed above in the government's prior filings, courts routinely permit the government to introduce evidence like music admissions in conspiracy and gang cases. Okay? Defendants, however, assert that the music admissions should be treated differently and wholesale excluded because of the evidence amounts to art and poetry. These arguments have been rejected by multiple courts and appeals. For example, all right, they name a few things. So cool. All right, so they're naming a bunch of case law. All right. Okay. For example, okay. The district court admitted that. Okay. So it's also okay. So they're mentioning another case that they did use lyrics. So they're using lyrics as motive and also proof of MO, which is modus operandi. Okay, all right, let's get back to Dirk. They're mentioning other cases. We want to hear about Dirk. The court reasoned, all right, blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so they're saying lyrics is part of their core argument. And by the way, thank you for the 5. Somebody said during the war chart. I'm going to go read that eventually. Thank you guys for all the donations and subbing up for the membership. It says, indeed, defense counsel rebuked that one central witness is a documented liar and a manipulator and a fraud to the highest order. Said the case that the defendant do cites are inapplicable. Okay, all right, cool. The music admissions are narrowly tailored and relevant on their face. Rather than grapple with the actual text of the government's proposed music admissions, the defendant seeks to categorically exclude everything, basically. But the plain text of the admissions show otherwise, and here are the particular statements. So they're not breaking it down for the judge. Admissions defendants, Banks, and OTF had motive for seeking revenge. It says, these are the lyrics. It said, they be on my page like slide for Vaughn. I know they trolling me. Got it back in blood. Y'all don't know. That's how it's supposed to be. I hope they got good speakers in court. I can't wait to hear that shit. Chat, by the way, should I go to the hearing? Should I go to the trial? That is a possibility. This is in April, and I don't know if it will get pushed back even further. There are some people who are in support of it getting pushed back, but the government is, the judge is actually really with the idea of let's get it on some DMX shit, right? Banks also says, don't respond to shit with Vaughn. I'm like, fuck it, you tripping. Go get your gun. They dropping locations? I'm getting it. I'm getting it done. Fuck tweeting. We sliding. The feds are coming. Banks also said, we ain't trying to peace with them boys. I pay rent. They're my shooters. And it says, I don't want no nigga. Oh, okay. I don't want no niggas who you catch. I want the one. And I think it's going to say, I paid for. Trolling ass. We shot your homie. That's going to be... especially if they take that out of context, right? Pop in traffic, we in Cali, riding through Beverly Hills with choppers, bounty hunter. For the niggas who carry, I'll buy him 50K in guns. Got Didi with me? Threat? No. Big threat. Block war. I got Didi with me. Yeah, block boy, hot boys. Got so many guns, we feel like Glock boys. And then Wilson, which is OTF Didi, he says, whatever you with, I'm with. Hop in a car with the gang, then you know it's all pressure. The members pop out with the switches, and you know they all extra. Knock them off so close. OTF, we don't do no long distance. Brain missing, so now you know a nigga top off 10K just to get a nigga knocked off. They're also saying they're going to use Rumors by Gucci Mane. Okay. Schoom his ass. And I think these are the songs. Go by Lil Durk and Block is Hot. And okay. And there's a couple more. They're using Wilson. We got time to slide. The only thing we ducking is the Jakes. Grab the Glock. It ain't no safety. All my niggas, they fighting cases. Murder ones, they beating the state. I done masked up with gorillas, 100 shots up in them sprinters. If he died, that's what he get. 100 shots dumped in his whip. I take pride in doing hits. Go and slide and do a blitz. Your homie died because we ain't miss. Oh, wow. But that's DD again. And they said the admissions with striking similarity to the conduct in this case. We spin the block and we pop the car. I'm on his ass. I hate to wait. I never heard of dude. Only time I heard was on the news. Okay. We don't shoot out cars, phone them hopping out, hawk you down, and I'm close enough to ask that nigga how his chopper sound. Okay, these are some other songs. They're using Popeyes by Duty Low and OTF Didi. They're using Go and Big Threat, and they're using this. And said Banks says, before they spin, told him get they blicks and get they tints darker. Go, fool his ass. He think we buying some cars. We hop out, school his ass. Fool his ass. He ain't paying attention to this car because we got Uber tags. Interesting. And, wait, what song is this again? I forgot. They're going to say it 18. Did that song ever come out fully? Or was it on release? Lil Durk. Schoolman's ass. Oh, it did come out. No, it's on. Yeah. Is that apparently in the vehicle that was stalking, and I don't know if you guys remember these photos of cars, Lil Durk, Lil Pop, the cars that were stalking, these cars right here. I believe Didi and them was in one particular vehicle, And there was a fucking Uber. There was like a car service like tag on one of these. I can't remember. I think it was this car or this car. Okay. So that's why prosecutors saying it kind of matches what happened, right? Now, obviously, you could be like, bro, that's just something popular we rapped about. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. All right. And then it says, I'm the type to hop on a flight with a warrant. You got to catch me. Okay. The visual depiction in the excerpt of music videos are also material. So they're saying we don't only need the song. We need to play the music video in the trial. They're saying it's down. The music video is going to prove the co-conspirators' relationships and involvement in the murder scheme. And saying in addition to verbal admissions, the music admissions contain key verbal depictions that are, number one, is going to provide necessary context to rap lyrics, which is like photographs depicting Davon Bennett, aka King Von, while the defendant raps about killing his rivals or his ops, which shows a relationship and connection with the co-conspirators involved in the murder scheme. So they're saying they were sliding for Von, right? Proves the downstream benefits rewarded from da-da-da-da. Okay, cool. All right. What else? He said, for example, multiple music videos posted online after the murder depicted the co-conspirators with prominent visuals paying homage to Bennett, whose killing in 2020 prompted the attempt to kill Quando. Another video shows the defendant Wilson wearing a conspicuous OTF chain, rapping, "We don't shoot out cars, phone him hopping out and hawk you down, and I'm close enough that nigga to ask that nigga how does Choppa sound." Such visual depictions are therefore highly probative of the key relationship that the government must prove at trial. Okay, cool. There's a little bit more. Let me see. There's something about payment, and I think this is probably the last part here, chat. I know I told you this would take a little bit quicker than it did. Defendant's argument that the probative nature of the lyrics, right, is extremely low, and it's impossible to differentiate between facts and fiction between the lines of the song. It diminishes the jury's role. So basically, they're saying that, listen, maybe it is fake, but maybe it's real. We shouldn't be deciding that. The jury should, and the jury should hear it. Okay? As the Ninth Circuit has made clear, the defendant's own out-of-word admissions surmount all objections based on hearsay rule, and they're admissible. So it means, yo, we could take it. If you admitted to doing some shit, we could take that and we could use it against you. All right. At the bottom, now are excerpts from the music videos and lyrics the government selected are material and necessary for the jury to understand and resolve. Okay, bad. For pain for violence. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's their submission. I'm going to play it. I'm going to look at this other one. Let me see. Who is this? This is Drew Finland. Okay. This is Finland. Can I not search? Just give me 1 second. Okay. There is I can't find it or what documents in, but there is reports that's saying that Lil Durk supposedly paid for a murder, or probably those murders, with diamond grills, which is, that's kind of like, you know what I mean? Imagine killing somebody to get diamond grills. That's kind of like ridiculous, right? Let's see if I can find the document here. Okay, here it goes. According to this, All right. Hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. That's a grainy picture. I want to get the real thing. Dirk. Sorry, chat. So this whole thing is that Dirk was buying these guys grills. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's some crazy shit, right? Like, details of this is like, imagine you kill somebody and he pays you with a diamond grill. Is this it? Authority? No. To exclude, supplemental. Okay, this might be it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Perfect. So in this, it says defendant Banks' use of coded language, which is like it makes anyone who killed Bowman straight. So they're further saying that what they're going to be proven in court is that Dirk was talking about the murder. Remember I said that, you know, it's going to be tough if they don't have Dirk dead to rights. And it's looking like they don't got Dirk dead to rights saying, yo, did you kill, y'all need to go kill him and I'll give you $1 million. There's nothing that's straight. So they're going to be using a lot of experts that are supposedly, you know, in tune with street lingo, Chicago lingo. They're going to bring gang experts. They're going to be, you know, using people who are kind of like, you know, kind of interpret to the audience and say when these type of words are said, it's meant to mean this. So apparently Dirk Banks' use of coded language, which is he would make someone straight for anybody who killed him to communicate the bounty, plainly satisfy the quid pro quo requirement of the murder for hire, right? So apparently they have something, right? Definitely more than just co-conspirators saying Dirk said it, but they got to have something where Dirk's like, yo, I'm going to make you straight, right? And obviously Dirk's going to argue like, bro, no, like this dude, you know, worked security for us or he did something for us legally. And that's what we're going to be talking about, right? Okay. The words as consideration for do not strict import the solicitor and the hitman of payment in exchange for murder. So they're kind of, this filing was to kind of, Dirk's lawyers are still trying to pick at the, or stab at this murder for hire charge saying, you guys don't even have enough evidence to go forward to prove that this guy did a murder for hire. They're saying they do. The words consider, okay, it doesn't, but instead require a clear mutual agreement between the solicitor and the hitman of payment of murder. The nature, breadth, and also the context of the defendant Banks' promises includes the downstream economic benefits that the co-conspirators receive following the murder. Indeed, the statutory language of that sweeps in anything of value and the primary significance. And let me keep going. This broadly applies to currency, drugs, weapons, or anything else that's quantifiable in monetary value. They then continue that says, whatever. Okay. This court concluded that the jury instructed a jury that not only money, but drugs, guns, or an involvement in future crimes would yield cash profits can also constitute consideration under whatever. And for that reason, defendant Banks' contention that grills, so they're saying defendant Banks' contention that grills for rewards for a certain co-conspirator falls outside. So the government is trying to say Dirk paid his shooters and grills. And Dirk's team would say, nah, you can't use that. You got to show money. So this idea of murder for hire, it's been disputed in courts many, many times before. Is it murder for hire if I buy you a car? Some people, well, the courts have ruled it's still murder for hire if I don't give you cash, but I buy you a car. It's still the exchange of goods that has monetary value. So essentially, if you get anything of value, that's like paying cash. And that's basically the premise. So the government is saying, you know, Dirk's team tried to do a routine like, hey, you can't prove there probably is no transactions in there where Dirk has paying for the murder. Or maybe like there's reasonable enough doubtful transactions in there. Maybe Dirk has somebody on payroll and be like, no, he has a record contract with me. He gets this every quarter. He does security for me. He gets paid this. Nothing of these payments through a legitimate business is actually for murder. So they're saying that it goes beyond just cash payments. It goes to gifts. And some of the gifts are supposedly jewelry. Okay? Jewelry. And he gave them the jewelry to make them straight, follow the murder. Okay. Now, there is some talks of money. Here we go. We're going to read up a little bit further. Here detail, okay, in the superseding indictment 1, together with the government's substantial and organized discovery, it obviates the need for the bill of particulars because they provided clear notice to the defendants of the government's murder for hire theory. The government has alleged, and its discovery clearly supports, the straightforward theory that defendant Banks told co-conspirators he would reward anyone who helped kill his rival, Taekwon Bowman, aka Quano Rondo, that defendant Banks and other OTF conspirators attempted the murder in LA on that day. And even though co-conspirators did kill SR and not Bowman, Banks nonetheless rewarded the co-conspirators by, among other things, featuring many of their direct participants in the murder in music videos and rap lyrics in the months following the murder. For example, the government anticipates that a cooperating witness, will testify that defendant Banks made clear to the witness and other OTF members that anyone who killed Taekwon Bowman will be made straight. So that's what the snitch is going to say. The person who's going to cooperate is going to say, yo, Dirk told me I was going to be made straight. Now, it's kind of interesting here. They're not saying that this cooperating witness is also somebody that's involved in music, but they're also saying it's not only being on somebody's track. They're saying these guys could be in the background of a video. Now, if we go to Ha Ha, right? Wait, Ha Ha was before, right? Ha Ha, when did that drop? Let's find the video, right? Yeah, that dropped before. That dropped before, because
Cherry Production.
Lil Pop died in August 2022, and this dropped on February. I don't know if you can see it. February 2022. So yeah, they're even the lyrics from here that they're doing and said don't respond to shit with Vaughn. They're saying those lyrics is not proof of murder; it's proof of motive, right? So that's why they want to use lyrics. But let me go back to this. They're saying the cooperating witness is going to testify. He made clear they'll be made straight. Now, what's most likely going to happen, y'all? It's like, you know, and I want to go down to Chiracology, which, by the way, I got to imagine the feds and the FBI people, they're definitely on Chiracology, right? They're saying that, like, putting a nigga in the back of a music video would be a reward. Like, say one of these guys slid for Dirk would put them in a music video, like, you know, might be a thing to get your clout up. Some of these guys supposedly were aspiring musicians. If you're in Dirk's music video, they claim even being in the video is of monetary value. There's value to being in the video, which is kind of interesting, right? Okay, all right. So the discovery shows that the defendant Banks used his trusted lieutenants, which is Didi. Remember I told you, the government really wants Didi to flip. But that's why Didi's taking a strategy of, yo, what this shit got to do? If y'all think I did something, what this shit got to do with Dirk? And that's the proper way to play it, because the murder for hire falls apart if Dirk's not involved. But it kind of falls apart if you supposedly didn't go recruit people for murder. So they're playing at both angles, but those two people are really important. And you're not going to see, it's like co-conspirator 5. What we're going to see, like, you know who I think this is? The cooperating witness. It says, you're going to be made straight. You know who I think that is? I think that's Vonnie, honestly. You know, I hate to, like, kind of say it now, but I think it is Vonnie. I think it's Vonnie and co-conspirator 4 who gave the drop. The Crip who gave the drop out of LA. I think that's them in terms of being promised things. Anyway, let's continue. The discovery also showed the defendant Banks uses trusted lieutenants. Okay, we read that already. Let's get here. Consistent with defendant Banks' promise to reward co-conspirators, defendant Wilson solicited hitmen. So now, remember, so this is now, I believe, co-conspirator. Is it 2? Yeah, this is 2. So 2 is going to testify to this because one of the shooters is a snitch. They're not named. They're just listed as co-conspirator 2. They're the ones who are going to be able to testify. Yo, Didi recruited me to kill the guy, and he promised me, as you hear what prosecutors are saying, $1 million. So they're saying Banks was going to pay $1 million in exchange for it. So in exchange for flying to LA to commit the murder. Keep in mind, co-conspirator 2, which we don't know his name, the 3 shooters, I forgot they're the 2, they're known, and they haven't switched yet because they're filing motions with Dirk. So you could tell they're Team Dirk. Or they haven't snitched on Dirk yet, clearly, because Dirk's lawyer and their lawyers are working together, or basically together because they're doing joint motions, or they're supporting a memorandum. However, co-conspirator 2, which we never saw, there's one shooter who never got named. That's the snitch. That's the guy who's going to say, and Didi told me this. Now, we've talked about it so much. Dirk's escape out of this rat trap, and no pun intended on the rat trap thing, is the idea that the shooter never spoke to Dirk. And you would imagine if Dirk is using a middleman, Dirk never spoke to the shooter. Dirk Dirk allegedly told Didi, go get some niggas that gonna handle it. The shooters is talking to Didi. They know Didi be with Dirk. Didi tells him, Smirk got $1 million for y'all. But there's no conversation with Smirk. Okay? So it says Wilson solicited them, and they were going to get paid this for doing it. Okay? Moreover, the government has also disclosed a list of defendant banks, music videos. Okay, cool. There we go. There we go, people. Okay, that's the latest on the Dirk thing. As we get closer to April, I will keep you guys in the loop. I'll keep you guys in the loop. Okay. All right, chat. Are you locked and loaded with me? Did you fall asleep? I know sometimes when I get to the reading, I should have probably put the reading to later. Did y'all fall asleep on me? There's a chat here. Let me do a little wellness check. It's time to read donations real quick. I will read donations. Chat, remember, if you guys are rocking with me tonight, we're really behind on topics. I got about 3 more hours to go to really get to everything. So if you got somewhere to go, I know it's a Saturday night. Tell me the update on the fight. We'll check on it too. But we gotta do shop. There's a lot of things to talk about. Y'all good? Let me see. I'm gonna check all the chats real quick. Let me go check King Academics chat. How are y'all doing? And yes, this is the intermission. Go put this shit in the microwave because we're about to get to the Epstein stuff right after this, okay? So go get your food in the microwave, get the DoorDash popping. You know what I mean? If you're trying to get like 5 minutes ahead from your girl, you could do that. Got a 5-minute intermission right now, right? Or not really, but you know, I'm just doing a chat checkup. By the way, I will say, I don't know if you guys are still up. Hold on. Okay. So cool. So, just to be clear. Oh, by the way, we have an astounding. We have 17,000 people in here. Clap it up on a Saturday night. There's a fight going on. Salute to you guys, man. I ain't gonna lie. The chat nigga community, you guys are amazing. Oh, another thing which I did not mention. I want to give an announcement. Miami. I am coming there on March, was it 28th or 27th? I think it's the 28th. Whatever that Friday is, which one of those dates. The tickets are going on sale Monday at 3 p.m., y'all. So the tickets for my live event are going on sale Monday at 3 p.m. If you're wondering what am I going to do live, we're going to do a little bit of comedy, a lot of, this is a chat nigga event. You know what I mean? Eventually I'll do like a festival or something like that. So I'm really not, I'm going to bring people, but this is for us. I'm going to do a little bit of comedy or maybe kind of host, do a little bit. I'm going to have some other people there. I'm going to also start rolling out the people that will be there, and they will be as well billed. So, we're starting to try to do events, and this event, I expect 1, maybe 2 other comedians to join us on stage, and probably a music performance. Actually, a music performance and 2 other comedians. I'm going to announce later on, okay? All right. Thank you, guys. So let me go check up on King Academics. What we got going on over here? K-Flock's attorney. Hey, we need to file an appeal, brother. He says, I got so much weed for stream tonight. Go on till 6 a.m., brother. Okay, all right, bet. Well, don't weed make you, sleepy? Weed don't make you sleepy? By the way, Sky High Grad, thank you for the 5 gifted membership earlier. That boy Az, thank you for the 3 Canadians, says, Talk Kanye, he's back, and he is the GOAT. We're going to add him to our list. Chat, with the amount of topics we got going on tonight, I don't know if I'm getting off stream. We got Again, I need 2 hours for this Epstein thing that's coming up next. So 2 hours. We're getting in deep. Pause. Really, pause. Okay. Yano says, don't pull a J. Cole and back out the fight. No, it's the exact opposite. I think Lil Baby's trying to talk his way out the fight. He's trying to, I don't know necessarily what his angle here is. I think the time, with all due respect, I'm not a gangster, and my tone's a little bit different tonight. Obviously, I was kind of upset that, somebody gave me their word, and then it felt like they just lied to me, and I felt like he manipulated me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I really think Lil Baby kind of that's why I said I got backdoored by two people, Ty Lil, and we got backdoor Ty, right? Backdoor Ty, and then we got Lil Baby, right? And I just think, obviously I don't know these guys like that, but I think it's just flat out pussy for Lil Baby to talk to me on the phone as a man, right? Initiate a talk about us becoming, having whatever truce, and then send in his little condom store getter or store runner to do something, and then basically act like he didn't know what's going on, but he didn't at least check the dude on it, even though he's claiming he did, but he couldn't have, because if somebody's doing something in your name and you checked him, the dude would never be online, just freely acting like he don't give a fuck. So basically, you're either he think you a bitch. I already think you a bitch now. He either think you a bitch or you just not that guy, right? Or you never checked him in the first place. Regardless, I'm not here to play like Jeopardy, right? I'm not here to eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yo, fuck it. So this is it just kind of has officially got me to the point. So let's box. We try to do this privately. Let's box. We could get some money, whatever the case. It's not even really about money because I was down fighting for free. But this is, to me, pulling this card. Let's see if you really that pussy. Because I lost a lot of respect for him. And I really do think at this point, most of these guys, they're really nothing without, these crash dummies they could send out. You get to a point where you start looking at these rappers a little bit different. This guy's a stone cold pussy, right? Why would you have to lie to academics that you could, And here's the thing, too. And this is the last thing. I'm not trying to, really dig back into it. Because I know some people who dislike me, their narrative is, yes, didn't I tell you? You keep talking shit, something was going to happen. Well, if that was the goal, that I'm supposed to be in fear that something could happen, and it finally happened, which obviously didn't, but, some people, you did something. Well, if the goal should have been, now you're going to shut the fuck up. No, the goal is now I'm going to be speaking even 20 times more. So the goal has failed. So we're trying to figure out this idea that, okay, so maybe if you scare act, he'll just stop talking. No, I think when you try to do something, I'll talk even more. So whatever remedy I got, I don't think it's working, but, I'm pretty sure I'll do whatever mental gymnastics to flip it. Okay, cool. Thank you, Hemi Lifestyle. Thank you for the 9 months, man. That's my guy, man. It's one of my mods on King Academics. That's my boy right there. So thanks for going live, bro. I love you, gang, and I love y'all too, chat. Even the haters that clip him. Hey, I love the Clippers. We gotta love the Clippers. Sometimes I see a clip of me, and might not be my favorite clip, but fuck it, I said it. You know what I mean? I've been doing this for 15 years. You take good and bad. Mr. Chronicles, he says, show J. Cole some love, bro. Okay, this is what we're going to do. This is a runner show. Let me bump up J. Cole. We got to get to J. Cole. I'm going to bump the immediate run of show. We're doing Epstein, Jay-Z, Pusha T, or possible teen, joke. Then we're getting to J. Cole bars breakdown. And then we're getting to, what is this? We are getting to, what did I just say? Not Kanye. Was it Kanye? Kanye. Yeah. Kanye. Was it that? Or maybe it was something else. Okay. Anyway. All right. So after the Epstein thing, we'll break down J. Cole bars, and then we'll talk about Kanye and his concert that went down. And let me just delete a couple of these things off of my list. Let me see if I could work through tonight. But if you guys have any topics that you guys do want me to talk about, maybe something that, I kind of like skirted over, I am very happy to get into it if we have time. Okay, so we got NLE Choppa. That's not that important. Okay. Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner. Okay, that's kind of the same type of thing. Man-woman drama. You got Javante, Fabio versus 21 Savage, and also Ruga dropping a diss track, and Jay Prince, and then 50 Cent versus Christian Combs, and him commenting on the Jay-Z stuff, and Nicki Minaj with the green card. I feel like that Nicki Minaj green card topic was really big, but some things drowned it out. Or maybe it is that big. It is that big because a lot of people really felt the way about Nicki, right? All right, I'll bump Nicki. I'll bump Nicki up. Nicki, gold card Trump. Got that. Okay, so after these donations, again, there's a 5-minute break or when me reading these, and then we're hopping into this Epstein stuff. Okay, great. Mr. Chronicles TV says, we're smoking on that Rock Nation pack all February. Free Tory Lanez. Okay, by the way, you seen Tory drop some new music? Shout out to Tory, man. Tory's current release date, I believe, is 2028, which is 2 years from now, or I think it's like late 2028 or 2029. So, he's going to be out before 2030. And I know, obviously, we're looking at like, that's a hell of a long time, but he's not going to be locked up forever. And, I still haven't gotten a clear answer on if he's 100% going to be deported. The answer seems to be supposedly, but we've seen a lot of things happen. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tory right now would be fucking trying to get a gold card from Trump. Like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine if Tory gets a gold card from Trump where, again, if Tory gets out of jail before Trump leaves office, you never know. Tory could score the, hey, yes, I'm a felon, but ICE ain't bringing me back to Toronto to be, to ride the Metro, TTC joints. You feel me? Like I'm gonna be on West. I ain't gonna be on Western Road chilling. I'm gonna be back in Miami, fucking all the hotties. So I think that's the thing, right? So I think there's a road to redemption, or like not deportation for Tory, and we'll get into that another time. Okay, back to now we're at the Academy. So the Academy, love to you guys. By the way, I'm not gonna lie. Since we've kind of exploded in the news recently, the Academy has returned to number 2 in views. King Academics has taken over, and I think there's some new viewers. That's why. Let me read the donations over here. Usually really active with donations, but we'll get to it. Star Status Chris, thank you for the 10 gifted. Hollow Dreams, thank you for becoming a member. 24 Kobe 88 says, Zach, we were worried about you. We thought the Pill Bandit. Who's the Pill Bandit? Or is that LIL BABY? Come on now. Hey, listen, chat. I have the utmost belief that this, combat is going to happen. This physical, competition. And again, I think this would be really good to show the hip hop community that despite whatever is said, we could, no need for guns, no need for, obviously that's not what ever is on my side, but these gangster rappers. And we could just like solve things as men. And we haven't really seen that in a long time. But I will say this. If things do get too complicated, right? I'm down for, you ever heard like we could do kind of like a triathlon. Like, because I do think Lil Baby might be looking at like, yo, bro, like I'm kind of half retarded. I'm not about to fight you. So we could do a whole host of events. I'm down for it. And I think maybe he could win some, right? The boxing, I think he's getting clipped, okay? All right? I'm going to knock them veneers out of his mouth, okay? Okay? Listen, when I'm done with, by the way, when I'm done with him, 4 PF is going to be mine. So I think the boxing I win. I think we could do a race. I'm trying to be even here, people. I think we could do a race. Got a little extra weight to me. He's pretty much skin, bones, and perks and lean. Maybe. You put a pint of lean down there with like 3 perk 30s and you dangle it. When they're trying to get the dogs to race, I'm pretty sure LIL BABY will get to that finish line before me. Even though I'm Jamaican. I got Usain Bolt somehow influencing me. I'm Jamaican. We're the home of the sprinters. But if you put 3 perk 30s down there and a pint of lean, that crackhead might get down there even if he's slow as shit. You know, he might be slow mentally, but that crackhead's gonna get down there. Trust and believe, okay? Trust and believe. I could see him beat me in a foot race. But I got other things we could compete at. I think if Lil Baby, you know, if he wants to, we could do a best out of 7. 7 activities. Boxing, I'm telling you, knock him clean out. Clean. Okay? I'm even so confident, and y'all could clip this. I'm so confident, and I just don't think Lil Baby, I seen him do one thing, and I know some people say, you don't look the most athletic either, but I just don't think this nigga got hand-eye coordination. I think that's too much. Yo, it's like a computer running on goddamn Windows 98, not even XP, and it got to play one of these new games where people got to have a graphics card for $3,000. It's not going to work. Okay? So I just don't think his brain could compute. So I got 7 events. The boxing, I think I got it. And also, here's my challenge. Y'all can clip it. I'm so confident that Lil Baby cannot beat me in boxing. I don't know if it ends up being on brand risk, which I have, I think that's where it's going to be. If Aiden is down for this, I'm down for this. I say fuck it. Let's go to Atlanta and set up a ring in the middle of Lil Baby's hood and let's watch me knock out their hero. You say you the hero, I'll knock you out in the ring. It could be all the hood niggas around. After that, I'm getting my Atlanta card, and then afterwards, we're going to set up all the other, because there's mad niggas beefing in Atlanta. They got to get in the ring next. But listen, I'm down to do it, just a ring in the hood. Straight up. Wherever Lil Baby's hood is. Straight up. Okay? Now, of course, we're going to find a way to make sure nobody got no guns. Because I ain't going to lie, that would be a very sad sight. Okay? All right. So I think I got the boxing. Racing, Lil Baby got me. Put 4 perk 30s down there, a pint of lean, and maybe 2 Xanax bars, and this crackhead, he might gallop down there. That nigga's gonna be down there in a jiffy. Okay? So I think he might beat me. The next one, and this was just, I got it, I got the boxing. He got the race. The next thing we gotta do a spelling bee. Yup. That's what we gotta do. We won't even give him no 4-syllable words. We're gonna see if he can spell his name. We can see if he could read his contract. Like, we're gonna ask him regular shit, not some crazy. We're not gonna tell him to spell like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Not like that. We're just gonna like regular shit. Yo, Dominique, spell Dominique. He might spell like how Fabio Foreign did, Dominique. We don't know what he might do. Okay, spell Miami. He might spell mommy. We don't know. The guy is slow. I say the third thing should be a spelling bee. I think I got that one. Now, I could break it up and say a math test, a spelling test, a reading test, but that would be too much unfair shit, and I want to keep it real. So we got 3 events already. Okay? Now, I got to be honest. The next one going to be, I don't know, something with drugs. Like, we got to go into his wheelhouse too. How much pints of lean you could drink. And I only drink alcohol, so I ain't going to lie. That should probably get in my stomach. I heard when you drink that type of stuff, it does something. I don't know what it does. How many perks you could pop. You feel what I'm saying? I think I can see. You got it. I don't even want to do that. I'm good. How much coke you could snort. Like, he do got some nostrils on him. That boy got some nostrils on him. Yeah, that boy could snort a whole lot. You got to bring this nigga to Atlanta. No, you got to bring him to Columbia. This nigga, this nigga, shit. I could see it for sure. For shit show. I could see it. Yeah, Broad no, baby. I'm good. Yeah, he could snort up the whole pow. I don't want no smoke with him. So I think we already 2 and 2. I got the reading test or the spelling bee, and I got the boxing. He got the race, and he got the drug taking. What else we finna do? We need 3 more. This is the Olympics. 7 events. We gotta figure out best out of 7. Best out of 7. What's the other 3 things we gonna do? You know what? Because I like being an underdog. Rapping. Lil Lack comes back out. LIL BABY gets on the track. Okay? Sorry. At the end of the day, I know Lil Lack is one of the nicest I ever heard. You know, still a legend in the streets. But that mush mouth mumbling and gargling that nigga does, it do sound fire. Well, it used to. It used to. So I'll say he beats me in the rapping. He beats me in the rapping. So that'll be 3-2, LIL BABY. So you know what? I was going to choose for the next event, right? You know, I was going to choose for the next event, right? Yup, an eating contest. Yup, that's what we doing. Eating contest. That's what we doing. We ain't doing a mukbang, nigga. It's an eating contest, nigga. Straight out of like July 4th. Yo, listen, who could eat the most food? And you know that one. That one. I'm taking home. Oh, Zempic, what? All right, nigga. Like, yo, let's get to it. Come on, man. Now we're at 6 events. He got 3. So he's won in racing, perk taking, and lean sipping. And the last one is rapping. I've won in a spelling bee, boxing, and what was the last one? Eating contest. Now the last thing, chat. Chat, you know what the last thing gonna be? You know what the last thing gonna be? And I think I win this. They put me and Lil Baby in a mall, and they give us $1,000 and see who could get a bitch. You know he only paid for pussy. He paid $10,000, $20,000. I'm gonna go get a fly fit. I know I ain't got that much game, but I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something. Who could fuck a bitch without paying? I think I went on that. There's about 30 bitches who's exposing this nigga for paying for pussy. This nigga's a serial pussy purchaser. For paying for pussy, bought bags. Yo, bitch asked this nigga for a Rolls Royce Spectre, man. I never seen some shit. Yo, a what? Get a little cat. She said, if you can't get that nigga, get me that new Porsche 911, nigga. Yo, you looked up the price at $700,000. Yep, I think I win that too. I'm sorry. I win that too. yeah, we gonna do a 1v20. Yeah, we both gonna do a 1v20, see who bagged the most. Yeah, I think I beat him on that too. Come on, man. I think I got it. Those are the events, and I think we should get to it. All right. I'm still reading donations here. Thank you, guys. Podcast was sold. Thank you, my boy. It says, yo, it never stopped. Yo, shout out to my man Soul, man. I said Soul. Soul G or Sean G, you know what I mean? He's fucking, yo, he's relentless. One thing I like about him, his coverage of the Diddy case, and I'm so glad he went. He uses his platform to break down a lot of, you know, misnomers and things that people are thinking about that just really just don't fit the narrative. And I do like, you know, maybe slightly biased because I could tell, like, you know, and I don't know if he just rocks with Diddy or he's just like, you know what, after sitting through the trial, this just fucking bullshit. Like, I'm not gonna come out and kind of like pander and appease to whatever thing. He really doubles down and he points out consistent facts all the time. I'll bring him up again when we're talking about 50 Cent and Christian Combs. That is to come, because Christian Combs said something to 50 that was kind of, I mean, he tried to hit 50 with a gut shot, and I could tell Christian Combs was so upset. He was just tired of 50 talking shit. He's like, yo, you're mad over your baby mama. Like, the only thing I was gonna say about that, if I was Christian Combs, I was gonna say, nigga, I fucked her too. Like, hold on, I'm trolling. But like, if I'm Christian Combs, I gotta say that. You know why you gotta say that? Because like, if we're believing that 50 has like this sore spot for his baby mama getting the freak offs ran on her, you gotta throw it in there. Like, nigga, you know, I fucked her too, nigga. Like, she got that warm mouth. Like, you gotta just lie, right? You know? Okay, all right. Okay. Yo, Sean G got this thing. He's like funny blue jacket. He been on 50 Cent's head. All right, Maurice Lombardo. Thank you for the 2. It says AJ ain't punched Ty Lil. Bad representation. Pack him up. What? It's Panda. It's a thing for the 5. It says during the Warren Shark days, was Dirk's name the 5-star general? Yup, it was. It was. Wait, are you asking me this like we're on a stand? Huh? Oh, you're saying that's the type of questions they might ask to kind of, you know, like put motive. Oh, damn. Somebody said, there's a huge update in Fulio's murder case. Thank you for that. I'm going to add it to the list. Fulio murder case. I know Alicia Andrews there was a big thing in appeal where something for her got reversed. You know, she got like 10 years, or I forgot how many years it was, something negligible in comparison to like what they give people for murder in Florida. They give people mandatory life. So she got like 10 years, and she still appealed that. And apparently that appeal is kind of like, you know, I don't know if it's a full appeal went, but parts of it was successful. I'll get into it later. Somebody said, Ack, I'm warm on a Saturday night, man. I'll come through when the party/event is over. Okay. Somebody says, Ack, what the fuck did you have on at the game, cuz? Wait, bro, I didn't have that shit on? Yo, bro, like, yo, chat, could you, all right, you know what? Before I go to the next joint, y'all want to style me type shit? Y'all want to style me? That's what y'all want to do? And JW Phil says, call Metro. Okay. All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys. All right, hold on. I'm checking on Kick. Shout out to all my people on Kick. 1,900 strong. We're almost kind of like averaging like good. By the way, Kick has no ads. I do want to let you guys know that. And we're almost at 40,000 subscribers over there too. So we're kind of kicking. Let's see. Activity feed. I'm filtering to. Oh, I just want to see subs. Okay, Gussie, thank you for the gifted sub. Starboard 504, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Skills on Beat, I shouted you out early. Thank all you guys. Let me see what's going on with Rumble. And I think we're good to get into this Epstein stuff afterwards, right? Okay, cool. All right, guys. All right. Okay, cool. By the way, hey, Brittany, I see you over there. I see you popping. Lewis Rich, I see you over there too. King of the Universe, I see you. Mondi, what up, bro? You know, good old Rumble. Somebody said, Ack, you got zero swag. Jesus, man. You know what I'm going to do the next time? I'm going to lay out my clothes on the bed before I go outside. I didn't know that the little paparazzi stuff was going to happen. So, like, apparently when you go courtside, you go in, like, this really special entrance, and then they escort you to your seat. And, like, it's, like, this nice-ass lounge. Like, they escort you to your seat. And I guess people in New York know that if people go courtside, they also come out that same courtside private entrance. So it's a private entrance and exit. So there's a bunch of people that just sitting there hoping to see whoever. And I didn't know. Like, so at first I was like, I'm not bougie. So I was like, yo, I got a car outside. They said they couldn't get down the street. Yo, I'll just walk out with the people. Like, you know, I got people around me clearly. But like, I don't care to just walk out. You know what I mean? It's a Knicks game. It's not like a bunch of niggas. It's like little white boys. Some of them might not even know me. And they're like, no. We're going to escort you back to the same thing. And I'm walking out the thing and there's like a bunch of fucking cameras. And I'm like, what the hell? So that's how that shit happened. All right. Okay, cool. It's Epstein time, y'all. Now chat. Now. Now, following the court order, chat, the U.S. Justice Department released millions of files associated with the Epstein Files. Let me try to break it down, like, succinctly, but that you guys can understand if you haven't kept up with this. It's been a lot of politics, okay? The Attorney General at one point, you know, by the way, before Trump got in, a lot of people, even like before the former FBI director or assistant director, you know, Kash Patel is the director, but the assistant director was he's a guy he actually streams on Rumble, Dan Bongino. Like, he was saying, yo, we got to get these Epstein files out. Why are the Epstein files important? So this idea that Epstein had an island and that essentially he was trafficking underage teenagers, right? Not only for his own personal pleasure, but he was supposedly swaying and influencing a lot of other powerful people that had that perversion of possibly being pedophilic. So there was pedophiles that he was serving, and he was pretty much their guy. And he supposedly, and this is a theory, right? We break it down. And he was supposedly recruiting them. He would recruit these young girls to pleasure these guys on his island, right? who were these guys? Mostly famous, high-powered guys, and he supposedly networked, and this was a secret, almost cabal, where no one really said anything. And even when he did get in trouble at some point, at first down in Florida, he caught a local case. It was swept under the rug. And, you know, I've watched a documentary on it, but you guys should really look into some of the stuff. The way how that case was resolved and how it was sealed, has been no handling of any case of that nature that's been ever handled like that. Why would that be? We all know the legal system definitely favors people of certain skin colors or maybe ethnicities, and definitely, you know, how much money you have. But that was really odd, right? Like, yeah, Diddy got some money, but like we're hearing about the freak offs. They sealed everything. Now, you know, they've always pacified people with, well, the reason why, you know, that happened is because of we got to protect the victims, and victims are kids, they're minors. Like, oh, we got to protect them, so nothing could be seen. But it got odd because parents of some of these alleged kids and parents of kids that supposedly were victims that never were included in some of these prosecutions, they were speaking out. They're saying, hey, listen, hey, we want to know what was up. And not only do we want to know what was up, we have more information that we think this guy should be taken off or his freedom should be taken away from him. Most of those people were either coddled, ignored, but it was clearly seen that there was a lot of people that cared about this Jeffrey Epstein guy, that they wouldn't fully prosecute him. And that was alarming. Now, that theory became, not only is Jeffrey Epstein providing a service to these high, powerful men that are interested in, you know, these women, or let's not call them women, these kids. What essentially happened is people believe that he started collecting data, emails, and videos of the encounter of these men with these kids, and he later used for blackmail, which kept him out of jail for a long time. Now, subsequently, if you don't know the story of Jeffrey Epstein, he was actually charged by the Department of Justice, and he was charged federally, and he was actually arrested. And, you know, he was arrested. And by the way, I want to, you know, for people who don't know the Epstein file, or not Epstein, the Epstein story, I'm going to give you some details that you might be like, we've heard this before. So just bear with me a bit. But I do want to explain it for if I'm telling you the whole story and if you've never heard of this. So when he got caught in Florida, the case got resolved. They basically gave him a slap on the wrist, right? I forgot if he even had to register as a sex offender, but he had to do some jail time. The jail time he did allowed him to leave the jail. This is serious. This is like no joke. He could leave the jail for up to half the day, as long as it was for work purposes. Basically had a curfew. He still had contact with people in the outside world. He just only couldn't talk to the minors. And essentially was business going on as usual. What person do you know, right? Even subsequently, Harvey Weinstein, like we're talking about billionaires here. Harvey Weinstein, if we're talking about Diddy, anybody else who, if you want to say it's only money that makes his situation different, it's got to be more than money, right? Got to be more than money. So this guy had this really special process, not only in the courts, but even how he was arrested and dealt with. It led to people speculating there's a cover up here. Eventually got arrested, and before, you know, really anything substantial could come out of, you know, his cases. And when I mean substantial, like maybe a plea deal where, you know, obviously he wasn't going to get too much favorable shit, but maybe he could be like, hey, listen, I'll tell you all the people who I was helping out, right? It's kind of like, what's the name of that movie where he's like, yo, where it's like, it's bigger than Wesley Snipes. He's on the stand. He's like, yo, it's bigger than, what's the fucking saying? I can't remember it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Be like, what's the name of that movie? I'm like forgetting it. It's Wesley Snipes. Oh yeah, New Jack City, right? Yeah, and he's like, yo, it's bigger than me, and he basically starts snitching everybody out. They thought Jeffrey Epstein was gonna have a moment like that. Anyway, magically, Jeffrey Epstein, under the supposed watchful eyes of the federal government, or the Bureau of Prisons, actually, in supposedly a 24-hour monitoring situation, right? He was being monitored 24 hours. There was cameras and other things that were, constantly monitoring him. Is it because he's dangerous? Not necessarily. But with some of these things, and, they usually put some monitoring on people who are facing life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, because that's automatically candidates for possible suicide. Anyway, despite claiming they had really high surveillance on him while he was locked up, he magically comes up dead. He hung himself, allegedly. People has been skeptical about him allegedly hanging himself in the sense of, no, he didn't. Maybe somebody killed him. Now, to get into some of this possible political malfeasance, because I'm one that don't like to lean into cynicism. And cynicism means, to be cynical means like, I'm like, yo, I think there's aliens walking outside. Like, you're just kind of like out there a bit, right? So that's what cynicism is. I don't know if I'm using vocabulary. If Lil Baby's in here, bro, just donate and I'll read out one by one if I use any big words and I lose you. So, or I'll give you the definition. So I'm not someone who leans into cynicism. I'm pretty much a logical person, right? And I usually believe in, oftentimes the easiest explanation is the right explanation is the easiest one rather than making up random theories. However, this is like really different. And some of this possible or, so people think the government killed him, right? And they're saying that the government figured out how many people were involved, how powerful they are, they killed him. Now, I would not lean into most of this type of theories about political malfeasance that could be used to like say whatever about dude. But it kind of would make sense when you start hearing about the people he used to deal with. The people he dealt with and the people who are his friends ended up ruling the world. They are the modern day biggest figures in life. They have determined the history and the fate of the United States before his death and also after his death. And it would probably be very much in their interest if Jeffrey Epstein was not alive to speak and possibly speak to any type of wrongdoing they may have done. So here we are. We're at a place where there was a bunch of investigation done. They essentially arrested a guy for child sex trafficking. They arrested his wife, Ghislaine Maxwell, for assisting, and they accused him of having a client list, except they didn't want to give us the clients. Why? The clients are equally as guilty. Well, the investigation into it have always been kind of fucked up, and there's been a lot of politics with it. It's one of the most political cases we've ever seen. Let me give you an anecdote right before we get into it, and I'll tell you right after the anecdote how we get to this page. By the way, you guys can look up this page. It's called, it's listed on the website justice.gov/Epstein. Justice.gov/Epstein. If you're over 18, you can hit yes, and you can see the same things I'm about to show you. I do want to remind you something, and never think the United States is above any type of action. But if you ever wonder why, how these things could happen, I'm going to use a story that, it hits a little bit close to home for me. But I've heard the story, but this is a true story. And it just shows you how government may play a part in certain shit, but you'll never really find the truth. And I know you're going to be like, come on, man, not another Jamaican story, but it does matter. So in Jamaica, right, a lot of these politicians were accused of being corrupt in the 90s and this and third. What happened is, so the U.S., just like, in Venezuela, we just basically went there, kicked down the door, killed everybody, grabbed the nigga out of his bed. We dropped some bombs, bombed up their shit, and we just left. And we said, yo, y'all pick a new leader, and we better like the new leader. That was kind of bullying. I ain't going to lie. That was kind of bullying. But I ain't going to lie. I kind of fuck with it. It's still bullying, though. What the U.S. usually does, because they have interest. We have interest. I mean, we're the U.S., right? Hey, there's an election going on. We interfere with a lot of people's elections, which is kind of hilarious because we were so upset of the thought that Russia was trying to interfere with our elections. Why would you want to interfere with an election? Well, if you could control the perspective or the side or the party that's leading the country, you could get them to do your bidding, or you could get them to basically just, be a shill of yours. What America doesn't lack is money, right? So what they do is they fund other things. Like, we've been accused of funding a proxy war. And I'm using Jamaica here as an example. They've funded politicians' campaigns, right? We know money wins like elections. We've seen in the United States. That's why super PACs and that type of stuff happen. So what used to happen like in the late 90s and 80s is that when the government, who was already fighting a war on drugs, and Caribbean countries were being used by like Colombia and all these other places to land planes that would then take off to Miami and other places, the U.S. government needed to know that these countries, and most of the countries outside of Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Islands, outside of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, all those countries usually are colonies or somehow directly related to either Spain or the UK. I hope you guys know a little bit of world politics. So Jamaica is a British colony, right? Like pretty much the Queen technically could like make a decree and Jamaicans would have to follow it. You know, they haven't done it in a long time, but they technically could. The U.S. really got nothing to do with Jamaica. But to have influence, Jamaica's a poor country. You fund shit. You give them money. And what I say, niggas are as low as the last meal, whoever paid them last, right? So they would fund people's agendas. Okay, I'm going to try to speed this up. They fund these politicians, and the politicians win. Now, these politicians, a lot of times, because Jamaica's a poor country, they all get corrupt. Like, yeah, they get funded by like American other interests, but in Jamaica, what's really running a lot of shit, like really poor communities, is drug money. Right. So like, you know, you might have a guy who, you know, controls a certain place and he's cool with the Colombians or whatever. And he got the money. And that's where, you know, there's a term called garrison, which because it's kind of like it's like a Robin Hood mentality. The drug dealer is like the boss. And in those countries, like, for example, in Colombia, like I'm pretty sure Pablo Escobar was the boss. Like, fuck the cops. Fuck that governor. Like Pablo Escobar is going to be the boss. Right. All right. So let me get up to it. Essentially, there was this guy. His name was Christopher Dudus Coke, and actually, no, his father. They called him Jim Brown. He was a drug dealer, and essentially, he worked with corrupt politicians to bring drugs into Jamaica for them to turn a blind eye and bring drugs, guns, and other things. Yes, the politicians were working with the drug dealer. Essentially, what happened is that the majority of what the byproduct of that is, and this is how you see Venezuela, why you see what's happening. Most of the stuff coming into Jamaica eventually ended up in New York and Miami. And now the United States start looking at Jamaica. What the fuck's going on there? So what happened is they identified that this guy was corrupt. And the government was actually protecting the guy. They weren't trying to arrest him. Like, it's like a drug dealer just chilling down there, right? So what happened is that the drug dealer, the U.S. puts pressure on Jamaica saying, we're going to stop funding you. We're going to stop giving you some money. Y'all got to arrest that guy. That guy is sending guns, this and third. You ever heard about a shower posse? There's a lot of crime going on because these Jamaicans are doing X, Y, and Z. Jamaica as a government, it's like U.S. is they twist people's arms. So they're like, no, we're going to do it. Just give us a second. And they keep twisting. Like, ow, you got it. They arrest the guy. Now, here's the thing. And I'm comparing this guy to Epstein, not on a sexual level, but as political malfeasance, corruption. So they arrest the guy because the USA wants the guy. He is to be extradited to the United States to stand trial for drug crimes and also running a organized criminal gang. Here's the problem. There's nationwide concerns via politicians and others. If this guy goes over to the United States, once he leaves Jamaica, what he'll do, he'll say, you know, I ain't do this by myself. That government official helped me. That government official helped me. That government official helped me. So there was a thought that even though this guy was a gangster, remember the politicians are not gangsters. The drug guy is a gangster. But there was thoughts once, because here's the thing, if you ever watch Narcos, this is the reason why Pablo Escobar built a prison in Colombia. It's a joke. Nobody wants to come to the United States. They're going to lock you up in some 24 I forgot what's that Supermax prison, nigga. That is not fun. Like, yo, you see the prison that Pablo Escobar built for himself down there in Colombia? That nigga was coolin'. That shit was better than a mansion. Yo, Pablo Escobar built a prison. He had bitches. They were playing. They were gambling. That's what's happening. So these guys, they never want to get extradited. Extradition is like the worst thing. So the U.S. puts pressure on Jamaica. We want him over here. He got to come to New York court. Days before his extradition, he dies. And he dies in a cell. No, he didn't hang himself. He got burned to death in a cell. Now, I'm telling you this story because when you think about political malfeasance, it's like, are you going to wait till this nigga go to the United States and he starts snitching on y'all? Or y'all going to kill him here and nobody ever finds out? If you understand that story, you might not know the characters, but that's a real story I just told you that happened in Jamaica. That is the idea behind the theories of Jeffrey Epstein. And why I gave you the story is that it's not like it never happened before. So this idea that a guy knows so much or has blackmail info on everybody, and finally he puts himself in a trap that he can't get out of, and the government has to give him up, or people in the government have to give him up. But now you realize giving him up might mean he gives you up. How do you deal with that person? That person got to go. Remember I said in that other, and by the way, if you think I'm lying, just type in Jim Brown burned in his jail cell. How you get burned up in your jail cell? Well, his nickname was Jim Brown. It's Lester Lloyd Coke. There's actually, I don't think it's a gory image, but yeah, there's a picture somewhere of the jail cell. Is it over here? Which I think people are like, how the hell you get burned up in a jail cell? Like, come on. Clearly somebody killed you, right? All right. So now we're back to the Epstein Files. So Jeffrey Epstein's been dead for several years now. And there's been a loud call to say he died before he could tell us all the other creeps. Also, the government, after charging and convicting Ghislaine Maxwell, which is his mistress, kind of wife, they've kind of said, well, we got rid of the pedophiles. Let's move on. And people are like, no. Y'all said there was a client list. Y'all said other people were fucking kids. Where's the other people at? Like, yo, if one's dead and the other one's in prison, throw them all in prison. And the government's like, we can't. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's talk about and people like, no. So it's been back and forth. Now, every time a political party has came into power, you know, especially in the last, I want to say about like 4 or 5 years, actually probably a little bit more, probably last 8 years, there's been like almost a promise of, yo, we're going to get this stuff released. We're going to tell you who the creeps are. We've heard about a list. Who's on the list? Who are the people who used to require the services of children? Now, this is a really odd situation here, chat, because one of the reasons why, and people theorize, but I also agree with, that we haven't had much motion till pretty much now, is this isn't a partisan issue. Okay? It's not that it was a bunch of, it's not that it was only Democrats hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. And the Republicans were like, oh, we never hung with him. They got Republicans and Democrats kicking it with him on the island. They had rappers, athletes. They got goddamn comedians. They had everybody up in there. The freaks come out at night. Everything was popping over there. So what ends up happening, and this is a theory, we didn't get much released because even though, like, Trump hates the Democrats and Democrats hate Trump, they all might be a little bit guilty. And it's one of those things, be like, we go battle with other shit. We just can't leak this shit. So that's been the thought. However, after there was Congress got, pretty much like forced to, Trump act like he was going to do it, and they kind of like did some shit. They were dragging their feet, then they did some shit, but it was mad redacted, and then we heard it was more, and then there was some congressional hearings, and there was an interview with supposedly Ghislaine Maxwell where, instead of having the files, like we were going to take her words for it, and she was like, yo, Trump never did nothing, and we just don't know who did what, and we're hearing maybe Bill Gates, and then we're hearing about like, was it Bill Gates or Bill Clinton? But finally we have something, and it's still a little bit redacted, but they're claiming this is probably the least redacted documents ever. So here we go. Congress created a law, and it's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's pretty simple, right? So this is a law that they created. And this particular law is for us to get this information, and basically the time expired that they had to provide it. So here's the full library. There's court records. There's DOJ disclosures. There's FOIA records, which is Freedom of Information Act records. And there is go to House disclosure if we want to. Now, obviously, here we are, and there's probably so much things, right? Now, if you look at this, it goes to Doe 103. So look at all these. These supposedly are the kids. And I think these are civil suits, though. These are like civil suits. There's grand jury stuff. And there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff, chat. There is a lot of stuff. Maxwell versus the estate. This was filed after his death because, she started suing for certain shit because, resources or whatever. State of Florida versus Epstein. There's a lot of stuff, okay? Now, I implore you guys, if you guys are interested in what I just said, for you guys to take your time and go through it. And honestly, it would probably take me about a full 12 hours to go through the majority of this. It's voluminous. It's supposedly over 1 million pages in documents. I can't sit here and read it all. So I am going to try to nitpick a few things, and then we're going to also kind of hone in on a few interesting things that will pique our interest based on what we cover. We cover hip hop, right? There are a few rappers mentioned and named in this. Now, I do want to give one disclosure before I go forward, and this might seem like it's a disclosure or a disclaimer actually to make sure I don't get sued, but it might work for both because I'm also not a liar. Even I think you guys should know our character at this time. Like, this is part of the reason I'm so disgusted with that dude with LIL Baby, right? I meant to say LIL Baby. The nigga lied. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I'll admit I got swung, but don't lie that you hit me. But me, I like to be truthful. So even though people think I have something against Jay-Z, I got nothing. His company isn't a good friend of mine, I would say. But like, I don't necessarily hate Jay-Z that I would ever make up something that I knew was false. So, I want to be fair to everybody. And even though I feel my enemies would never do the same with me, and they've never done the same with me, right? But it's my character and, this is my reputation. We are going to read some stuff about Pusha T and also Jay-Z. I want to make it very clear. And these things, and in some of these documents that's listed here, they're unverified reports from people that are either calling in tips or who may have had conversation with law enforcement, but it never turned to charges. So I want to be very clear. I do not want to, again, I'm not doing this just to make sure I get sued. I just want to be very clear. It's up to you to make up your mind, right? Now, there are some people that love the term, like, you ever see the Kendrick fans when, like, you defend Drake? They're like, of course you would defend a PDF. You probably weird too. I wonder if those people are going to take the same type of thing about Jay-Z. Is anyone who would maybe look at this and say, nah, I need more info about it, whatever. Are they defending Jay-Z or what? So it's going to be up for interpretation. I'm going to skip to the relevant thing that we care about, and then there's some videos and even an interview we're going to get to. So chat, I hope you guys are locked in. It's 2:20 a.m. I am not tired. Are you guys tired? My mouth is getting a little bit dry, but I got a little bit I got that Down Julio and that Red Bull up in here. My ice melted, so it's a little watery. Okay. So, Pusha T. And here we go. So, let me see if I can find this. I want to pull it up directly. So this was something out of New York. This is unclassified. Where would I find this? Here's a case ID. I got a case ID for y'all. 31E-NY. Okay. So this is a crisis intake, which is very interesting. So look like the FBI did a crisis intake of an individual. They have blotted out the name of the person, and let me see if I can find it on the actual website that could tell you exactly where to go, right? Because, and if you wonder why I do that, I want to make sure, I never want someone to say I'm just going off a screenshot. I want to tell you how to find it, right? Like, you could be me. Here we go. We're going to look up the case right now. So this is, okay. No, well, the case ID won't really match, but let's see. 75, 71, it probably won't be on here. 75, 71, no. These are actual federal court cases. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Just give me 1 second. If not, we'll go off the screenshot, but it's kind of like, 75, 71. These are in SDNY. This is a grand jury. This is the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands had to take his bank to court. They were trying to find out certain type of financial records. Okay. Okay. SDNY. Is this? No, it looks like it might be it's a state court. That's state court. So it wouldn't be. I'm still trying to find it here. Let me just Google. 7571. I don't think it's gonna be in there. Yeah. These are federal cases. Is listed here. Let me go back. So it's court records. It wouldn't be court records. It's okay. So these will come out on the Freedom of Information Act. Yeah. Okay. Customs and Border. That's CBP. No. Okay. It's FBI. Here we go. So, all right. It's gonna be one of these. So I'm gonna have to click on a bunch of these. Okay. Just bear with me. Yeah, to find it on here. I want to find the actual document, though. I just don't want no bullshit. Let's go to part 4. Okay, these look like not really much. These are information sheets. Oh, okay. Here we go. Perfect. Oh, I just had to scroll down. All right. Is there any coding on these? Let's see if we can find any. Oh, they didn't do us a solid, chat. There's no coding on this. All right, so we're going to have to find this directly, and we're going to read through everything. All right, so I'm not going to take just a Twitter thing. We're going to find the actual thing. This happened in 2019. 2019. Okay, bad. So let's find this in 2019. This is part 1. Let's go to part 20. Let's see what part 20 would be. 2019. We're looking for. Okay. All right. They're not in chronological order. Does anyone know what part it is? Just ask Grok. We could ask Grok. I'm not going to lie. We could. If anyone knows what part this came from, you guys let me know. Somebody said next topic. Hey, just hang out for another 2 hours. We got a lot to get to. Okay, we got to get to the thing about the rappers, but we want to be very precise. I don't want to just do a slop job of covering this and either say the wrong thing unfairly to them or unfairly to the victims or possible victim, right? Someone said, I can't search because they were scanned. So, all right, man. I'm going to click on 3 more. If not, we're just going to call it quits. Yeah, this is 07. What the hell? 07? I don't know. So it looked like the FBI in New York. Oh, no. This is the FBI in LA, actually. Oh, it's a subpoena. So they were subpoenaing his phone, all type of shit. Okay. All right, man. I apologize, but I can't click through 22 of these. Essentially, what's there, even though I still want the fucking full document. Does nobody know? Search the DOJ statement. Did they? Department of Justice Twitter. They didn't say that shit was fake. Did they? No. Yeah, they said that they published 3.5. Yeah. 3.5 million pages. Jesus Christ. All right. I ain't even gonna lie, chat. I need this. Fuck. Subject to protective order. Shit. This is classified. Serial 96. It's not fake, chat. But I understand we're in the land of AI, and also people love the fuck out of Jay-Z. So like, I'm not gonna play around with him. Yo, my boy had a Metro PCS. What the fuck? Yo, a billionaire having Metro PCS is crazy. Okay, that's not it. All right, we're gonna have to go one by one. Fuck it. We got time. Let's go to 20. Fuck it. Subpoena. Yeah, these are subpoenas. 19. Let's go to 19 now. What's this? Yeah. This is the wrong date. It got to be 2019, so that's not it. Let's go to 18 now. Yeah, chat, I'm going to find that bitch. Don't worry. Y'all can help me, but I'm on stream. I'm not going to go nowhere. All right. It's a bunch of drawings. What the fuck? Oh, this is 2006. Wrong date. Wrong date again. Yep. So 2006. Wait, did I close this thing? Fuck, I did. Justice. Oh my God, Chad. Somebody help me. So it's FOIA. It's going to be freedom of information. It's going to be in here. We're going from bottom to top. Pause. Did we go 18 already? Let's go 17. 17. This is 17. And that's 07. All right. We stopped at 17. Let me go in the middle or something. I'm trying to find it quicker. God damn. This was... All right, this was nothing. This is just a sheet. Okay. So that's 7. It had nothing on it. Let's go 8. Nothing on this. Okay, that's 8. Let's go to 9. Nothing on that. Let's go 10. Nothing on that. Let's go 11. Am I tripping? Nothing on that. Let's go 12. Okay, there's something here. It's 2007. The nigga had MySpace. Yo, they were checking this nigga MySpace. Yo, this nigga was looking for kids on MySpace. This nigga tweaking. Yo, if Jeffrey Epstein had about 8 kids in his top 8, this nigga wildin'. I ain't gonna lie, this nigga on MySpace, gang. Yo, the feds checking this nigga on MySpace. How freaky are you, nigga? God damn. God damn, my boy. Not boy. Okay. This ain't it either. This is 12. Let's go to 13. 9 on there. 13, 14. Okay, what's this? What's this? I was gonna see dates and shit. That's MySpace time, then. This is old. 14. Let's go to 15. All right. Oh, there's some here. Here we go. That's 2007. Compliance. No, these are subpoenas. Oh, these are freedom of. Oh, it probably is not in here then. Let's go to 16. Maybe it's not in here. Yeah, these are FOIA records. Maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping. 2007 third-party draft. Da, 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 da. Okay, it's a subpoena again. Okay, let's go to part 4. All right. Am I finding it? Nope. This is everything here is 06. All right, if it's not here, it's not in here. So if it's not on that, it's not on DOJ disclosure. Oh, redaction of victims' names. Okay. Oh, here we go. First phase. Is it this? Evidence list. No. Hey, Gran. Yo, Gran. You know, Gran's an AI. Yo, Gran gonna find it for me. I keep telling y'all, man. Y'all got Grok, I got Gran. Okay, whenever you find. Okay, evidence list from SDNY. Oh, here we go. That might be it. SDNY. Nah, fuck. Contact book. Redacted. All right, cool. We'll just look through shit then. Fine. We'll get to whatever we need to get to. So this was a contact book. And they got mad people up in this shit, huh? Well, I'm at P looking for Pusha T. Like, imagine that nigga had Pusha T's name just right here, like Pusha T. That's crazy, huh? Nice. You know Pusha T right here. Pusha T. I should look up Jay-Z. What was that? Ooh, there's some Rothschilds up in there. Ooh, okay. Let me see. I guess he was really formal. Oh, I see J. Let me see. I see the letter J. Let me see. Jay-Z. Javier. Nah. Let me look up his real name. Sean Carter. Yeah. Let's go to S. Is Sean Carter in there? Santo. Oh no, this is last name. Okay, so it would be C because it's last name comma. C. Let me see. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. I don't see Carter. I ain't gonna lie. I do not see Carter. Do not see Jay. All right. The masseuse list. I don't even see that. Flight logs. Ooh, let's go see the flight logs. Yeah, I want to see that shit. Who's on that plane? Why'd you go to that island? Jeffrey. Damn, it's a lot of fucking flights. Yeah, bro. This is like a full-time job to go through this shit. This is 3 million pages. Maxwell Proffer. There's a transcript. Bureau of Prisons. Oh, is this like... They're not going to show his dead body, right? Oh, this is right before he died. They're saying that he killed himself supposedly in here? Oh, that was outside like his cell. Supposedly one of the cameras stopped working or some shit. If y'all believe that, right? Enhanced and shit. All right, bet. Here's a memorandum. Okay. What's this? Videos by hour. Oh, you could look through it hour by hour. Wow. And her proffer. Is this her talking? I never heard her talk before.
The Deputy Attorney General, DOJ, and the time is currently 9:16. Maxwell and counsel are arriving to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Somebody said what? Nah, chat. I'm finna read all this bullshit. I like, you know, in-depth court shit like that. I'm hearing that someone's spamming it in Kick. Really? Hold on. I got y'all. Don't worry. Why y'all rushing me? Like, we got time, man. We got time. Okay, so this better not be no bullshit. Well, y'all sent me a justice.gov thing. Here we go. Thank you. Let me see. Dot. Motherfucker. Oh, is it this? What the fuck? Hold on, chat. Hold on. I typed it wrong. Here we go. Yes. Here we go. Yes. 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 Eureka. We have made fire. Perfect. Might have to pour up for this one. Chat. Y'all here with me still? I'm locked in tonight, huh? We got almost 18,000 in here, man. It's 3 o'clock. See y'all. Let's get this straight. Okay. So, if you can't see, I just want to make sure you don't. I was cropping out my thing, but I'm gonna uncrop it. That y'all can see. Okay, so it's on the justice.gov website, okay? So this is an actual thing. And this is a link. Y'all can take a screenshot and type it in yourself. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you're like, where the hell did this come from, man? Somebody just capping. This is a official document that's put out by the United States government. The Federal Bureau of Information of Investigation has put this out through the Department of Justice. And yeah, okay, cool. So now let's lock in. Oh, by the way, shit. All right. Oh, so it's data set 9. That's what we need. How do we get to here? Okay, cool. I'll leave that in that tab, and then we'll go to here. No, I'll use this tab. I'll go to here. Bet. All right, bet. So we're here. So cool. So this is a FBI crisis intake form that's filled out. We don't know who's filled out by. It's redacted. But the time that it was received was on, what is this, July 10th, 2019. And this is early in the morning. Now, it's Eastern time, and they're saying that, so this is a call. And it's very important to know that. It's not like somebody walked in from the hospital or walked into the hospital and the hospital called the FBI. They're saying somebody called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim of sex abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. They provided this information that in 1994, we don't know what this is, redacted, revealed herself as a past victim of sexual abuse by Epstein. This person described the abuse that occurred during parties. Wow. So-and-so further identified so-and-so as a friend of so-and-so. In approximately 1996, so-and-so resided with so-and-so in so-and-so. It's pretty helpful, right? And an unknown man abducted so-and-so from her home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter. While Weinstein inserted his fingers into her whatever, so-and-so believes she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. It's estimated that she was abducted on several occasions, awakened each time in an opulent indoor setting, which means big house, and she was suffering from sex abuse on multiple of those occasions. So this person's claiming they got abducted a couple times and they woke up. At one particular time, they woke up and it was Harvey Weinstein. Now, I'm wondering how this connects to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Harvey Weinstein, there's a Steen with both of them, right? Epstein and Weinstein. Weinstein is known to be a perverted movie, like not really a director, but like he funded movies and he used his power that could cast women, and he basically took advantage of a lot of actor or actresses and other people with his power and money. So, what they're claiming, he's like Diddy on steroids for what they claim Diddy was for music. what they claim, because none of that actually came out in court. But Weinstein was supposedly doing that in movies or in the film industry. Okay, they're saying she was estimated that she was abducted on 7 occasions. Waking each time in an opulent indoor setting, they suffered from sex abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. They recalled Leon Black and William Barr, the current U.S. Attorney General, being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, so-and-so last recalled being abused by Epstein. Okay? On each occasion, so-and-so believed she was drugged, clouded her memory, and attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, who she described as persons who established friendships with victims. Among her handlers, so-and-so identified the artist Pusha T. It's kind of odd. Now, I'm going to tell you why this is odd. Because, I'm pretty sure a defense of Pusha T and Jay-Z is going to be like, this is some lunatic, like just like that girl that seemingly may have been a little bit autistic or slow that sued Jay-Z and Diddy and claimed that she went to the award show by herself and Diddy and then brought her to a party, and then she woke up or she went in the room and Jay-Z and everybody was in there. Then she ran out naked, and the father even came out and said, I don't remember me coming to pick her up. I don't know about that. And I think safe to say on that woman may have kind of been a little bit cuckoo, right? Right? So that's usually a defense. Like, yo, if this is a hotline, right? So it's not like they're going to the cops and the cops are doing rape tests or whatever the case is, and even doing some due diligence. Like, this is like a tip line. Could be like some cuckoo person. Here's what gets a little bit interesting. You're mentioning Weinstein, then you mention Jay-Z and Pusha T. I just don't feel like they're all in the same world. But then you also mention, at least at the time, they said Leon Black and William Barr, who were the current United States Attorney General. Okay, so let me look up that last name, William Barr. When did they serve? All right, let me look it up right now. William Barr. Okay, so William Barr was an attorney general from 2019 to 2020. So this person, according to the tip, the current U.S. Attorney General, and they don't really put a time. I want to see was there a time on it? Okay, all right, so this is interesting. So it looked like, when they were trying to find additional victims, someone calls in. It's kind of like setting up a hotline for Diddy, right? But they set it up. It was the Federal Bureau of Investigations fielding this for Epstein, right? And someone calls in and says, this happened in 94. Let's try to do some common knowledge and thinking. Who was Jay-Z at the time in 94? I felt like Jay-Z's music popped off in 1996, right? Jay-Z in 1994. Like, Jay-Z was a hungry, fast-tongued underground rapper, often sporting a bald head. And he appeared as a protege of Big Daddy Kane, right? This is his music video in that time. Now, again, I'm not here to pick sides, and I'm not here to save Jay-Z or even convict Jay-Z of anything, but I want to make shit make sense. That's my thing. I'm a make shit make sense guy. Jay-Z at this point in 1994, that she's alleged that this happened, if this happened then, by the way, the boy Slim, what up? You said what happened at the Academy? You got timed out for what? So let me just get into this real quick. So at this time in 1994, Jay-Z is like almost like a protege, right? Like, is he still hanging with DeHaven or whatever that guy's name is? They're saying that he was hanging around Big Daddy Kane. But at that point in 2020, or in 1994, Jay-Z in 1994, Jay-Z's not nowhere near the mogul that he was by the time this tip gets reported, which is 2019. Right? Remember, Jay-Z, let's categorize, again, and if I'm wrong with Jay-Z's history here, somebody help me out. 1994, Jay-Z's an up-and-coming rapper, looks up to Big. He's hanging with, like, this DeHaven guy, and, we see him with Big Daddy Kane, and I really don't know too much about Jay-Z in 1994. I really don't even want to, see, this video shows a 1994 interview about Jay-Z. Let's watch it.
Yo, peace, you in the hood with the hip hop form?
And I'm not trying to shit on this rumor, but I want to make it make sense. I guess I'm asking a question. Would Jay-Z in 1994 be in not necessarily a room, but be in any type of cabal or any type of sex trafficking sting or ring with, who cares, minors or not, but just into sex trafficking with people of the likes of the sitting U.S. attorney, which at the time was William Barr. Would he be around Harvey Weinstein? I don't know. I think that's maybe, partying. Weinstein like to party it, maybe. The U.S. attorney, though, I'm like, huh? But let's see. Now, what's going to come into play here is people are going to either take these rumors and say this is all factual and these guys are creeps, or Trump is going to actually have some redemption here. Because if some of these rumors are so outlandish that people don't believe it, people might say, in terms of saying to Trump, I see why you said there was nothing credible there. So I know we've wanted these files. Trump at one point said there's nothing there. Well, there's a bunch of allegations still there. It's going to be up on each of us. Do you believe the allegations? And if you do, Jay-Z's a fucking creep. If you believe him. If you don't, this is unnecessary lies by maybe a demented person that is sullying his name. This is where you got to make up the decision, right? We're watching this interview. We want to see how Jay-Z was rocking in 1994. I just, like, when I think about Jay-Z, I think of Reasonable Doubt. Like, that's kind of like his mainstream entrance to me. And in mainstream, somebody said he provided the drugs that on that drug list that maybe Epstein had. You think that Jay did say, like, he lost 92 bricks, right? Like, so he was selling drugs and shit. So you think Jay-Z was maybe a drug dealer that sold drugs? Oh, well, actually, if you think about it, Jay-Z and Pusha T, what they both have in common is that they've bragged about their drug selling past. Obviously, Pusha T, who hails from Virginia, he's bragged about how much drugs he sold. He's rapped about more cocaine than I think that Pablo Escobar ever sold, So these are kind of like the drug dealer rappers of the time. Did they perhaps serve Epstein or maybe somebody in the entertainment industry? I don't know. But this is Jay in 94. Do you think Jay was still selling drugs at this time?
Lounging here with Jay-Z, he just blew up the spot. You know what I'm saying? We over here at Demerara. You blew up the spot, Jay-Z. You had all your peoples up there. You know what I'm saying? Not all of them. There was enough peoples up in there. How you do this, man? How you get your skills and whatnot? See, what motivates you?
Let me get this mic. We come. This is real. We just come through real life experiences and we put it on wax. Brooklyn band is definitely represented tonight. It's nothing false. It's just real. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. It just take from everyday life.
True.
You know what I mean?
And you had a woman at the end talking about, they won't play your joints on Hot 97 and whatnot. I'm saying that they won't play your joints on like regular radio. You got to go underground. But I don't feel like, how you feel about that? You know what I'm saying? I feel.
Okay, so he doesn't break mainstream at this point yet. He's making videos like this. Okay. What was Pusha T doing in 1994? It's very important to know, right? What did Pusha T, what was he doing? It was 14 years ago, but 14 years ago is not enough. 14 years ago is still 2010. We don't have too much. Okay, here we go. This is Pusha T's. What?
And the guys them who was doing I had a separate team. The guys them who I grew up with and the guys them who was doing the music. With that came trying to clean up too. That's why it was always like a hush-hush thing. People saying, oh man, they ain't really sold no drugs. Oh, Pusha ain't never did that, this and that. Because it's like, what you expect for y'all to see me or to get caught for you to know about it? You know what I'm saying? Of course.
They're being very quiet about it.
They was being very quiet about it. But they ran it up.
They were moving keys for you?
They was moving. I had a separate team.
Wow, interesting. So they were selling drugs supposedly. We just don't know what. Okay, it's very interesting. All right. We're trying to figure this out. Okay. Okay, so let's continue to read. So she said 7 times, this and third, last recall. All right, here we go. So while Weinstein had inserted blah, 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 she believed she was in Epstein's mansion. Okay, so she believed that Weinstein was there, right? Jay-Z was there, and clearly, not clearly, but supposedly Epstein was there, right? She said 7 times. This word abduction kind of sounds a bit odd. What do you mean abducted? Abducted? Wonder where was she at when she got abducted? Anyway, so the current, she says, on those occasions, it was Jeffrey. Okay, they recall Leon Black. Who's Leon Black? Leon Black. That's a private equity investor. Huh. CEO of Apollo Global. He's worth $13 billion. Wow. $13 billion. Let's look at some of the companies he owns then. Oh, he did have here we go. Relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He has a part of the Wikipedia about his relationship with Epstein. He had a friendship with the sex offender for his 50th birthday. That was compiled by Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Black contributed a handwritten poem and a rhyme scheme, which was an acronym VFPC, which stood for Vanity Fair Poster Child. That was in reference to a profile of Epstein that was being written for the magazine. The poem contained lines, blonde, red, or brunette, spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man in the sea. He signed the poem, Loves and Kisses, Leon. Okay, so this guy, look at, there's some shit to this. Now, I'm not going to lie. Holy. Oh, wow, I can't see this. No, we got to get into the archives. Wow. This is crazy, y'all. Wow, these are the people who wrote in that book. Love and Kisses. Blonde, red. Wow, okay. Wow. In 2009, Black contributed $60 million in a settlement. Now, if we're trying to we're kind of like doing some research here. Was this guy friends with Jeffrey Epstein in 1994? Now, obviously, these guys are old fucks, or this guy's old. So he probably was. But I'm trying to see like some shit about that year, or maybe something in the 90s. Oh, okay, 1997. He made Epstein one of the original trustees of what is today the Deborah and Leon Black Foundation. Ooh. Okay, so we are seeing, their friendship date back to the 90s. Here's the sexual misconducts. In March 2021, Gazelle Geneva claimed a series of tweets. I was sexually harassed by Black for years and ultimately forced us out of non-disclosure under duress. Black stated he had engaged in consensual affair with her, so he did fuck her. The matter has been resulted in lawsuits and countersuits. They further allege that Black introduced her to convicted Jeffrey Epstein, sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and forced her to have sex with him. Her lawsuit against Black was dismissed in 2023. Wow. The law firm that represented Geneva also represented another accuser, Cherry Pearson, who accused Black of raping her in 2001 at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in New York City. Black denies these claims. On July 25th, 2023, a lawsuit was filed against Black alleging he raped a 16-year-old girl with autism and Down syndrome in Epstein's Manhattan townhouse in 2002. He called the accusations frivolous and sanctionable. Oh, interesting. There's a lot going on here, people. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, this guy is tied in. For the people who want to say this is some lunatic who just made a report, that's why it didn't go anywhere. Do you think this person clearly would have to know about the case? They know a guy who's allegedly accused a bunch. This Leon Black guy. Wow. This is indeed crazy. Weinstein and Pusha T in approximately 2007. Okay, so that's what it was. Okay, here we go. On each occasion, did a bleach with drug cloud in their memory, and it was assigned handlers who just have friendships with them, and one was known as Pusha T. In 2007, they attended a party following an invitation from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down the street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in sexual abuse. That should be able to be verifiable. Pusha T party with Weinstein. Yeah, that's where we got to investigate if we want to see if this is maybe have a little bit more, basis in truth. Pusha T, Harvey Weinstein, 2007 party. If they've been to the same party, that might be a little bit odd. Let me look at Pusha T Weinstein event. I'm trying to look in a Wayback Machine, right? It's unverified, they're saying. There's no widely documented public record of Pusha T event, yeah. Okay. Someone says Pusha T was trying to get off Jive in 2007. Were these like industry events? I would guess it would be, right? We need to kind of look into it a little bit more. So-and-so has claimed to have additional information on other persons involved in enterprise and information related to the racketeering conducted in support of the trafficking. So-and-so further believes she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the sexual abuse. So-and-so confirmed that she was not diagnosed with mental illness, but refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address, rather she moved between staying at different hotels. So she was a nomad. This is 586. Let's see if we can look at another one. Ooh, let's see, 586. Oh my God. Oh, it's on page 2, I think. 586. No. Oh, there's multiple of them. Oh, so they had all of these for Jesus Christ. This is reports on every call that came in to this tip line. So 586 is down here. It's on the 4th page. Right? Yes. No. Wait, what the fuck? What, did I click on the wrong thing? Or I'm stupid? No, EFT. Oh, it's the wrong number. I'm an idiot. How many are these there? Yeah, the numbers are wrong. Next. How many fucking pages is this? Page 8? Let me just open a random one and see what's in these. Are these all about calls? These are inmates. What I got to do with Jeffrey Epstein? pending investigation or threat. Who the fuck is that? Yo, I ain't gonna lie, these files are kind of spooky. Yeah, chat. Okay, so there's just a bunch of shit. It's probably like 1 million pages. Wow. Yeah, this is absolutely real, but like, I don't know where I could find another one. Let me see. Let me look at 587. I'll just go one up. Right, so I'll go one up on the I'm just typing into the URL. 587. Oh, it doesn't exist. 588? Or let me do 585. Doesn't exist. Okay. This is interesting. Now, there is so for now, chat, you're gonna have to kind of like, some people are gonna be like, yo, where there's smoke, there's fire. People are gonna be like, how does Jay-Z's name keep coming up and he's all innocent? I don't know. That's gonna be some people. Some people are gonna be like, yo, listen, this is complete bullshit. Like, there's no proof of the date of any of these people being together, right? Like, these people never knew each other. It's gonna be up on you guys, and probably additional information is going to come out eventually. We do have a interview by Jeffrey Epstein, and after this we'll kind of try to like move on. I don't know how long I've spent on this, but this interview is pretty long. It says Jeffrey Epstein last interview from his home, Epstein Files. Here we go. So there is can I see who put this out? What's the name of the channel? Here we go.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquiry from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear.
I'm trying to get some timestamps here. So let's get some timestamps. Is there anything
deeply fucked up with you?
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
right.
But you cannot possibly have sit there, knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression. See a Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it.
So I think a lot of this conversation is financial stuff. I'm trying to see like if they ever asked him about the creepy shit, no?
It's so 300 years ago they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay.
Now, I'm getting a little synopsis of what this interview was. He kind of like, in more than one way, he spells out like why he's kind of like this financier type of successful guy. But those successes, if you kind of think about what he's accused of, you could see how he probably finagled himself into, what is this? Oh, wow. He finagled himself into having like this y'all need me type of thing. Somebody sent me a thing with pictures in it. I don't know if these pictures are really worth even showing. A lot of stuff is redacted. Remember, anything that's nude, anything that's also underage is definitely going to be redacted fully.
Seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when...
Chef Facts, thank you for becoming a monthly supporter of Rumble.
The ball fell off the table. It went in a different direction.
Interesting. I'm trying to...
Library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison.
Okay, now he's talking about his jail time. Here we go.
What we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day.
This might be a financial interview.
How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement.
Ooh. What?
September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail, and my...
Yeah, so the idea that he could leave jail whenever, like, was supposedly this really looked like posh type of thing. He's saying the opposite. He said he was in solitary confinement.
Work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June.
So he's saying he was only able to leave the jail once he got to work release, but people feel like, nah, you was able to do whatever, bro.
8 by 10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8 by 10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's
I want to hear him talk more about prison.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops.
In New York City, taking calls from...
They're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord.
What? That's what he ended up doing, allegedly.
So it never struck you when you had to make a one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns, the biggest financial event.
So he's doing business while locked up, and I think that's why people are like, "Come on, bro! Like you weren't locked up. Like you're doing huge business while locked up."
In your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call.
There's a little bit of pompousness with it. Like, well, maybe I'm reading him wrong, but like, kind of, he says he kind of preempts that guy confirming the question by saying, you should be asking me who's my second call to. And he's kind of like, in a very shrewd way, he's kind of like showing how powerful he is, right? Like he's showing like, yeah, I know I'm locked up. I only get 2 calls a day. You want to know what my first call was to? You want to know what my second call is? And by the way, it was a huge day. I think it was during the financial crisis in the Wall Street. So he's kind of showing like, yo, Rolodex long, pause. You know what I mean? Like his contact list was super long, pause.
It was to my friend at J.P. Morgan.
You see? By the way, if you looked at it, remember, let's go back to justice.com and let's go through it again and go to court records. It's a reason he says he calls JP Morgan. We're going to see who. The government of the United States of Virgin Islands, or United States of America, but Virgin Islands. So the Virgin Islands government, but still the United States. They sued JP Morgan. If you could call, imagine calling the guy who runs Chase.
Who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time.
Wow.
So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
It was because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did
I guess he's trying to say they used to fuck with his food because he's wealthy. That's gonna be another theory. Maybe they poisoned his ass, right? Well, obviously they said he hung himself, but
You know that.
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
And
In the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
it serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
So he's saying that they didn't want to beat his ass. Listen. Let's go back to what he was convicted for, right? So, I mean, we could look through the official. Actually, we should look at the official charging document. We already got his stuff here, right? So, not DOJ disclosure. Let's go to court records. If you go to court records, it should be, I forgot what county. It should be a county. Or maybe it's just Palm Beach. Okay, Palm Beach. Epstein. Yes, all this shit's Epstein. I want to see his original indictment. State of Florida. Okay, that sounds good. State of Florida. It's probably this, right? State of Florida. And this is on a separate page. Oh my God. Yo, Department of Justice, you guys can like fucking, like name these things? 005. Okay, so this is a true bill. So this is him get indicted. What is he? Okay, he gets indicted for number one, count one, felonious solicitation of prostitution. Okay, that's it. I thought it was more. Let's see. Let me go back and check this one. Oh, he only got one charged. Wow. So, the documentary on this guy is crazy. They tried to get him, so the U.S. Virgin Islands, right? So that's St. Thomas, what's the other island name? St. James. But in that cluster is this island that is technically the property of the United States, but it is owned wholly by Jeffrey Epstein. Now, for all government affairs there, and by the way, how people used to get there, Jeffrey Epstein would fly in via private jet, right? And he would fly into the main island, then he would take a helicopter to there, right? That was how he was doing it. And if there was a crime that got committed there, unless the feds went in, usually basically what happened is that the local authorities on the island, the main island, would do the investigation. Now, remember I told you about islands, even though, yes, it is the United States, it's not the best investigation. Also, the women or the girls, they weren't that coming forward. And also, supposedly, even the mothers, they may have been receiving some residuals because this guy's really rich. And people were kind of hesitant to go forward with trying to build a case. So they didn't really get him. There was reports. There was 100% a lot of reports about what he was doing on the island. But, other than a few calls and stuff of the sort, there wasn't charges that was brought. Actually, I think there was about to be charges brought. I forgot what happened. There was about to be charges brought, and there's a documentary on it. The detective said after they brought the evidence to who would bring the charges, they got told listen, don't go barking up that tree. Essentially, like the local authorities, that would be patrolling the fucking island and saying, yo, this guy's too powerful. He owns the fucking island. Leave it alone. He gets caught and indicted in Florida, okay? And he gets indicted locally in Florida. And then this thing is the clusterfuck of a century. So let me see if I can find that last document, which would be probably the sentencing thing. And we're going to see redactions out the wazoo. And pardon me if I'm talking too much with my white voice. I'm trying to be really proper in trying to break this down, all right? Say nigga time. You got to learn how to code switch a bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So all this shit was sealed. Okay, here we go. No, this is grand jury unsealing. They had sealed most of this shit. All not gonna do too much clicking. We'll just get back to the interview. Oh, this is unsealing a grand jury testimony. All right, whatever. Okay, cool. It's probably up a bit more because this is, what year is this? If they're talking about grand jury testimony, yeah, this is 2019. Yeah. This happened back in like 2006. So 2006, he gets indicted. Actually, I could probably find it. I want to find the sentencing document. That shit was crazy. Okay, is this still 2006? Let's see. It responds to. Okay, is there a time on this? No, there's no time. I can't find the time. Because niggas want to know how he got that sweetheart deal. All right, I'm not going to bore you with doing a bunch of clicking. Let's watch the video because the video is kind of a little bit engaging, right?
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I say it's a court 2008 document. Thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, if you guys help me navigate, it will be definitely more beneficial. Thank you, guys. Okay, so if we go back here, and then we go back here. No, is that another back? Right here. So I guess it would be 2008. I guess it gets resolved here, right? Or unless it's the same charge. Is it another charge? Let's do the first one again. Yeah, procuring prostitution. Oh, did I look at the wrong thing? Yeah, procuring prostitution under 18. And they're saying between he did knowingly unlawfully procure prostitution from somebody under the age of 18. Okay, let me see if I can find how this shit ended. Okay, so maybe he had two cases. The motion to file under seal is granted. So they fucking sealed the whole thing. Right? They sealed the whole thing. Okay, let me see if we can finally figure out what was sealed. And it's really the sentence and then like the ending. Dear Mr. Epstein, who is this? Florida Department of... You're hereby notified you have completed your terms of service and you're no longer required. You're not under the supervision of the Department of Justice. If your rights are restored. Okay. Okay, so that's them saying you're no longer in custody. What is this? Some other shit. To authorize travel. Yeah, so usually with a case, like for example, like even though 6ix9ine court shit and got sentenced like in 2020, 2020, or 2018 actually. No, 2020. His new things with his case, like probation violation, still gets filed under that same case. So it's probably one of these for the sentencing. I'm not gonna look it up too crazy, but all this shit is. Oh, here we go. The state of Florida charged him with prostitution. Then they came to a negotiated resolution. Yo, you ever heard that? Oh yeah, we negotiated the resolution with him. Yeah, you ever heard that? Oh yeah, we charged Pooh Shiesty with shooting somebody, but we negotiated with it. All right, or maybe that's their verbiage for plea. Part of that resolution included an agreement entered. See, this is crazy. So let me try to explain this in like regular terms. You get charged. So Palm Beach is a county, right? That's where the rich and famous live in Florida, South Florida. He gets charged with fucking kids, prostitution of kids. They come to a plea deal, but the plea deal is a really odd plea deal. It becomes what's called a global plea deal. Actually, it's odd, but I'm gonna give you another example of that happening. Young boy's case in Utah, when he caught local drug case, because he had a federal case for guns, his lawyer figured out how to do a global plea that satisfied the local case and also worked with the United States of America in his federal case and resolved everything. Now, the thing with this, we don't know about a federal case yet. So essentially, that's the odd part, right? So essentially, this motherfucker, and this is the thought, and somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I think I'm going to say this right. He gets caught by a county, and as part of the plea deal, he signs a deal with the United States of America, supposedly that they can't prosecute him for nothing. So he basically, like, it's almost like wiping your slate clean before you even get charged. And I don't know how he did it, but apparently he got really powerful friends, because I guess he probably realizes, hey, if they're arresting me here for procuring prostitution, a Fed charge starts with a few requirements. One of the main requirements is transporting, first of all, affecting interstate commerce, and you have to have interstate travel or something of the sort. So going from Florida to U.S. Virgin Islands, that's a Fed case. So even though he's getting off, technically, or not technically, or he's getting a sweetheart deal at Palm Beach County, the Feds could pick it up. So not only is he going to do this sweetheart plea with Palm Beach County, somehow he works out that the Feds can't come. Which, this is how much you can tell this nigga is really a creep and a fucking weirdo and a rapist, right? They basically catch his hand in the cookie jar, give him the lightest sentence ever. They signed something to say, we won't even come get you. You probably did mad shit, but we won't come get you for it. Just don't do it again. This fucking creep did it mad more times. And that's how he got busted, right? So look, they came to the state of Florida, remember that state charges, came to an agreement with, and then part of the agreement he entered with the United States of America, which is Feds. At the plea conference in state court, he pled guilty to the state charges. At the plea conference, the agreement between Mr. Epstein and the United States were made part of a court record. That agreement was sealed in 2 separate filings. I got to see that. This is the craziest thing we've ever seen. So that's the thing people said, this is Illuminati shit. This is how we know he got somebody who's powerful in the government. He got them on 4K video getting a dick sucked by a 14-year-old. Facts. Because how the hell do you have an agreement? I got to find it. I know I'm about to do a bunch of clicking, but I got to find it. Nobody's ever seen this shit before. This is why they believe that it's powerful niggas who told their Department of Justice at the time, sign that shit. By the way, let me figure this out too. Hold on. This is 2009. Okay, so this is around 2009. Okay, 2009. This is all important, chat. This is all important. I know y'all probably like, yo, Ack, we're so fucking tired of you. Chat, please. This is great work. What am I looking up? So this is how it worked federally. The top lawyer in the land is a U.S. Attorney General. The administration basically sets the agenda. The Congress, Senate, and House of Representatives, they set the laws. The Supreme Court and all federal courts interpret the law. And that's how it works. So if I'm looking who to look up to see where the Illuminati shit is. So if he gets in trouble in the state, this is 2000, what? When did he get in the plea? 2009? Let's figure out who is the U.S. Attorney General. So for you to get that deal with the Feds, that means the U.S. Attorney General, who controls, pretty much controls the Department of Justice, right? I got to make sure I'm saying all the things I'm saying right. U.S. Attorney General controls DOJ, right? Am I right? Yeah, it's the head of the DOJ. Okay, good. I know. Okay, good. So the U.S. Attorney General, right? So who Trump's pick, I think Pam Bondi still U.S. Attorney General. Who is current U.S. Attorney General? Pam Bondi, yeah. Okay, so for Epstein to get this deal, the Department of Justice has to agree with it. Who runs the Department of Justice? The U.S. Attorney General. Who does the U.S. Attorney General report to? The president at the time. So if this is 2009, I feel like isn't that Barack? Who is the president in 2009? Now, it's going to get a little tricky because Barack takes over in 2008. When was this deal kind of done, even though they're saying that this proffer was, or not proffer, well, I guess it is proffer. It was done supposedly in these secret meetings, right? They came to the state of Florida, in the United States, whatever. Did they give a time on this? Yeah. Okay. We're just going to assume that it's 2009, right? A hearing was 2009, right? After given an opportunities, the court's find as following, is it 2009 or 2008? Because the only thing that matters, was it George Bush's DOJ or was it Barack's DOJ? So if it's Barack's DOJ, who was the attorney general in 2009? That would be Eric Holder. So respectfully, if it happened in 2009, that means Barack gave well, he probably didn't necessarily give approval. I don't know if this turned to that big of a thing, but I'm pretty sure Eric Holder could make that decision, and that's why he was hired by Barack. So Eric Holder would be the person. Let me see, Eric Holder Epstein. Let's look up that Eric Holder Epstein. Wow, this is where you get down like some Netflix shit. You ever watch some of these Netflix things and be like, nah, I could never have your eye, nigga. Former, they got brought in front of the House committee. Okay. Who? Holder floats impeachment over DOJ. Who was his former? Wait. Why wasn't? Wait, who was that? Garland and Holders claim they have no knowledge. Yeah, there was capping, huh? Maybe it was the Attorney General before. Let me look up. 2007. Alberto Gonzalez. Doesn't even sound like a name that people care about. Alberto Gonzalez. Jeffrey. One of these niggas gave him this deal that nobody's ever seen in history. And that's going to be the source of, here we go. They have no information? Like, who? Bush era. Attorney General speaks. I'm gonna just type in. I think there got to be an interview about it. Jeffrey Epstein plea deal, Palm Beach. That's what we need to see. Okay, here we go.
Well, all of this is renewing questions about how the late child predator avoided prison time here in Palm Beach County. Long before Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in New York, his criminal case began here in Palm Beach and ended with a deal that remains one of the most controversial plea agreements in criminal justice history. This video that's showing the raid on the Palm Beach home back in 2005 as part of the original investigation after a 14-year-old girl had reported being sexually abused. Palm Beach police, they built the case involving dozens of local underage victims, but in 2008, Epstein avoided trial by pleading to a lesser state charge, serving just 13 months in jail with work release. Victims were never told about that deal, which also...
That was also the thing where people are saying, what? They said the victims were never told about the deal. That is a problem. That is the problem. Somebody says the Florida AG. No, it has to be someone from the Department of Justice. If they said with the United States of America. United States of America is feds. State is state. United States of America is feds. Okay? So Palm Beach, right? That DA, right? That DA, and by the way, there is a state attorney, but that DA within that county, Palm Beach, maybe they got to consult the state attorney, but they're giving a plea deal. They're giving a plea deal. They do deals like this all the time. They're not calling the state attorney for everything. Fonnie Willis is not calling, look, who is the state attorney for for Georgia. Fonnie Willis ain't calling this nigga before he charged YSL. No, it's her county. She could do what she wants. Now, granted, if it's something that has statewide implications, he will be involved. But other than that, Fonnie Willis, who's a district attorney, and she controls her county, Fulton County, she gonna charge whoever the fuck she wants. Who is the district attorney of Georgia? Not Georgia. Fulton County, actually. Fulton County. Fonnie Willis, you know. All right, anyway.
Also protected unnamed associates of Epstein's. Attorney Spencer Kuvan, he represented several of the Epstein victims, talked to us tonight.
Okay, so basically, Epstein, who gave that deal?
When people hear about these Epstein files, a lot of people expect some shocking new revelations from a legal standpoint. What do you think these documents are actually expected to show?
I think a lot of these documents are going to show more of the similar material that we've seen so far. By that, what I mean is you're going to see a lot of legal documents. You're going to see, whether it be government or.
Well, all of
okay, let me. I want to fast track to it. And then I'm gonna get back to his shit too, though. Here we go. Oh.
Happened to them. Have accused of having sex.
Z to me, they will be discredited. They will be denied. It will be, fake news. It'll be questioned time and time again. We've seen that for the last 20 years. These victims have been.
Okay, so there's a guy named Acosta.
News legal analyst Ricky.
But I think Acosta, what's this guy's name? Acosta Epstein. Acosta Epstein. I know I'm going down a rabbit hole right here, Chad. I know some of y'all are going to be upset with me. So Acosta, Alexander Acosta, he was the assistant. Oh, he's the guy who gave it. Yes. So it was under George Bush. So here we go. In 2005, they raided his house. Okay, in 2008, right when Obama is about to take over, right? And usually what happens here is even when, I don't know if you guys know, so Trump is going to get out of here in what year? He's going to get out of here in 28. Let's say the Democrats win. The Democrats don't want Pam Bondi. But they can't just like fire her. I mean, they can, but like essentially they're going to pick someone to replace her, and that person has to get I think attorney generals get confirmed, which means they got to go through some hearings and shit like that. And it's like a super background check. Does attorney generals need confirmation? Need Senate confirmation? Do they? Yes. Okay. So essentially, think about this, which is this. I'm gonna lie. If y'all are conspiracy theorists, this is gonna really pique your interest. So George Bush serves, right, from 2000 to 2008. George Bush. If you don't know, a president on their last term, when they could no longer seek re-election, they're called a lame duck president. A lot of times, especially if someone in their party is going to take over, they'll kind of like the last year or two, they'll chill out because whatever, like if you sign a bunch of executive orders or like whatever agenda you have going on, the other president ain't going to march to the beat of your drum. Now, Trump is a little bit different. I'm going to tell you why. Trump, he has such a hold on the Republican Party and this whole MAGA thing that his support means so much that even if he's not president, like say it's J.D. Vance, that nigga gotta rock with whatever he's saying. So he's a little bit different. But a nigga like George Bush, he was out of here. And people are sick of the Republicans anyway. So why do I bring this up? In the year that we are bringing in a new president, which is about to be Obama, when did Obama first become president? In the year, actually the election was in 2008. So it's the year before, okay. He got inaugurated in 2009. I forgot how the inauguration schedule worked. Anyway, essentially in his last year though, right? In his last year, the attorney general that's appointed by Bush, knowing that Bush, remember, the president appoints an attorney general that runs the Department of Justice. Like if basically like if Trump tells his attorney general, our agenda is to have the FBI, all our federal organizations investigate this type of crime and then prosecute them with our U.S. attorneys. That's what's going to happen. The agenda of the president, the commander in chief, is usually followed by those other people. Okay? Now, of course, they still have to serve the American people, and they have to have ethics and this and third. And if Trump technically tells them go arrest somebody if there's no probable cause, technically they're not supposed to do it. But okay, so the lame duck president, George W. Bush, Attorney General, signs a historic plea that is controversial. You essentially give this guy immunity for fucking kids, knowing that George W. Bush and you will be out of there momentarily. So no other president that comes in or a president that come in with pretty much their DOJ could fuck with it. That's some creepy shit. You get what I'm saying? So the guy who did it, and we got his Google shit. He was appointed as the assistant attorney general. So he was an assistant attorney general. Ironically, Trump put him as the Secretary of Labor. I would think this nigga is either a creep or he friends with the creeps. If you give the creep a get out of jail free card, you're either a creep or you're friends with the creeps. Anyway, Trump still put that nigga back in office in 2019, but in Secretary of Labor, he served as he was a U.S. attorney from Oh, he was a former, at that point, he was a former assistant U.S. Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division. So he used to work for the Attorney General. This is kind of a weird ass deal. He wasn't even an assistant attorney general then. He was just a U.S. attorney. So he's a U.S. attorney. Okay. So even then, in 2008 or whenever, or 2008 when he does this, he's just the U.S. attorney. So remember the guy who charged Diddy? Damien, the black guy? Those guys hold a lot of power. Like, obviously for certain things, they got to go above them, which, so this is how it works. And it's so much, politics got the most drama, right? Like, for example, the woman Comey that was prosecuting Diddy, her father was James Comey. Trump don't like nothing about that family because that family was investigating him, trying to put him in jail. So when Trump got back in office, they fired her ass before. They're like, get her out of here, man. They got her out of there. But it kind of shows, and I don't know if, I'm like being mad convoluting here with how I'm speaking. It kind of shows not only drama that happens in politics and outside of like the hip hop world, which we usually stay in. It kind of shows that, bro, a lot of times when it comes to like law and order, it's about who you cool with and who's in power, right? Who you cool with and who's in power. The nigga you cool with is in power, you good. The nigga you not cool with is in power, you're fucked. You get what I'm saying? All right, bet. So cool. So now we kind of figure out who it was. Let me listen to this nigga right here. So he was the U.S. attorney at the time, but he was also a former U.S. attorney general. No, a former assistant U.S. attorney general. My bad. But he was working. How many assistant attorney generals are there? That's interesting to know. There's 11. Oh, wow. There's 11? AAGs, okay. So they're the step up before this one guy who reports straight to the president. So we have the attorney. So we have Donald Trump. I'm giving you a hierarchy here. So Donald Trump, he controls, the attorney general. He's the executive branch. Donald Trump, attorney general. That's basically a United States lawyer. They have a bunch of assistant attorney generals. They have 11. And then from the 11 assistant attorney generals, you're going to get a bunch of U.S. attorneys for each state and for each district in each state or federal district in each state. So, okay. All right, bet. And then there's going to be in specific state, there could be, right? I got to make sure I'm right on this. Yeah, he was a U.S. attorney, not a state attorney. Okay, bet. Not a state or assistant state attorney general. All right, cool. All right, bet. Let's hear why this nigga gave him the deal.
Kleeman is with us. Ricky, you've prosecuted sex crime cases with adults and children. Headlines out of the Acosta press conference seem to be no apology, and also he says he proceeded appropriately, given the context.
All right, fuck all that, man.
That's exactly
so this was a deposition of Epstein where he talked about why he got that deal. So basically, this deal is a big deal because he fucking signed something with the United States saying as long as you never fuck a kid again, you're good, gang. Which is crazy, right? Like, I know R. Kelly's like, where my deal like that at? Yo, where my deal at? You know what I mean? Like, so this guy, they caught him red-handed. They said, bro, just sign on the dotted line and never fuck kids. And we will never put your ass back in jail. And he signed on the dotted line and he says, where's the next elementary school? The nigga went right there, gang. This nigga's crazy. But the U.S. government gave him that.
And it's been nearly 10 years since the disgraced billionaire admitted to paying for sexual massages from minors. Jeffrey Epstein only spent a little more than one of those years in jail. Now, one victim advocate says these new filings show the feds made a deal that favored Epstein and robbed these young women of their rights. He was a prominent Palm Beacher with nearly limitless resources. But for nearly a decade now, Jeffrey Epstein's name...
Wait, what the fuck? No, I clicked on the wrong thing? Sorry. Did I? I'm gonna watch that after. I thought he said something to I thought I clicked on that.
CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman is with us. Ricky, you've prosecuted sex crime cases.
Jeffrey Epstein had explained the deal. It was like in a Epstein explains sweetheart deal. There is a deposition of him. Here we go. This is Depo. Oh, it's the same thing. Maybe I should just watch the Depo. Like, Jesus Christ.
Felicia, that's deeply on state right until this month.
Okay,
a few weeks ago, the prosecutors entered into an agreement without their knowledge, and then.
So this is also very odd. So usually, if hopefully I've never been a victim of a crime, but when you're a victim of a crime, there is a lot of victim laws on the books that say you have a right to know. They have to notify you. It's kind of like even, hopefully you guys never been in a domestic situation or whatever, but they have to notify you if you're the victim, if the person that supposedly did something to you, if they're arrested, if they're released, they got to give you information about the case. You are entitled to it. In this particular case, the nigga fucks the kids, allegedly. Well, not allegedly. I don't know exactly what the details were, but it was about procuring prostitution from kids. And he and the mothers of the kids did not get told about the plea. It was just like nobody cared.
Then covered it up until just days before Epstein entered his plea in court. Records show in a 2007 interview, Jane Doe told federal agents, quote, "I hope nothing happens to Jeffrey because he's an awesome man and it would really be a shame." The interview was conducted in front of an attorney on Epstein's bankroll.
I think it shows that Jeffrey Epstein tried.
Oh, Jeffrey was paying for the lawyers for the
prosecution
girls.
Agreement and
oh, all right. We might have to watch this after. Okay, cool. So let me just play this Acosta thing.
An hour.
And after this, I'm going back to that main interview, and then I think we're gonna wrap it. We still got mad other topics. We got to talk about Kanye and J. Cole.
Today, the U.S. Secretary.
That we proceeded.
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the deal, right? I'm thinking he's a little bit creepy already. Like, come on now, bro. Here we go.
Unusually lenient. Earlier this week, federal prosecutors in New York brought new charges of sex trafficking against Epstein. Today, Acosta defended his handling of the 2008 case.
We believe that we proceeded appropriately, that based on the evidence, and not just my opinion, but I've shared the affidavit, based on the evidence, there was value to getting a guilty plea and having him register.
Also he did register as a sex offender, I believe.
I understand what the victims say, and I'm not here to try to say that I can stand in their shoes or that I can address their concerns. I'm here to say we did what we did because we wanted to see Epstein go to jail. He needed to go to jail.
Here with us now to delve into Secretary Acosta's comments and other developments in the Jeffrey Epstein case are our own Yamiche.
Okay, so they basically said, the nigga's basically saying, I promised to not lock him up again as long as he took some jail time and don't touch no more kids and register as a sex offender. And this is a fucking billionaire. Think you gonna tell a billion? Yo, Diddy was being investigated for all them drugs. Diddy had the freak off supplies when he got locked up. Like, you would think that, yo, Diddy, they're investigating you for a freak off, baby oil and shit like that. Maybe you don't want to have it when they lock you up. The nigga had all that shit there, bro. All of that shit, bro. Okay. Oh, shit. All right, there's a little bit more here.
Exchange.
All right, cool. We could close that. We could close that. Is it this? No. Is it this? Yeah.
Where they get advice to go long, to
Which-
go long.
yeah, should we-
You're
is-
telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They want to know what
does that say
stocks-
about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, what, 6 months before?
Okay,
No,
chat.
it's the same time.
Now, there is some, this is some spicy shit, chat. Watch this. Oh, my God. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Let me give a little bit of my opinion. I do want to leave a lot of things open-ended for you guys to, and I want to use allegedly and also say that, give the context, because some of this stuff might be true and some of this stuff might be a little bit BS, right? Especially, like, we read this in the mention of the Pusha T and Jay-Z thing. Could be real, could be BS. And the reason why I say could be real, could be BS, this is a thing from a crisis tip line. Like, there's not much follow-up other than somebody saying it. And also, when asked if you want to give her your address that we could follow up with you in this and third, she said no, right? So this is a little bit, do you believe, do you not? Now, again, apparently, and I'm seeing people send me stuff here. This ain't the first time or the only time Jay-Z supposedly mentioned. This is, to me, the most important part right here, Chad. Oh, man. Look at this. So, okay. Wait, the fuck. Watch this. And I wonder how y'all think about Jay-Z after this, okay? Now, what have I always told y'all about Jay-Z? I said this idea that Jay-Z is for black empowerment has always, in my opinion, been a myth. I think Jay-Z has always hit us with his cultural currency and told us, yo, listen, man, they hating on the black man. They hating on us. And at the end of the day, he gets an opportunity. He gets a big check, and it's all about him. Yo, we done with kneeling. We passed that. Yo, by the way, I'm running the Super Bowl now. Yo, fuck Spotify. Fuck Apple. We need to support Tidal. This is one for the artist, by the artist. Black people are running shit now. Oh, I sold it to Sprint. I got a board on the seat of Square. Yeah, me and Jack Dorsey are friends. I've told you guys this a million times. I just seen something. I wonder if this is. Listen to this, chat. Let me read this. Oh, wow. Here we go. Look. Now, of course, it's posted by Diddy Doc. I think a lot of people who probably either support Diddy or cover Diddy, they're like, yo, Jay kind of snaked Diddy a little bit, in their opinion. All right. So this is an email from Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And it's from Jess Stolley to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it's important that we look up who all these people are, right? Because we need to be, abreast of who the fuck we're talking about. Jess Stolley. Who is that? Now, Jess Stolley is an American banker and the former CEO of the Barclays. Now, that name might actually ring a bell. Barclays. Jess Starley. Barclays. He became the CEO of the Barclays in 2015. Why did he leave the Barclays? He left in 2021. Okay. Let's do some more research, right? So from 2015 to 2021, Jess Starley is the CEO of Barclays. I don't know. There's something called the Barclays Center. When was the Barclays Center built? Well, it was built between 2010 and 2012, right? Construction started in 2010, and it was officially open in 2012. But we should probably, I don't know if, I've always heard Barclays. I still don't know what the company does. Let's look it up. Barclays. What is the Barclays? So the Barclays, let's look it up. It's a British multi-universal bank. Its headquarters in London. It operates in 5 divisions: UK consumer, corporate, private, and wealth management. Okay. Traces its origin to something in London. Okay, Barclays. Now, that's interesting. Now, in the sponsorship in 2007, the Barclays agreed to a 20-year naming rights for $400 million for the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. It's now the home of the Brooklyn Nets. 2 years later, due to the slump of the economy, the deal was negotiated to $200 million. Interesting. Now, if anybody remembers at that time, there was a huge thing about gentrification. And I don't know if y'all remember these videos. Jay-Z did one on, let's see, Jay-Z rooftop. It was a rooftop. It was a rooftop when he was talking about the Barclays. Do y'all remember this?
Have a bit of success in the street.
Chat, remember what I always said about Jay-Z? Jay-Z is someone who knows how to control black people. Because Jay-Z is everybody's dream. Jay-Z is a black entrepreneur's dream. He's the drug dealer's dream, the guy who sold it, did it, and got away. He's like almost everybody's dream. When he speaks, and not only is he one of the best, he holds a lot of cultural capital. So, anyway, here we go.
And we have a club in the Barclays Center, 4040 Club.
Now, we should look at the time. This is 2019 when this video came out. Right? Was it 2019? I'm not too sure. Maybe the timing of this will make all sense to y'all, right?
That looks right out onto 560 Station. You stand in the club right in the corner. I look.
If you listen to the song Empire State of Mind, he raps 560 State Street.
See the building. I'm like, man, I lived in that building for years. I've been on the roof.
So Jay created these series of videos where I think he even goes on the subway, and when he goes on the subway, I think he sees like an old lady, and the old lady was like, the old lady didn't even know who he was, but Jay-Z even taking a train was like a movie in itself, right? Is it in this video? I'm not too sure if it is, but I remember this rooftop video where he's basically just pointing at the Barclays as, you know, and that is one of Jay-Z's legacy. Jay-Z, and this is why he got the casino bid, if you guys, or not necessarily bid, but the casino company linked with him, because they're saying if you could have convinced the Brooklynites to sign away and take whatever money they're getting to gentrify places that they have had their entire lives, their aunts and uncles, their grandfather and great-grandfather was from those city blocks, and they would move somewhere else and abandon all their tradition and abandon all their, you know, their roots. And it could be cleared out for some big construction of some mega $1 million company that was going to change and rise the prize and push everybody out, and the sense of community would be done. If you could convince people that that's the move to do, you're a fucking powerful guy. This is why they link with him to try to get a casino in Times Square.
560 State Street, still doing illegal activity.
You see the Barclays in the back right here.
And that's what I'm saying. The 4040 Club is right. You see that little.
Now, it was always like this joke about supposedly how much of, like, later when the Nets went there, how much he supposedly owned, and then, you know, supposedly, like, you know, well, not supposedly, he definitely has a club in there, the 4040. Anyway, just interesting to know. But let's apparently the Barclays naming rights, $400 million. Jay-Z, Barclays. Interesting. So we know who Jess Stolly is now, right? That's the Barclays CEO at the time, right? They said, you want to know why we are not in Sao Paulo watching TV ads on the Super Bowl? It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets, they've been bought off by Jay-Z. I don't think that needs any explanation. The CEOs, should I read it slower? They're talking about a cultural change. And they're talking about now it's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. And they said the group that should be in the streets, they've been bought off by Jay-Z. Pretty interesting, if you ask me. Pretty interesting. By the way, people who want to say it's fake, if you go to this page, it will absolutely link to it where you could see the actual, communication. It's an actual file. There is nothing that is fake about it. And it is what it is. That's interesting. Now, this is some more. Wow. Let's see. As we say in law, Mr. Green has arrived. TMZ reported that there's speculation. Let me see. All right. I don't know what this is. They mentioned Beyonce, but now girls come out expecting to find Tiger Woods, says Andrew Parker. It's a Thursday night and we're at CV Lounge on the Lower East Side, which is not one of the big name exclusive venues, but it has a certain cachet. Jay-Z and Diddy have stopped in to check out a private couple room. Parker is a 40-year-old dandy dressed in self-designed suit in an ebullient pocket square and tinted glasses. He used to own a clothing store on the East Side. He's mostly known for being at parties. A launch from a small batch bourbon, the premiere, whatever. Okay, interesting. There's a new breed of girls coming to the clubs, he's saying, wanting to hunt the big game like Tiger. But it's harder now than ever. Because the inverse is also true. Men have been warned by what happened to Woods. They're talking about Tiger Woods. They're more cautious when they meet a girl. They don't give last name or occupations. So it looked like this is like a cabal of like secret women who are dealing with these millionaires and billionaires. And this is after the Tiger Woods thing. And they're kind of like, these guys who are kind of help setting this shit up is like, yo, we're trying to make sure nobody gets done like Tiger. The odds of meeting an investment banker who would really take care of you are slim. Girls are more likely to run into guys like Parker. He hosts tables, which means he's sometimes a promoter, and the club will give him a table and a few free bottles with the understanding he'll bring more pretty girls. He dresses like he has money, goes out like he has money, but he doesn't really have the money they're really looking for. I've had at least a dozen girls over the past year not call me back because I don't have as much money as they thought I did. His good suit shrugs. I slept with them. I wasn't planning on marrying them anyway. If you're looking for whales, you go out on a Thursday night. Bankers go to Avenue and One Oak on Thursdays. Mainly these guys just want a girl for the night. Possibly a long weekend in Vegas or Miami. To meet these guys, a pretty girl just needs to hang around the table or wait for a VIP host or bottle waitress to pluck them from the bar and say, hey, come on over and have a drink at this booth. The girls who are more experienced at this game will already be at a table with other men. Possibly they'll be looking to trade up from traders to hedge funds or from hedge funds to celebrities. Speaking of girls to trade up, here at the table with Parker are two quotidian exemplars of who we call Kelly and Rebecca. Both are 24. They aren't models and they aren't beautiful, but they're young enough and pretty enough. Rebecca is quiet and smiling. Kelly's a freelance banker. They get to the bottom of their drinks quickly and often. Wow, what is this? Rabbit hole gets deeper, chat. I wonder if wow. Interesting, chat. Fucking interesting.
This is part of.
I'll say this, and I'm gonna be a little bit measured and cautious with some of the stuff. I actually do believe that whatever Jay-Z was in, unlike Diddy, he ended that lifestyle. I would say at least over a decade ago. I think he ended that lifestyle. And that's why, number one, when these things come out, I think he stays quiet. I think when these things come out, it also seems very shocking because that's not the light he's portrayed in anymore. Gone are the days with him rapping the lyrics about big pimping or girls. Those are gone. Now, granted, of course, he's a married man. But if he was still talking in that tone, such sexual deviancy, if you believe it, might be something that you're like, all right, that's not too far-fetched. At this time, we kind of look at it like, yeah, these people probably capping. And I think that's the beauty of a rebrand because it'll have people questioning if you were even capable of doing those things. Diddy was still trying to fuck on Young Miami. We look at him like, nigga, you did that shit. Interesting. Play a couple more minutes of this, and then we're gonna move on to Jermaine Cole.
Part of the same deal.
I thought, no. Bear Stearns. They just said the Bear Stearns. They saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right.
it. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. They admit. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson in Bernanke, what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns?
By the way, another little side note here. I'm wondering why. I just seen it. So my Instagram post of 50 Cent posting Jay-Z, Harvey Weinstein appearing to DOJ's latest Epstein file. Keep in mind also Pusha T. And 50 says, I know I'm late on this, but it's kind of crazy. What do you do to get thrown in that mix? You guys won't see it, but Pusha T liked the post. People even commented, said, Pusha T liked this post. I'm dying. Yeah, Pusha T actually liked this post. I don't know if I can search it, but yeah, he does. He liked the post. I see Pusha T liking this. I don't know.
Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all.
Now, I'm going to go down this rabbit hole. Have some patience with me. By the way, everything we're saying here is not being stated as fact, and it's usually not usually, but it's done in an investigatory manner. It's interesting to see. Now, there's a part of this theory that Jeffrey Epstein had these connections, and also he was a spy. I know some of you might be like, nigga, what? Some people feel like he was a spy for Israel and that he was a asset. And allegedly there was rumors that Jeffrey Epstein was working with Mossad. Now the Mossad is the CIA for Israel, right? Let me see if I could watch something that explains it really quickly. Let's see.
In the newly released Epstein Files, there is an odd exchange going on between Jeffrey Epstein and Israel's former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, where Jeffrey Epstein asks him,
why would Jeffrey Epstein be talking to the Prime Minister of Israel?
Hey, can you clear up the air and make sure you let everybody know I'm not actually Mossad? Excuse me. So,
okay. So he reached out. Okay.
So it's baffling, and it's a interesting email. Let me just go ahead and pull it up for you so you guys can see. So this was written back in 2018, December 17th, 2018. Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, tells Epstein, "Hi Jeff, are you going to be in London on Thursday?" Best, Ehud Barak. Jeffrey Epstein responds, "Unfortunately not. You should make it clear that I don't work for Mossad." Smiley face. Ehud Barak responds to that, asking, "You, $, or I?" He probably misspelled there. "You or I?" ? Jeffrey Epstein responds again saying that I don't. Happy face. Smiley face. So this is kind of the exchange that we have going on. Let me center my screen so you guys can see it better. There we go. And you know, if you were ever weren't convinced that Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli agent, well, there's your proof. I mean, can you also, just let them know, wink, wink, that I don't work for Mossad? What kind of exchange is this? It's like truly the way that they're just pushing everything and writing it all out on email. This among the hundreds of other files that we've seen that just clearly outwardly show, okay, this guy is an Israeli agent. This is one of the files that were released today. And then a few videos back, I made a video showing that.
Interesting. So it's a little bit more of a theory.
So maybe it's a good
guy,
idea.
Like appear on Flagrant. He was kind of breaking it down. Let's see.
Intelligence connections himself.
Yes, he certainly does, as would be a surprise to all of you, as do all of the storied families of the people who are connected to the most elite private schools here in New York City. So here we have a New York Times report from 2019. Jeffrey Epstein taught at Dalton. His behavior was noticed. And what they talk about specifically is that Epstein, even here in his early 20s, is already exhibiting the pedophile behavior that it becomes known for. He starts harassing a lot of young girls, and in the span of just 1 year, finds himself basically under investigation and departs under weird circumstances after teaching math here at the Dalton School. So the question is, why did Donald Barr hire Jeffrey Epstein, a person at the Dalton School, to teach math despite having no credentials, no college degree? I mean, you can't even get a job at a public school without a college degree and a teacher's certification.
Let me ask you
this is the first time we're seeing
Okay, so let me ask you this question. This is, and I think it's important to just give pushback so we kind of understand.
Sure.
I don't even want to call it pushback. My dad had a college degree.
For the younger audience out there, So from that point forward, 1981, Epstein forms a company called IAG, the Intercontinental Assets Group. I'm going to read directly here from the description. He is a, quote, high-level bounty hunter who helps clients recover assets. This is the first entree into what will eventually sprawl as a global intelligence network, because a high-level bounty hunter who helps you recover money is not involved in, quote, legitimate business.
What does that mean, recover money?
Yeah, exactly. So it's in many cases, he eventually gets involved with people who are running Ponzi schemes and basically keeping and hiding money offshore. He sells himself, and it's very unclear because none of the records of this have ever really been released. But the description of high-level...
Okay. It's just a really deep rabbit hole, right?
It looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type. Yes.
Normally were.
No, this is the last interview you ever did at his house.
Girl, and what every one of those mathematicians,
or Plotinus, Pythagoras, soulless. So
out of our systems run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences. And
walk us through that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, it forms a much broader category on things so that I can...
The same way, right?
That with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
So that's another tactic by these guys. They used to give away a lot of money. So it would sometimes have the don't look a gift horse in his mouth effect.
If we walked into, you're a mathematician. If we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
The devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows. The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good.
Okay,
that was good.
Charm was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor.
You too.
It's like an odd conversation because they're talking about financial stuff while they're like throwing in some moral and ethics questions and like him being in jail. He has an outfit change.
The domino effect that by Thursday the financial system.
They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey, or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money isn't, they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking,
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any more on this topic. I think we're good on it. We've covered a lot on it, and I'm gonna leave it there. There's some still rabbit holes to go down, but we're just not gonna just go down every single rabbit hole. That could be its own stream. Okay. You guys still up with me? You guys still rocking? I know it's 4:20 in the morning. All my smokers, I know you guys are probably, got something nice in the air. Appreciate you guys sticking up with me and staying up with me. All right. So, where are we at? Y'all good? Appreciate you guys. All right. We have the J. Cole bars breakdown. Or the Nicki Trump MAGA thing. We got NLE going off on his baby moms. Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner. Oh, no. I want to react to this Jay Prince interview. It's quick. It's like a 5-minute thing, but it's like almost an intermission type thing.
Culture.
Okay.
Culture. A lot of.
All right.
Come up out.
So Jay Prince does his interview with this guy called Gerald Prince Miller. And in the interview, he kind of takes a couple shots at people. And I wonder who y'all think he's talking about. Okay? Check this out.
I know during your sentence, you read a whole lot of books.
No question.
It took me a minute to decide to write this book because of, the attacks that been on me from every 3-letter detective police name you can think of, you know what I mean? And it took me a minute to want to do it because, I come from a background and come from a place where, everything that I attempted to do, I was attacked by them to a certain extent. But the power of putting my life challenges and the goals and different things that I was able to accomplish and do in life was more powerful than the fear of being in bondage where any of those people was concerned. So, I figured out how to do it, and I figured out how to do it in a way where, it wouldn't offend nobody but the devil.
I got you, man. I got you. Now, it was an excellent write. I actually enjoyed it. I recommended it to some people to read already. So, but I can see you put your heart into it, especially you talked about even your family, certain losses and sacrifices. I applaud you for being so open in the book, man. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to do that sometimes, and whatnot. In relation to everything that you do, man, and all the businesses that you do and the people that you help, you don't just give them a way to come up out of the streets or to make money. You actually guide them in a way that they should carry themselves as far as their character is concerned, their principles. Speak about that, about how they build their legacies, man.
Yeah, no, I think it's real important. And back to the book was a fine example of me sharing my experiences, sharing my.
Streets, bad for the streets. What's your view about some of these guys, man?
Here we go.
You know what I mean? So that.
Who do y'all think Jay Prince is talking about here, chat? So if you don't know, Jay Prince has been promoting this. I don't know if this is the second edition of it, but he's been promoting this book as long as I remember. I think it's only one book, but I remember he was even trying to come up to Everyday Struggle when I was still on it. And I left Everyday Struggle in was it 20? When did I leave Everyday Struggle? 2021 or 2020 or something, right?
That's who I am as a person first, and it is automatic, with people that I love and respect.
Yeah, I got you. I feel you on that. You mentioned something too. I think of just a second ago. Let me ask you this question.
Here we go.
What do you think about as far as hip hop is concerned? What do you think the podcasters these days? Do you think that they're good for hip hop, bad for hip hop, good for?
Here we go.
The streets, bad for the streets. What's your view about some of these guys, man?
The
messages that they send.
Yeah, that's like a bittersweet situation for me because I have like I've been attacked with the lies and the different things where a lot of podcasters are concerned, you know, and I believe if the podcasters that's blatantly lying on people the way they're doing, if they keep campaigning.
Who are the podcasters who lie on people? I felt like he was very vague, and I was trying to think. So y'all got to help me out. Who are the podcasters in question he's talking about?
They're going to get elected somewhere down the line, and it's not going to be an election that they're going to be able to smile about.
Oh, shit.
You know, that situation is, you know, it's real deep with me because I love the hip-hop culture. You know, a lot of my blood, sweat, and tears have went to the foundation of creating this culture. And when I see different podcasters, and I start with myself, you know, you got one of them that like to talk loud, you know, and punk out the other podcasters.
That's not me, is it? I don't want to be on J Prince's bad list.
And, you know, they tell all these lies on your character and
Okay, that's not me.
Assassinate your character. And when it look like you want to, you know, have something to do with them, they call the FBI. I got one call the FBI on me.
What? Wait, what?
Call the FBI on me and then had the FBI to call him and record like they call him first. So this is the type of games they play. And then you got
Oh, shit. Oh, I think you're talking about Whack. That's a FBI agent. Whack. Now, the FBI called about J Prince. So the FBI called Whack to try to make sure he wasn't, you know? Here we go. Let's see.
Everybody's okay.
Here we go. So this is a call of the FBI who called Whack 100 about J Prince.
We need help with a Larry Hoover project. Building. We got a hot.
Here we go.
Okay, yes, sir. Well, that's what I'm kind of.
Hold on. Okay.
Oh, Larry Hoover. What about Larry Hoover? Yes, sir. And James Prince Sr. I mean, I wouldn't have no information other than just we need help with a Larry Hoover project. Okay, yes, sir. Well, that's what I'm kind of wanting to talk to you about. Okay. Well, what's wrong with working on a Larry Hoover project? No, sir. No, nothing's wrong whatsoever with it. I'm glad someone is advocating for him. That wasn't the issue. I was just information has been provided that you've had some disagreements with Mr. Prince. Are you familiar with him? I mean, I know who he is, but I don't have no issues with Mr. Prince. Okay. So, I mean, a disagreement is a disagreement. I don't know how that factors in the FBI. Well, I think Mr. Jones, on the YouTube videos going back and forth with him calling you a snitch and you calling him one and all of that would be where.
So this is the FBI calling Whack and says, yo, listen, what's going on with this beef with you and J Prince? Are you getting threatened?
Yo, what's going on with the content?
Hey, this is premium content.
And of course, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. We're just making sure that no threats have been made to you from anyone associated with him over y'all's dispute. No, I haven't. No threats have been made, nor do I feel threatened. You know, too many.
Damn, Whack a street nigga, man. He said, has J Prince threatened you? Nah, I never heard no threats. What are you talking about?
Can't get angry. Two men say things. We've both been in each other's presence from time to time. I know his children. No, not at all. I don't feel a threat. Was it something you guys know that I don't know? Because, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's just, you know, the daily bullshit propaganda that happens on social media.
Oh, shit. Okay. Now, J Prince wasn't done there.
Another one, you know, out of New York that, you know.
No, don't tell me J Prince about this. J Prince, I love you, bro. I'm trying to get down with mob ties too. Like, well, not really, cause now the takeoff thing fucked me up. I ain't gonna lie. But like, I rock with y'all. I like y'all. I got no beef with y'all. Oh man, he about to diss me.
Then you got another one, you know, out of New York that, you know, play like he was a victim, but he's a volunteer. You know, he like men.
Whoa, time out. That's not me. Wait, no. Nah. Wait, hold on. Nah, stop it. Wait. Nah, hold on. Nah. Wait, is it Joe didn't say he bi-curious. You talking about Joe? Nah. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Yo, stop it. I thought it was talking about me. I'm like, nah. I thought it was gonna be like, yeah, there's another one out of New York. I think that nigga try to solve the Takeoff murder, man. Fuck that. I thought you were gonna say that. Oh wow, hold on now.
Play like he was a victim, but he's a volunteer. You know,
you said a nigga play like he's a victim, but he was a volunteer. It's crazy.
Like men, you know what I mean? So he is a out of New York that, you know, play like he was a victim, but he's a volunteer. You know, he like men.
Just stop.
You know what I mean? So he, you know, like the. Hey,
he's not talking about me, Jack.
I know you're a punk, then come out the closet.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you got this other one.
Wait, hold on. Oh, they said that's Hassan Campbell. Wait, no way. The full episode of this podcast.
And decided to sit up there and say, I don't know the situation with that paperwork. I don't know how that paperwork came about. I don't know the caliber of the nigga of that paperwork. But he came in, he checked in your house. Mob ties, right? Fuck your mob ties. Fuck your mother and everything that gave birth to you, you bitch ass nigga. I don't respect you because you had a child that wasn't a street nigga. Takeoff was a baby. He died in your camp. When I go outside, and I'm amongst my niggas.
J Prince is a powerful nigga. That's
J Prince could suck a. Listen, I want you to understand something. J Prince could suck a soft dick, a hard dick, a long dick, a small dick. I don't give a fuck about J Prince. He could suck any dick. And that's coming from Hassan Campbell.
Yeah, I heard who that came from. Whoa, shit. Yo, why people keep saying Hassan like gay, though? Bro, Hassan never got fucked. Like, y'all niggas got to cut that out. He said he got died. That's a big difference, nigga. The fuck? He said he got died. You feel what I'm saying?
I know these niggas not lying. Bam knew that there would be some physical evidence. So what he did was he thawed me as a young boy. He thawed me as a young boy. Where he basically rubbing his penis in between your thighs and not going into your anal cavity because he probably realized at me being so young, the damage, I would probably have to go to the hospital. He would probably have to answer. He knew that Bam is not stupid. So my first experience, and see, he can't call me a liar because at the end of the day, I know where the house is at. I know he owns a house in Connecticut. Bam can't. The reason why he played Ron Savage the way he played him, everybody knows me to be a son of Bam. So when I came forward, it was like devastating. It's like having a heart attack. You cannot deny it. On top of the fact that this ain't the first time, like, you got to understand something. Bam is like the boogeyman of little boys. Not just the Bronx River, Bronxdale, which was an L projects back in the day, nothing but killers. Soundview. He was the boogeyman. Lambert. Why do you think when you see Zulu now, most of the dudes are older dudes? You don't see too many young boys no more. Why do you think at this point in time with Bam Bada, he's giving the Zulu Nation a gag order to be quiet? Because there's victims that's still there right now that might tell.
So how does it work, though? I'm trying to.
Let's go.
Oh my God, I'm going to lose.
was kind of homeless. I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Speed, I'm watching the stream while you try not to laugh, bro. That's disrespectful, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Stop laughing, bro. Look at you smiling, bro. You disrespectful as bro. You don't like your fans? You don't like your fans? Why you laughing at your fans, bro? Nah, real disrespectful as bro. I'm not laughing, Speed.
Violated by so many people, it was normal. And even still, it's like everybody know a pedophile. In this room right now, if we really turned on there's somebody in this room, it's probably 3 niggas that's fucking children.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
I'm not laughing at you, Hassan. Please, I have no problem with your brother. What? Nah, we ain't doing that. Nah, we ain't doing it.
People, it was normal. And even still, it's like everybody know a pedophile. In this room right now, if we really turned on there's somebody in this room, it's probably 3 niggas that's fucking children.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
Hopefully not.
We ain't doing that.
Hopefully not, but we still gotta say that.
I ain't got no niggas in the room.
I ain't got no niggas. I don't know, my bad, chat, my bad. All right, let's get back to it. All right, who's...
That's I call him a child molester.
What?
You know what I mean?
Hold on.
Claude.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah.
and then you got this other one that's
wait.
Like that, you know, play like he was a victim, but he's a volunteer. You know, he like men. You know what I mean? So he, you know, like the, you know, hey, if you be a punk, then come out the closet.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah.
and then you got this other one that's I call him a child molester. You know what I mean? From my part of the world. You know what I mean? So
from his part of the world. What the hell?
You got all these different people that's they wake up every morning to assassinate.
Who you talking about?
You know, the character.
Yeah, good man. Yeah.
Yeah, good man.
People trying to help people, trying to make life better for people around them. You know what I mean? And with all that noise. So I understand that. In fact, I'm gonna do a podcast on that soon about just individuals, and I'm gonna call some of them dudes out. But I'm trying to think more positive.
Yeah,
I'm so real.
But that's how I feel about it. Then you got the group that actually, you know what I mean, speaking positive from a wisdom point of view. And you know.
The only person I know from like Texas is Charleston White. But he can't be talking about Charleston White. So who the hell from Texas?
Uplift, you know, certain people or not. So
yeah,
that's how I feel about that. Though.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you recently, when I was reviewing things yesterday, I was going over.
You think it's Charleston White?
Do mob ties run the whole Texas? Mob ties suck dick. They don't run shit, nigga. Fuck you talking about. How the fuck mob ties run something and nigga got to call the police when mama and them need help? How the fuck do mob ties run something, nigga? When Sandra Bland got killed by that white boy state trooper, mob ties were every time the police kill a nigga, here go mob ties. When a nigga chain get took, give a mob tie. Say, give him back his goddamn chain. Police kill a nigga. Nigga, guess what y'all saying? Give me his mama address. Pull up. Drop. That's what they doing to Larry Hoover. Put his ass underground where y'all cool on him. That boy flimsy inflicted. Everybody in Texas know Mob James or James Prince is not a mob. He's an entertainment rap mogul. He's not a mobster gang.
I don't know, man. All right, let me just move on. All right. What we doing in here? Oh, how the fuck do we have 17,000 in here at 5 a.m.? Jesus Christ. All right. I might do a little detour here, and the detour is going to be not Kanye. No. Not J. Cole. Because this J. Cole thing might take a while, and you know, I might just table that till tomorrow. Okay. We could do Fabio versus Savage and Ruger, right? No, I won't do that. Let's do Nicki Minaj and the gold card. All right. So Nicki Minaj has been going under fire, right? And Nicki Minaj popped up on social media supporting Trump. Now, it looked like she showed up to an event and she gave a speech. And at this particular speech, she gave a huge endorsement to Donald Trump and basically said that he was her favorite president of all time. All right. If you haven't seen the video, this is a video partially of her speech in which she, gave Trump a lot of credit.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to...
Now, let me give a little context. If you can see here, there's something called trumpaccounts.gov. I'm not pushing it, but, I like to just bring up stuff factually. Trumpaccounts.gov. So Trump is kind of, he's big on naming, but this is a .gov website. I'm pretty sure it'll get terminated by the next president, just off the name alone. Trump accounts, right? Now, there's this idea that Trump wants to build financial security for millions of America by creating like tax advantage investment accounts for young citizens. And apparently you could it says you could get $1,000 for every American child born in the next 3 years. The account is fully in your child's name and you're the sole custodian until they're 18. There's no necessary contribution necessary, but you could deposit up to $5,000 per year to maximize growth. And apparently it's kind of like trying to make an account that will turn into or mature or have interest that turn into a lot of money when that child is now an adult, which is like 18 years later. It's kind of subsidized by the government, and this is why it's called Trump accounts. Anyway, Trump has been doing a lot of PR trying to get this kind of idea over. People were a little bit more demanding of when he had said something of the sort, which I guess he said tongue-in-cheek. He said he's going to take the tariff money and he's going to give to people. He's going to give like stimulus packages, like everybody get like 3,000 or whatever the case is, or 1,000, 1,500. And he never did that. And his new thing with what he's going to be doing with some of the surplus that's coming in from tariffs and, him being like the economy guru is that he is doing this Trump accounts thing. So he did this like press conference and he's having people kind of pull up and like vouch for him and say like they think he's smart and they love him and think he's one of them.
Say it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Okay, so she gets her speech done. walks off. But then she also goes into the Oval Office and she surprised some auto workers in the Oval Office for Trump. So watch this.
Good to see you. Great.
See, they forgot I was here now. They came in for
We
Trump.
still love you, Mr. President.
Where did that go fast?
Okay, there's a couple more videos on the show. This is...
Hello guys, I'm with my favorite
They did a TikTok.
president, the best president of all time.
And I'm with the queen of rap.
Okay. Now, after the entire thing, Nicki Minaj tweeted out a gold card. Now, if you guys don't know what this is, Trump announced a gold card. Trump announced that people could buy their way to the front of the line in immigration or, in the citizenship process. And I believe it was for $5 million. He said that for people who were way in and who were legal here, but not citizens, and they were waiting for the citizenship process, which could take a long time. If you wanted to get to the front of the line and your case be dealt with immediately, which basically means you want to get like damn near immediate citizenship, if you pay $5 million to kind of cut the line and get this gold card, it will be processed immediately. Now, I had no idea that Nicki Minaj was not a citizen, okay? It appears that Nicki Minaj might be a resident, but she's not a citizen. And when people accuse her of not being a citizen, I thought it was a joke. However, based on her tweeting out that she has a gold card would mean nothing if you're already a citizen. So I think she's a resident. This is Trump explaining what it is.
$5 million. For $5 million, this could be yours. That was the first of the cards. You know what that card is?
Gold card.
It's the gold card. The Trump card, gold card.
Who's the first buyer?
Me.
Who's the second?
First. I don't know, but I'm the first buyer. It'll be out in about less than 2 weeks, probably. Pretty exciting, right?
Now, I'll do a little quick explanation on it. Wait.
So Trump's gold card visa program is here. It was just launched yesterday. And in this video, I'll break it down exactly what you need to know. Who can apply?
Okay.
Videos I'm going to make, which offers a fast track pathway for the green card. So the gold card is just a fancy name for a green card, the permanent residency that everybody is interested in getting through all different paths.
So you can buy your green card. So I don't know if you guys know what these things are. You guys might not, some of you guys were born here. I was obviously born in Jamaica. Initially, I believe when I first came here, I used to come up here for visits. And then I think we got a green card. Or I don't know, maybe I got it all at the same time. But I do know I do have a green card. So a green card is a permanent residency card. It basically says you're not a citizen, you can't vote. However, you are a resident of the United States. Now, it's a little tricky and kind of a legal loophole too, because the Constitution doesn't necessarily present it protects citizens. There are things that it could apply to people who are residents, but it's a very tricky situation. Anyway, it's part of the immigration process to becoming a citizen, right? I believe when you have a green card, you have a social security number, all these other stuff, but you're not officially a citizen of the United States of America. For immigrants, you have to have a green card or some permanent status before you are eventually granted citizenship. And it's kind of like a wait and review period to see if like you're going to be doing some dumb shit. And it's like the last chance like the government has. And I think for the most part, I don't want to speak too much because I'm not an immigration expert. Pretty much once you get your green card, you're going to become a citizen. It's just a matter of time, right? And yeah, Nicki Minaj seemingly wasn't a citizen. And apparently she has her green card, which is now makes her fast tracking this process of getting her citizenship. And a lot of people are commenting, well, at what cost? Right? So the cost, a lot of people are saying the cost is you kind of selling out. You kind of showing up and you having to sit here next to Trump and give these awkward speeches and say this is my favorite president. And then you got to walk around with him, do TikToks, right? This was posted, which people are saying, he's using you to appeal to the audience of young women who might be black because he needs that support and it's just not genuine. And also people felt like she was just kind of, pretty much dick riding, right? Dick riding and also really sending a bad message. Now, a lot of people have spoke up about it. I'll try to give some of the people who, really don't like this shit. Let me see what they're saying about this type of stuff. Give me a second. Now, by the way, I think Joe Budden previously has said, he was done with Nicki Minaj after she had showed some type of support for, the right wing. But let me see if he or anyone else spoke about Nicki Minaj again and her recent antics. Let's see. Okay, here's my man Van Lathan.
A low point, in my opinion, for the popular project of MAGA Trumpism. Does that mean that Nicki Minaj won't be able to come back to a very forgiving black community or world community and go, hey, whatever? It doesn't, but it's certainly.
Jack, can I ask a question though? And I am gonna I wish I had opposing views here because I'm never trying to push propaganda. I just want to have logical conversations. So here's what I think off the rip. I don't really think Nicki really that tuned into politics. Okay, I've always thought, and I said it before. I've always thought Nicki is doing some of this political shit for an actual agenda. There's a couple agendas she could have. Meddling with politics, I think she is on a lifelong mission to try to clear the record of her husband, who is currently a registered sex offender. Okay, I think she wants to clear his record or give him some type of amnesty that, number one, obviously that's her husband. Wherever she moves to isn't easily looked up by Google search because her husband is a registered sex offender. You got to declare where her registered sex offender is. So that's the first thing, right? So I don't kind of really believe her. I've always thought, the second thing, I always thought that she had a goal, right? Whether it's the clear the husband's record or whatever it could be. I couldn't understand what it was. Now we get to find out in post that basically she kind of just wanted this green card, right? Obviously in a time when Trump is supposed to be cracking down with ICE and, they're going through whatever they're going through in Minnesota and Minneapolis. And, it's a trying time. Without saying too much, there's this young woman that I know. She is of Mexican descent. And, even though, I know sometimes people try to use this on me, well, Ak, you came from Jamaica, so how could you da-da-da? I completely get it. But I'm not the biggest fan of how ICE handles stuff, but I do understand in theory where people are saying they're not cool with illegal immigration. I don't know if both of those arguments make sense. Doesn't mean I'm supporting ICE, but I understand in theory why people would have that opinion. Now, me, and this is where, and I know, trust me, anytime I've realized the last time I talked politics on here, man, there was so many people y'all were so mad at me, and I really don't get why, but I'm not trying to push an agenda on y'all. Me personally, I don't give a fuck who you vote for. You can vote for Satan. I do not give a fuck. That's just literally me. And I could be friends with you. I think your political views and I think your religious views, unless you're praising literal Satan, it kind of is very personal. And I understand why people don't bring it to the light, but I don't judge people no matter who you vote for. I don't know. I see people on social media and there's this vitriol. You support this? I hate you for life now. And that's just not how I am. I don't care who you vote for. You could have voted for Bobby Shmurda. You could have voted for AOC. You could have voted for Candace Owens. You could have voted for Anthony Bishtano. I don't care who you vote for. But people And it feels like it's a certain segment of people that they feel so offended, or maybe it's just Trump that evokes this. They feel really offended when they see people of color that may have anything endearing to say about Trump or possibly support him. And I'm wondering why it really triggers people like that, right? Like, you know, is it because of the influence, especially like celebrities? Is it like, because I see people reacting to Nikki thing, I'm like, is it because of her influence? Y'all thinking that, you know, she's being used as a pawn and she's misusing her influence? Because I really don't give a fuck who Nikki votes for. I don't give a fuck who Jay-Z votes for. I don't give a fuck who Drake votes for. Obviously, it's a Canadian citizen. Like, for me, I don't take it like that. But I feel like other people absolutely do. Now, when she had first, like, supported, like, Trump, I thought it was bullshit, but I didn't hate her for it. But a lot of people really have some choice words for her. Okay? Now, I'll finish my point, and then I'll play a little bit of what he's saying. It made sense to me that she wanted to get a green card if she's not a citizen. I actually don't have a problem with what she did. I don't look at a musician to be a political activist. Right? Also, I'm not going to judge her if she really does like Trump. Now, let me advance it. I don't like the hypocrisy. Remember, I'm just a guy, I'm like super logical. I don't like the fact that Kodak says he likes Trump. Everybody don't give a fuck. Right? Or they're like, all right, you know, we ain't jacking that, but we're not canceling you. Young boy saying, yo, I'm naming my tour Make America Slime Again because whatever Trump's standing on, I'm with, or whatever the case is. And as young boy, people just bat an eye to it. But Nicki Minaj is getting like held to the standard where like she has to be a politician. What the fuck does Nicki know about whatever? I think the same way how Kodak said it, same way how Young Boy said it, or whoever else, it's just not that big of a deal to me. But people really do care that much. Okay? Somebody said Walker saluted her. Yeah, so if y'all, and I hope y'all don't kill me for my opinion, I just don't care, right? It's like, bro, I don't think me and my favorite musician needs to be aligned politically. I think me and the people who I am responsible for should align politically. I think more like, you know, I think a relationship where if you like Trump and your girl don't like Trump, I don't think that'll work. It probably won't work. But that's like your household, right? Like, and at that point, your household depends on, you know, that type of branch of government. For me, I don't care what a musician says, period. But I'm not mad at her. I think she finessed it. And at the end of the day, the reason why I'm not mad at her, because everybody does a song and dance, and I actually look at people stupid for criticizing her. Bro, he's the president of the United States. If I'm not a citizen, bro, I'm going to do a fucking speech to go get my fucking green card, bro. Like, I know people say, oh, you're selling yourself. But that's what fucking politics is. Like, just think about what politics is in general, right? Like, no matter what it is, right? Y'all want a stimulus check? It's usually a give and a take. All right, cool. Like, that's all what it is. And ignoring the current president, you don't got to like the guy. Like, and it's not about Trump. I think it's just what politics is. I think we do ourselves a disservice by not participating in politics, not realizing that if we participate in politics and we hold these guys to the fire, and again, I know some people are like, well, it's a sucking up to them, this and third. Bro, whoever in power, nigga, we need them to do something for us. I don't care who is in power. You could put like Pluto in power. Like, we're going to have to bark like a dog. We got to get this motherfucker. And that's my thing. To me, I looked at that. I'm like, yes, she is definitely, like, she looks fake doing it. I'm not going to cap. She definitely looks fake doing it. But she did it for a fucking green card. Nigga, I'm an immigrant, bro. I don't see no fucking problem with it. If all of y'all want to just ignore this nigga that's the most powerful man in the world, and this woman wants to go get her fucking green card and she's got to do a little 2-minute speech on her TikTok, so I'm not mad at her. The fuck would I be mad at her for? So I don't think it's that deep, but a lot of people do, and they think that Nicki Minaj like is now like this huge political figure. And let's hear some of this conversation.
Really a choice to me from her.
No, No, it's definitely a choice, but I just think of it in the Kanye sense. I think if Kanye is able to come back, because I think you could make an argument that he's done worse.
Okay, and this is where, I wish I had somebody like kind of like debate this with. Wish I actually had Van to debate this with. Pretty good at these things. Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it because it's Trump, or is it because he's a Republican? I'm wondering why the big deal is. Is it because it's Trump, or is it because he's a Republican?
The Nicki and Nicki might keep going. We don't know, but if Kanye can come back, Nicki can come back.
Can I tell you something else though?
Mm-hmm.
Nicki Minaj is a big star. There's levels to this.
I don't want to take it here, but what do you mean? What do you mean there's levels to this? Because why are there levels to it? Is it in any way gender specific?
Could be.
I was like, I don't want to go there.
But so it could be that all of this is a calculation in it. But Nicki Minaj is a big deal. There is a gulf of importance, reverence, meaning to people.
You made the argument.
Between Nicki Minaj and Kanye West. A gulf of that. Like when I tell you, for as big as Nicki is, and for as much as, she's worked with Kanye and all of that stuff like that, and,
Okay, I guess they're saying Ye's is more important. Again, I'm pretty sure some of y'all gonna be like, yo, it's just a sellout move to send there. I really just don't see the issue with it, but I don't know. So, do I think Nicki Minaj is canceled? No. I think Nicki's gonna be fine. She got her green card. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Life goes on. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you people as, working citizens, gotta stop idolizing celebrities. If you need motherfucking Nicki Minaj to tell you how to feel politically, you're an idiot. Like we've already lost the race, right? We shouldn't even be having these conversations like Nicki's voice. Yes, it's important, but is it relevant to what you should be doing? You should be making these decisions for yourself. And that's my thing with politics. I feel like half of this is like shaming her to say, nah, you're supposed to be on the other side. No. Nicki Minaj, you know what's the funny thing? And I could never get the proof. Someone just say it like, I can't get the proof. I'm just saying it. The majority of rappers, if they've been rich for 10 years and they haven't lived in their neighborhood, I don't care what block they came from, they're a Trump supporter. And when I say Trump supporter, it's not just Trump. They start identifying with Republican ideals. They want less taxes, less government, and they kind of start skewing to that angle. Will they come online and say it? Fuck no. They're probably going to come online and pander to y'all, right? Yo, yeah, I'd rather pay higher taxes. But in reality, most of these rappers, they're actually, they're conservative. If they've been rich for 5 years, right, or 10 years, if they've been like super up for 10 years, they don't live in their neighborhood no more, they normally align Republican. They just won't say it. And if they were even asked about some shit, they would get online and just cap about it to make the safe, easy answer. So I don't know.
But there's a gulf between the two people. People have a diff about this, but we really have to have a conversation. Hip hop in and of itself seems like it is on its own course. There was a time where at least I felt, and maybe I'm wrong about this, there was a time where at least I felt that hip hop, the needs, the wants, the concerns, and maybe I'm wrong about this, of black culture and the black community were, it was important to be aware of those as a rapper. It seemed like
they were rapping about it.
Some of them were, not all of them were, right?
But I feel like that's where it started.
Right. Well, it was important to kind of at least care about your perception amongst the needs and the concerns of the black community. And even more than that, it seemed like it was important for hip hop to hold power to account. Remember, when I think about Ice Cube, you know, I wrote a letter to the president. When I think about,
oh, that's another thing. Shout out to Ice Cube for that. I remember when Ice Cube basically said the same thing, and I think Ice Cube is as pro-black as they get, right? He's NWA, straight out of Compton, right? I think he was just saying, yo, bro, if Donald Trump is a president, bro, I'm gonna go to his office and ask him for some shit for my community and for me, right? Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you, like, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not saying Trump loved black people. And I think that's the problem with when people see that, you know, you might not have a problem with like a nigga like Trump, or you might like vote for him over maybe Biden. Bro, not everybody. It's not like a cosign to say this nigga loves black people. Like, it's just to say, out of the two candidates, I think this nigga gonna be able to give more. That's it. Fuck it. Like, bro, it's not like we have a Barack running every time. It's usually two lame ass candidates and old ass niggas, and like, yo, it is what it is. You don't have much of a choice. You know? And I think people shame each other to kind of stay on one side like sheep, to the point where you stay there so much, people are like, yo, we don't gotta do nothing for him. You're like the side chick who you don't go out, nothing happens, you just get your back beat in and you leave with a wet back. That's it. So I don't know, you know, like people. It's funny how like they actually treat like this whole thing like it's a scarlet letter, right? Like they've labeled me at a point. They said I'm a right wing podcaster, or no, I'm a right wing hip hop commentator. Gang, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm probably gonna vote Democrat this time around. It's just not that serious to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like these people who treat this shit like gangs, like they're whack, right? Trump's out of here in a few years. You know what I mean? I don't really like the Gavin Newsom nigga, like he's a Democrat. Like I would kind of rock with him. He's kind of smooth a little bit, but I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. The only reason why I think I won't vote for that nigga, bro, cut his dick off, man. He like women and transsexuals more than like men. I don't want that nigga up in there. I feel like I'm talking politics now, and that's really just as simple as it comes down to. It's not like this. I think people really think like this is like, yo, I am not Charlie Kirk, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, bruh. If I get into that voting booth, it's just who's going to do it for the next 4 years, and the best candidates out of probably two that ain't that good. You get what I'm saying? Like, if that Gavin Newsom nigga has some real nigga bones in him, pause, or like some real nigga opinions, I would probably be supporting him. But I could tell you put Gavin Newsom in power. Listen. When he win, this is what you're going to hear. What's the name of the song? Yeah, this shit right here. When he win and he about to do his fucking inauguration speech, nigga, this is all you're going to hear, bro. This is like the Batiman anthem of the world. You feel what I'm saying?
Poppin' when I hit that dip, get your camera. You can see you been wanna lick my plum in the evening. And fit that tongue to deepen. I guess that can't get any in.
Yeah, I'm not voting for no niggas who like transsexuals more than like they care about the thoughts of regular men, bro. I ain't got time for this shit, man. Get this nigga on out of here, man. Yo, California to me is trash, so it's like, yo, I can't rock with him. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. It don't even gotta be black. I ain't gonna cap with you. Like, we just need like a real nigga coming out. Like, I think it gotta come out of like Chicago or some shit, bro. Like, it gotta come. You know, Barack out of Chicago. It can't come out of, we need somebody, can't come out of Atlanta. It's just the moral character of Atlanta is at an all-time low. It can't come out of California. It's just beta males and just like homosexuals out there. I'm trying to figure out where we can find like a real nigga president. I don't care what side he's on. You get what I mean? Because at the end of the day, there's not much difference between like Trump. I like, obviously, well, let's not say Trump, because he be treating shit like it's reality TV. But like between like a Democrat and a Republican, it ain't really much that different, bro. Like, you know what I mean? There's a few little things, and a lot of things won't even affect you the whole time. So again, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I do think it's time for the Democrats to kind of switch it up and get up in there. It's just that they just got a bunch of like these are the motherfuckers who who want everybody to use the same bathroom because you don't want to ostracize as trans people, man. You got to get them type of niggas like out of here. Anyway, I guess I'm saying all that to say, bro, it's just not that serious to me. I think Nicki worked a play. I don't think Nicki cares about politics. And maybe Nicki does support Trump. I don't think she cares about politics. She ran a play. She got her green card. I'm not tripping on a chick getting her green card, man. I'm just not going to trip on it. She's a Queens chick. She finessed the shit. If you're a fan of Nicki Minaj, you should have cut the TV off when she started talking politics. How the fuck are you a fan of Nicki Minaj who rocked pink wigs, make stupid faces, and yes, she could rap, but now you're trying to sit here hoping to figure out who she votes for to affect you? Man, get a grip. You must have daddy issues if you think like that. Who gives a fuck who Nicki Minaj is voting for? Who cares? Like, if you don't like Trump, just be like, yo, Nicki, just shut the fuck up and go make another album. Hating Nicki for doing this is wild. And also, it's selective politicking. Because the gangster rappers say they fuck with this nigga, everybody just accept it like it's real nigga shit. I've never heard a young boy fan saying, what? Oh, this is the last straw. I'm jumping off the bandwagon. YB is not better. He supports Trump. I've never heard that. I've never heard a Kodak fan saying, what? Yo, he said Trump the realest nigga. Hell nah. I've never heard it. Never heard it. So how come I'm hearing it with everybody else but with them? Come on. Just not that serious. Who cares? Tell Nicki to, first of all, don't listen to no politicians. Even though I tried a little bit to like bring a little bit of understanding or awareness of political stories here, but don't even listen to me. Like, why the fuck would you listen to me? Like, honestly, if you listen to me for politics, you're fucking stupid. Listen to me for hip hop, brother. Like, come on, bro. Like, obviously, I've always heard from him from I was a little boy. Politics and religion, people get so sensitive about it, and it's definitely born to be true. Do I talk about religion a lot? Nah, but when I used to talk about religion, people used to tell me shut the fuck up. Yeah, those are really sensitive topics. But as per usual, I hope y'all ain't mad at Nicki. Nicki just wanted to get her a residency. Who cares? Do I think she sold out? At what point did Nicki... Here's the idea of selling out. Selling out implies that you used to rock with the other side. Or it implies that you used to be for the people and you have gotten bought out. So let's address the first and foremost one. Did Nicki ever seem like she was a Democrat? Like, maybe I'm tripping though. Maybe she had some clips about Barack. I don't know. Maybe. But for me, I just don't remember her being political, like, really at all. So if this is what she wants to say she's, doing, how's that selling out? You don't even know the girl. Unless there's clear evidence that she was a huge supporter of maybe the opposite side, and not just Democrats, because I think many people these days are going in between. Like, Democrat one time, Republican one time, whatever. But unless we could see that she used to have a hatred for Trump, and I think we did see, there were some clips that supposedly she criticized, like, Trump's wife or something, but not necessarily criticizing Trump. I don't know if we could blame her. I'm not listening to her for no political advice, so I don't got a problem with it, man. Okay. All right, so that's what I get. So the idea is that her community, right? She has a bunch of, like, I went to a Nicki concert. Was it a Nicki concert? Nah, it wasn't a Nicki concert. It was a Doja Cat concert. Oh my God, it was straight, like, wow. Did I go to Nicki? No, I didn't go to Nicki. So the idea is that because she has a bunch of, like, LGBTQIA plus people in her audience, and their agenda isn't really matched by Trump's agenda, who seems to not give a fuck about their plight, they're thinking that Nicki Minaj should use her voice outside of music to uplift them and also to not support Trump, who doesn't care about them. That's the interesting point. that is a very interesting point, right? If you like a celebrity, or you like a rapper or something like that, do you feel like that rapper should use their platform to try to represent you or help you? Because at the end of the day, I don't think Nicki's ever really said, oh, I'm living my life that the Barbs could still support me. It's kind of, if you want to support me, support me. If not, fuck you. Somebody says she's grifting. I guess technically, she got her green card. But I don't think Nicki Minaj is into politics. She got her green card. She's going to chill back. She still won't talk shit about Trump. But there's no reason for her to be making these speeches, right? We'll see. Alrighty. Chad, I'm not gonna lie, man. We're 6 hours and a half in, and I think we're gonna call it. We're gonna come back on tomorrow for part 2. And I know I'm gonna save the J. Cole topic, which is a bigger topic, for the top of the stream tomorrow, Chad. So we're gonna get into J. Cole and the bars that are broken down. Maybe I got some exclusive information for you, but J. Cole dropped 4 songs, like you guys probably heard it a couple days ago, and these songs were aimed at, we'll be speaking about it tomorrow. Chat, I want to thank you guys for all your appreciation and all your support. It's 5:16 in the morning on East Coast timing. Once again, we'll be doing everyday streams. So the first 28 or whatever we could call it, but the 28 days of February, we'll be streaming each and every single day. I can't guarantee you exactly what time because that will be varying, but I will be here to provide content. And I think what we've built here and the consistency is definitely the key. So thank you guys for even staying up with me till this point. Again, we have over 16,000 people that stayed up till this time, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm so proud of you guys, and I thank you. Lastly, remember just a couple things. Not only am I streaming every day during February, I will the tickets for my first live show in Miami, the tickets will be available Monday at 3 p.m. I'll be putting out a link, and you guys can get all your tickets there if you guys are in any surrounding area, or if you're in anywhere in Florida. Don't care if you're in Jacksonville, Orlando, if you're in Fort Lauderdale, if you're in Tampa, make your way somehow to Miami. Okay, that's in March. Tickets will go on sale on Monday at 3. Okay, so let me just recap real quick. I think we got through some decent amount of things, but we still got much more work to do to kind of get real caught up on everything that's happening in media, culture, and otherwise. We're going to have to talk about the Fulio case, so that is up there. I'm going to leave Epstein on the list because there's so much documents. We're kind of hearing things still come through later. So the Fulio case with Alicia Andrews and Al Peel, I'll talk about that later. While I'm at it, I'll do a YNW Melly update. We're going to be doing the J. Cole's breakdown in terms of the bars. And we'll talk about Kanye as well. I'll remove the Nicki thing. Don't want to talk about that again. So I'll talk about Kanye and his attempted comeback, but his recent concert that just happened in Mexico. Okay, we got NLE Choppa versus Baby Moms. He made a spirited and actually a passionate video on live today, kind of expressing that his kids are being kept away from him. So we'll kind of get into that drama. And then also Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner looked like that breakup wasn't that smooth. And then we have 2 other topics, which again we'll get to tomorrow as well. I guess my monologue and Epstein sucked up a lot of time. Pause. Javante Davis actually getting arrested. Fabio Foreign versus 21 Savage and Ruga. Fabio dropped a song dissing seemingly Atlanta and 21. And of course, Ruga dropped a song dissing Fabio Foreign. But now the idea comes around, is anybody going to box? Because we've heard that also being thrown in the mix. 50 Cent and Christian Combs. Christian Combs finally claps back at 50. We'll get to that tomorrow. And I think with all that being said, Chad, thank you guys. I've seen that Shakur Stevenson did win the fight. Congratulations to him. Chad, thank you. Appreciate you guys rocking with me. I'll be back here tomorrow. Don't know what time, but we'll be back. You'll see I got some cool stuff going on tomorrow too. So just wait and see. All right. Thank you, Chad. I will see